Salute, grace and peace, grand rising. It is Monday, 4/4/2022. So I'm coming to you guys today. I'm going to try to attempt another Mindful Monday. No tarots today, unless somebody wants to have a tarot reading at the end of the discussion. Hold on a second. Let me just salutes for everybody coming through. Okay. So, I wanted to just discuss with you guys a little bit of the trending topics that's been going on. I'm going to probably talk about Will Smith and Jada, even though I don't want to divulge into much of that. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. But I wanted to talk about this. Bonnet's in the building. Salute, Bonnet. Good morning. Let me just set up my stuff real quick because I'm on StreamYard. So if I don't get to see all your comments, it's because it's set up a little differently than YouTube. So hold on a second, y'all. All right. So the topic today is, there was an article in the Post. Okay. So let me just do this real quickly and do this Fair Use Act. All right. I'm going to read this real quick. Okay, so copyright, fair use, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship education and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, so that was the fair use disclaimer, because I'm going to be using Rose in the building. Salute. Good morning, grand rising. Right, you caught me early. So the topic is this article that I saw that's been kind of surfacing around social media. And it says here, it's from the New York Post. I'm not sure if y'all can see that. Okay. The topic is why more Black women should considering white men. This article came out April 1st, 2022 by Ralph Richard Banks, who happens to be a melanated person. Okay. So he wrote an article for the Post dated the 1st of this month. And he references, all right, so on this picture here, we have the Supreme Judge that's just been newly nominated, all right, with her husband. And then he also brought up the conversation about the Vice President, Kamala Harris, being married to a white man. So I'm going to just read a couple of paragraphs in this and discuss it a little bit, break it down a little bit. All right. So he says 2 of the most powerful positions in the United States government will soon be held. For the first time, a Black woman, Kamala Harris, and I might be mistaking her name, Ketanji Brown Jackson. So he says the 2 Black women are Kamala Harris, which she's a woman of color. So, she's using that, but she's not what you call the foundational Black woman in America. All right. So we need to be very clear about her ethnicity and how she presents herself, okay, because she definitely presents herself as an East Indian woman. She was raised that way with her mother in Canada. All right. So Harris, as we all know, is the Vice President of the United States, and Brown Jackson could soon be the Supreme Court Justice. But Harris and Brown Jackson also share a personal attribute that are equally noteworthy. Each has a white husband. Rather than partner with men of their races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or marry Black men with whom they are not especially well matched. Bonnet says, I'm saying the same thing, Bonnet. And these mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. I'm not sure where this gentleman has pulled his sources from and what rating scale that he's got this from, but he says here, highest divorce rates of any racial group, contribute to, let me reread that sentence again. And this mismatched relationship contributes to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than the marriage rate. All right. And I believe that's the end of that. So I'm reading, again, if you're just checking in, I'm reading this article from the New York Post dated April 1st from a writer by the name of Ralph Richard Banks. And he had brought up this topic or conversation in regards to melanated women, especially two prominent melanated women who, again, as we need to be clear, that Kamala Harris is, yes, a woman of color, but she's not the fundamental Black woman of America, right? She is she's from East Indian descent. Her mother is an East Indian. I don't know if they're Muslims. I think they're Hindus. So she grew up that way. And her father is a Jamaican descendant, but he's not. He's an East Indian Jamaican descendant. He's not a African, what they call African Jamaican descendant. Rich Bo's in the building. Salute, bro. Salute. So we need to be clear with that. It was. I caught that. I hope you saw me because I was like, shout out to. I said salute to my brother Rich. So. Yeah, that was cool. I would like to get to Stone Mountain one day. I have family out in Stone Mountain as well. So Brother Rich and I are just talking about, we saw one of our other people that we watch on another platform, Red Pill, and they're down there in Atlanta, Georgia, or rather Stone Mountain, Georgia, on top of the Stone Mountain itself, which is a mound, very spiritual place. Magnetic and all that. Yes, right. I was thinking the same thing, Rich. Maybach's in the building. Salute. So we need to do a Mecca there one day. But anyway, so I'm reading, if you're just joining me right now, I'm reading a article from the New York Post. Why Black women should consider marrying white men. And we have here this newly elected Supreme Judge or Supreme Justice court jester being kissed by her white husband. And then this man brings in the fact that Kamala Harris is also married to a white man. So I was just breaking down that Kamala Harris is not what we would call the African American, but more like she is a woman of color. So she's absolutely right by saying that. She got more pigment than me. But I don't know where this person was. It is crazy. I would love to hear his opinion on the Obamas. Exactly. Upon it. Because Obama was, he's white face, African American, who was raised by his white mother. But he married a Black woman, so we got to say kudos to Barrio. But that's a whole nother can of worms. I don't know where this person was going. He's a melanated guy. All right. His name is Ralph Richard Banks. He writes for the New York Post. He said why more Black women should consider marrying white men. He brings up two prominent so-called Black women, Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown. She really has an ethnic name. So forgive me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I don't know how to pronounce her name correctly. They both have a shared attribute that is equally noteworthy. Each has married white husbands. All right. Then he goes on to say that rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or they don't marry black men with whom they are not especially well matched or equally yoked. My Lotus is in the building, yay! So then he goes on to say that these are mismatched relationships contributed to African Americans having the highest rate divorce of any racial group. In fact, he says, in fact, black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than the marriage rate. I'm not sure where he got his statistics from. I'm not even sure if he's really saying this as being upset, being a melanated person, especially a melanated man. Apparently, he is married to a black woman. So I'm not seeing where he's coming from, if he's coming from a place of disgust and disdain, or he's playing devil's advocate. Surely he's playing devil's advocate because he's writing. I find that very offensive. I find this article offensive because it doesn't, in all my years of learning and reading, I've never come across anything remotely close to this article that says any ethnic group should think and consider about marrying another ethnic group. There's no article saying that a white woman should marry a Saudi Arabian man because, from Dubai, because they got money. There's no article of, saying that a white man should, marry an Asian woman or, a Korean woman. Like they might be better off equally yoked with them. There's no articles out there. And if there are, please enlighten me. Eli's in the building. Salute. Yeah, he's a fool. So I don't know where his agenda was for writing this, but clearly it's been circulating, especially in the melanated communities that I venture into through social media, that they are intelligent Black people, and this is a buzz that's going on, and it's appalling. There's a lot of layers here. There's like this orange peel. It's a lot to peel back. It's a lot to unfold. Bonnet, right? There's a lot to unfold with this because it behooves me how somebody could, write this up. Look, I got my man on today, so I'm going to be invoking his spiritual warrior, self. And then we're going to bring it to the Jada and Will thing, because that ties into this type of conversation, because some people were saying, he was protecting his woman. He felt that she was being threatened. Larry Beach is in the building. Salute to the Titan. How, Sway? How was she being threatened? That's what comedians do, right? They roast each other. They roast, people in the audience. Will was getting nominated, and he also was up for winning an Oscar. So, that's what that life is. It's about roasting and having fun and goofing off, right? So a lot of women are like, yeah, he protected his woman. She wasn't assaulted. She wasn't verbally assaulted either. He didn't say anything derogatory or he wasn't like talking real greasy about Jada, right? And if memory serves me correct, she was laughing along with him and her husband. She did her little eye roll, and the camera pans off, so we don't know what the interaction was with Jada and Will and what she said that provoked him to get up on the stage and be a court gesture for all the world to see. I say that it's staged because they are performers, they're actors, they're comedians. They were on a platform of an award show that's what they do for acting. So who's to say that it wasn't, corroborated, and they rehearsed this and they played, we got to look at the body movements. Will came up there laughing. You can see from the back of from his back profile that he was smiling. You could clearly see that. You could see Chris Rock kind of smiling along with him. Chris Rock bends in, whether he was trying to like see if he could hear what Will was going to say or whatnot. And then Will has his fist, but then when the camera pans out, you could see that he had an open hand. So clearly, if y'all know how wrestling is, we know that wrestling is fake, and they use those same type of hand tactics, the same type of hand gestures. So I think it's all, staged. There's a lot of people, even in my own family, they're against me. Like, no, it was real. It was real. I'm just like, all right, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you how it looks to me. And so, when he walked back, he was smirking and he sat back in his seat. And like a hot second later, he's like, keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. And then repeated it. So I don't know what got him to be this tough Tony and why he went ahead and did all that. It could be, as people are saying and speculating, that, he's getting tired of being the little clown of the show. And therefore he is, this is his way of retaliating back. I don't care. It's all comedic at the end of the day. It's all a show. It's all a show. But it's got people thinking about relationships. And then we have this article that just came out on April 1st regarding why more Black women should consider marrying white men. That's bananas for somebody to write that kind of article when there's no other articles talking about any other ethnic groups. There's no one else saying why a white man should marry a Korean woman or anything else to that matter. Right? Mm-hmm. Rich. Mm-hmm. It's a distraction. This whole thing with the Will Smith thing was a distraction because while that was playing out, people in Somalia were getting bombed. There was a whole big domestic terrorist, or do I say that? Well, anyway, there was a big, issue out in Somalia. All right, that was happening while this was all going on. And I just come to see that yesterday on Instagram through one of the Central Park 5 guys that I follow, Yusuf Salam, who's Muslim. And on the first day of Ramadan, that's when this attack happened. So there's bigger fish to fry than all this stupid, the slap and, conversations about why Black women should consider marrying white men. But it's still an issue because we're still kind of like in this 1960s era where it's still black and white down the line. However it's playing out, Bonnet, something's amiss, and they want to keep us spinning around in circles so that we don't really know what's really real. Sorry, y'all, I'm eating my orange. They don't know what's really real. They don't want us to know what's really real. They want to keep us in this alternate universe. But we need to keep our eyes on the prize, because if you get caught up into these trappings, then you really won't know what's real, and you're going to be one of the lost ones. And we're trying not to be that. We're trying to be the people who are going to make it out of the desert storm and rise above the occasion. But we got to go through these type of inflictions, because when we're in the spiritual warfare, that's what we got to do. We got to go through some hurdles. But like I said, I find that kind of offensive that this person would write this article. But then we also got to go back. If we're going to go back into ancient times and slavery times, we have to remember that the great 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 grandparents, right? The fathers were emasculated in a sense. They were not to look at any woman, white woman especially, right? They're just there to do the work, toil the field, and that's it. But the white man or the slave master had a free-for-all for all of our great 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 grandmothers, if some of us had indeed had slavery in our families. So they had a free-for-all. And that wasn't a crime. A couple of years, 20, 30 years later, 40, or maybe not even that, because that was in the 1817. So 19th century, especially the 1950s, that's a crime. It's a crime for any black man to marry a white woman and vice versa, right? It was illegal. So think about that time to this time. It's not that far away from each other. That's only about 70 something. Like my mother's still alive and she's going to be 70 soon. So that's not that far away from us that we can forget that that was illegal for any white person to marry a black person. There is a quote unquote war against the melanated man. And remember that they are the dominant society. They are the dominant species, person, everything of the planet, right? There's more of us than them. However, systematically, whatever little mojo that they did to keep some of us, suppressed, they're doing it. They've done it. So you'll have some people go and sell out, as they say, to think, well, if I marry somebody outside of my race, I got a leg up. You may have a leg up just within your little standing, but everybody else is not looking at you the same way. Like we're not looking at Kanika, whatever her name is, Jackson, like, oh, you got you a white man. We're looking at you like, oh, you got you a white man. Okay. To each his own. Then we get the whole, oh, love is colorblind, blase, blue, 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 blue. Let me tell you something. Those other cultures are not thinking like that. The Koreans are not thinking love is love. They're staying within their own communities. And if some of them do venture off and marry outside of their race, they're getting disowned or they're getting, shunned. Same thing in the Caribbeans. Same thing with Muslims. All right. They're not looking at it like, oh, go free love for all. And this, love is love and love is colorblind. No, they make sure that this is within their culture, that this stays within the bloodline. And that's that. No one says no one bats an eye about that. We understand and we understand that that's their culture and we respect it and we don't say anything else about it. But when it comes to us, because we're also loving, right? The Hispanics, the Blacks, we're all open, come on in. Y'all can come to the backyard cookout and barbecue and all this dumb stuff that y'all call it. Oh, they can come to the barbecue. I think we are our own worst enemy sometimes. We are our own worst enemy. We can't even really look at other people and be like, they are the devil, they are the enemy. No, because you know what? We are our own worst enemy. We do a disservice to ourselves when we clap for that foolishness. And we're like, oh, yeah, no, she could come to, Becky could come to the thing, but she can't bring no potatoes. And oh, Chad can come to the cookout because Chad knows a couple of those two steps because they watch us. Stop it. Stop it. And I'm not saying, some of us do have interracial members in our family. I'm not here to judge any of that. But what I am judging is the foolishness. Articles like this that say why Black women should consider marrying white men. That's where I'm having the problem with. Yeah, she was under pressure, Rich. I thought, honestly, I didn't know who she was. I saw that this Kaninka Jones Jackson, and I thought she was being, how do you call it, interrogated, because she was sitting there looking real shook. And all I saw, and I don't watch the news. Like, I either watch whatever comes on, social media or through Instagram and YouTube. I didn't know that she was getting elected to become a Supreme Court justice. I had no idea. So she was looking shook. I have a problem with foolishness. I have a problem with things that are just like plain out stupid and idiotic. Fresh Breezy's in the building. Yay, salute. I was thinking about you the other day too. Good to see you. And my bros is in the building right now. I got my bros in the building. The thorough ones. So you're just tuning in. I'm discussing about a topic, an article that came up in the New York Post that says why more Black women should consider marrying white men. This article came out April 1st, April Fool's Day on top of that. All right. Fair use again, copyright disclaimer. This is just for teaching and criticism. So 2 of the most powerful positions in the United States government will soon be held for the first time by Black women. Kamala Harris, as I had just said a few minutes ago, we need to understand that Kamala is not the fundamental Black American woman. She's of East Indian descent. All right. But she is a woman of color. And that's what she says. And that's what she uses. So we're going to use her words and keep it pushing. Right. And Ketanji Brown Jackson. Harris, as we all know, is the Vice President of the United States. And Brown Jackson could soon become the Supreme Court Justice. But Harris and Brown Jackson also share a personal attribute. So now that's a goal that we're doing. All right. They share a personal attribute that's equally noteworthy. Each has a white husband. I'm your sister girl. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or marry Black men with whom they are not especially well matched. Let's pick this sentence apart for a second. He says, rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or marry men with whom they are not especially well matched. Okay. And these mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than the marriage rate. I would like to know where he got his statistics from. And did he get his statistics from 1956? Mm-hmm. Let's see here what's going on. He was at the Grammys looking extra zesty. Who was looking zesty? Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. So I forgot that I can show comments. Oh yay, so nice, so beautiful. Yeah, they were looking zesty. This person writing the article sounds zesty to me too. Apparently he's a melanated person with a melanated wife, but we all know that doesn't mean anything because skin folk don't mean kinfolk. Could walk around here with black face and have white face on underneath. So, as I said, I find it very offensive that this article is out and they're not talking about any other ethnic groups marrying into other ethnic groups. I've never saw an article that said, a Korean man should think about marrying a white woman because that's his attribute and he'll get further in society. I don't hear articles about Middle Eastern men marrying Latino women. I don't hear articles saying that the white man should marry a Korean woman or a black woman. I don't hear that. I've never seen it. But there's this article. So, right. Exactly. Whoa. Wow. So I wanted to just pick this apart a little bit because it's the buzz for the past couple of days now. I was watching The Black Authority yesterday and watching Zaza Ali, and there's definitely the spiritual warfare that's going on, but there's also this man versus woman warfare, and then definitely this warfare going on with the melanated families. They're pinning us back and forth against each other, and it's like, for what? So what that she has a white husband? Go with grace. Go with God and go with grace. Good kudos for you. That's not my aspiration. That's not what I'm striving for. But some people, black and men and women, feel that if they date outside of the black community, they got a leg up. They're going places. Oh, the white woman understands me better. She doesn't give me attitude and arguments the way a black woman would, or the way a Caribbean or a Latin woman would. What? Basically, what you're telling me is you don't like your mama, because your mom. So you don't like your mama. That's all I'm saying. Love and loyalties in the building. Salute, salute. Grand Rising. So that's what I'm getting at. So you don't like your mother, you don't like your grandmother, and you don't like your great grandmother. Malcolm X told us, who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate the skin that you're in? Your big lips and your wide nose. Who taught you that? Surely my mother didn't. We embraced everybody's facial features. I didn't know all that until I started like 10, 11 years old. How really people put a lot of stuff into their kids' heads and make them think, well, what are you? Who are you? I'm an alien. Exactly. Brother Breezy. You can't, people think that the grass is greener on the other side, and they think, oh, that's the same thing with this whole let's move to Africa. Let's leave America and go run to Africa. Well, you go right ahead. Remember that these people, that the foreigners that are leaving their country and coming over here, because they know that this is the golden ticket. And as shitty as this society is, or this country is, it's still one of the best places in the world. Damn right I'm going to cap and clout on that one. You see how those people live? In shacks, for the most part. I'm not talking about these rich elitists that live, in their high rises and their mansions that are, capitalizing on their own people and not helping them out. I'm talking about the regular person is not really living up to standards. Shannon's in the building. Kentucky. Salute. Leave it up to Brother Breezy to come in here with this. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Brother Rich too. Let's go. If you're just coming in, you're just tuning in. The topic today being Mindful Monday. We're on April 4th. So there's a high vibrational numbers right now. We got 4, 4, 20, 22. Master numbers. 22 is building. The 4 is the foundation. We got 4 exemplified. So we're building something right here, right now. Jay Savage is in the building. Salute. Gypsy lady. Ew. So we're talking about this article that came out April Fool's Day. All right. And it says here, why more Black women should consider marrying white men. What? Here we have this Supreme Justice Jester Katinka, whatever, Harris Jackson, who is there with her husband. And he also references that Kamala Harris is married to a white man. All right. That's not my aspiration. But there are some people out here like looking for the great white hype, the great white hope. They're looking for their savior in zaddies and thinking that white is right. Okay. Lotus dropped the bomb. Don't appreciate. But you want to emulate and you want to imitate. You don't know what I've been through. You can't even begin to understand and comprehend unless you lived with me, unless you lived around me. But there's this misconception and this misnotion and this Disney fairy tale that my Prince Charming is white. He's the savior and I'm going to be saved. I'm going to be, moving on up to the east side. And he's going to take care of me. Meanwhile, his family's calling you a nappy-headed. Stop it. Stop the insanity. Please. So until I got older because they were talked about my parents. Yeah. Well, I was the total opposite. Look how light bright I am. And they're trying to figure me out. Then like I told y'all before, my mother, when I was little, they used to say to my mother, oh, you the babysitter or you the nanny? Because my she's light-skinned, but she's not, she definitely is a Black woman. So they thought that she was my babysitter. Because I'm the lightest one next to now my sister. Yeah. We have our own problems, people. How can we go out and find saving in other people when we can't even save ourselves? We have a problem within our own families. She's light skinned. She, she can get things better than we can. That's been going on for centuries. Not realizing that when that happened with old slave master, he was taking that woman out of the fields, having his way with her. She becomes pregnant, and now she's in the house. That child is now in the house. So the father's out there. The rest of the family's like, oh, they sell out, or you don't understand. She doesn't want to be there. Hence why she's trying to poison them all. And she needs the field crew to help her. It's this hate amongst each other. Like Malcolm said, who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate the lips, your full lips and your wide nose, your brim nose? Who told you that? You wouldn't have known that if somebody didn't tell you that. Put it out. Jay Savage says, supreme healing. Assalamu alaikum. Happy Ramadan to all those who are doing that. Maybe when you fast, you'll realize this stuff is idiocracy, and then you pray for those that are fallen from grace, because this is ridiculous. The same thing with the Will Smith and the Jada debacle. It's ridiculous. There's some women that are like, oh yeah, he protected his woman, and he said he was protecting her from what? I didn't see any type of assault or badgery going on. What was he protecting her from? A little joke that you got to go up and go slap somebody? And even that looked fake. As I was saying, I'm reading the body language. Will is walking up there smiling, and you can see from his back profile that he's smiling. He takes his hand and puts it up as a fist, but then when he goes to smack, you see his hands open. He walks off the stage and he's smirking, trying to hold his laughter in. Then he sits down, and all of a sudden he's talking about keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. What just happened? So I feel it's staged because they're actors, comedians on a stage. That's what they do. But there's some people who are like, even in my family, they're like, no, that was real. Look at it again, Ma. Look at it again. I'm like, man, miss me with all that. I'm not going to fall for that. They've already been showing you their relationship unfold. She's got the red table, which is AKA red sacrifice. Might as well put on some red bottoms because you just completely sacrificing everybody out there. I have no sympathy. I have no emotion towards that. I don't feel sorry that happened. Chris Rock's brother did a stand-up not too long after that incident and said, this ain't the awards. You come up here, I'm beating the bricks off of people. And he's like, oh, it's Pac every time I come out here. So I'm like, well, then it made me think, all right, so was it real or not? And then you using Pac's name in this. So Jada's associated with Pac. So it's like, come on, like this is, y'all don't see this if it's not a joke. If it's not a joke. So again, I'm not here to say anything or judge interracial relationships, but we have to understand and understand that there is a target out on certain people's backs, i.e. Black woman, i.e. Black man. Because they're not saying any of this to anybody else's culture. They're not saying, writing a post, writing a news article saying why this white man should marry a Black woman, or marry a Korean woman or Asian woman or Vietnamese. What? Why? There's no article about that. But because you see these two prominent women, now Black women should be considering marrying white men for what? There's only a certain minority of them that actually have money, and they're actually looking at you women as a fetish. They're not really. There might be one or two that are looking at it like, looking for love, and you might be equally yoked in that way, as Sister Zaza said. But for the most part, you grew up too differently. You grew up in different backgrounds. So unless there's there's the Black man that has gone to college and got all these doctorates and degrees and stuff like that, this woman who's highly educated or highly indoctrinated and has all these degrees and something like that, maybe that could be her match. But who's to say that the janitor that cleans out her office can't be equally yoked with her? So it's not socially correct, or doesn't look right if she's married now to the janitor. But love is love, right, y'all? Isn't it? Love is love. Love has no money to it. Love has no color to it. But somehow in society, that's what it is. It's about money. Yeah, me neither. I don't have the money to talk about that. Bonnet. Exactly, Fresh. Me too, Bonnet. Okay, a dime and a nickel. So, it's none of our business, but it becomes our business when they promote this on social media and on certain platforms where the world is going to see. Now it's called the slap that everybody heard across the world. Yeah, because he tried to show his dominance. He tried to show that he's not punking. He's not a punk anymore. He's not a simp. He's not anything but soft. He's going to show and flex everybody now. I'm tired. And that probably was his aggression towards Jada. But, he can't smack her. So Chris Rock is the next best thing smoking. So he's taking his aggression inadvertently and doing that towards him. So, yeah, some people are like, oh, Will had to get that out. Rightfully so. But he's under this agreement with her. He's under this arrangement. They let the world see that she had cheated. They let the world know that they're in an open relationship and an open marriage. So, then it becomes, we can judge, right? Because they're showing us their behind the scenes that we're not supposed to know about. We shouldn't know about this, but they're showing it to us. So now it's like, okay, then we got something to say about it. So, Will's been living in that shadow, in her shadow for a minute. Jay's stupid. For real. So, it's crazy. It's ridiculous that people are really, on different sides of the spectrum about it. And I'm just like, for me, I'm just like, that all that ish is just fake. It's as fake as, or as real as Donald Trump tweeting, whatever. It's all for show at the end of the day. The real detriment is articles like this that are saying, the Black women should consider marrying white men. So what happens with our Black men then? They're become extinct. They are being emasculated again. They're not being taken serious. Society has it, well, we should have all these degrees. Yes, we should be knowledgeable and we should be scholarly. But if you don't have a degree behind your name, but you match my fly, it's all good. It's all good. My aunt taught me, you give the same respect to the president of the company as you would the janitor in that company. They get the same respect. You say hello to the president, you say hello to the janitor. No one person is above the others. But society has it. What means that? Right, Maine, I don't know. Right? Because make that make sense. How is it that they're in an open relationship, but she cheated? I thought that's the arrangement. Then you have him sitting at that red table looking simpy. Simp-like. You got him looking simplified. Right? Like, the side chicks deserve better. The concubines. They do, because you never know. The side chick could actually become your wifey, right? Because that's what happens sometimes. You leave your wife and you chances are you cheated, you with the side chick, side piece. And sometimes that becomes your new wifey. Especially the white men. They do that, don't they? They do that, don't they? Or they go and marry some exotic Latina, don't they? I've watched those shows. Then the wife is killing everybody. Looking simpy. I mean, right? We're sitting up there just eyes are red, swollen, and just sad, looking simplified. And she's like, well, we had an entanglement. Huh? Right. What bald spot? She's been dyeing her hair for years, cutting it, relaxing it. Now all of a sudden she got alopecia. People were saying her hair, if she had alopecia, you could see the spots. Her hair was buzz cut. And they're like, oh, she's got a medical condition. Who doesn't have a medical condition? Come to find out, allegedly Pfizer was backing the Oscars. Now everybody's like, oh, if you got alopecia, yo, chill out. You pushing something that's really not a medical dire emergency. Come on, they know each other. So that's why he's gigging on her. That's what we do. When we're around our people, we'll pick the defect. That's what comedians do. They pick your defect and make fun of it. And if you don't got tough skin, hello, Jay Savage just roasted me many a times, calling me gypsy, telling me I sell snake oil. I read out of Uno cards. You don't have the tough skin to handle that. Now, certain things, go a little below my pay grade. But for the most part, little jabs like that, that's what Chris Rock did. He knows them, so he's throwing a, oh, what's up with G.I. Jane and the second G.I. Jane? Yo, she rolling her eyes? Shut up. Let's go. Let's go. The fresh perspective. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Lady Fresh is in the building. Salute. It's a fresh baby mama. Yes. The other queen is in the building. Mm-hmm. Just trying to make it make sense. If you're coming in, salute to you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Mindful Monday. Last Mindful Monday I had was taken off because it was some misinformation, that was given. And that's the last thing I want to do is give misinformation out to anybody, and especially medically. But we also had a good topic about things like this, in relationships and with the Black families. So, I don't want to, it was a good build. It was 5 hours, it was a definitely good build. But so, I felt led to come back on and do the Mindful Monday today because it is 4/4/2022. So that's 4/4, 4, 6. It's the harmony. We're in the year 6. So, I'm going by the numbers, going by the feelings. Last week, I had issues where it was glitching in and out. So I couldn't do all sign. I'm going to be doing it again Wednesday. So stay tuned. Come back on Wednesday because I'm going to be doing all signs, starting with Aries. So if you're in Aries, this is your birthday season. I'm going to be starting off with you guys. Again, if anybody wants a personal reading, they can go into my website, click on the link where the little fox moon is at, and that'll take you into, having a personal reading Wednesdays, Thursdays, and I believe I have Friday up there. So the dates might subject to change, but for right now, you can book a reading Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. I might open up for Saturdays just because, some people are working throughout the week and they can't get a hold of me on the weekday. So we'll see. I'm going to play it by ear. But today's topic was and is this article, why more Black women should consider marrying white men. So, again, fair use, copyright disclaimer. I will just go ahead and reread that again. All right. So fair use, copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay. So I'm going to go back to what the article. Say that again, love and loyalty. No, I didn't see that. Wow. He has dementia. Yeah, well, he's dying. So this article was written April 1st, April Fool's Day. And the topic again is why more Black women should consider marrying white men. This person is named Ralph Richard Banks, happens to be a melanated person as well, married to a melanated woman, apparently. And his picture has here the newly elect Supreme Court Justice and her husband, Kajinka, I don't know her name, Harris Jackson. Okay. Thank you, my Lotus. I love it. Thank you, Bonnet. Hey, yo, Lady Fresh. Okay. So I'm going to read, there's couple of paragraphs in here, 2-page article from the New York Post written April 1st. So while we were all talking about the slap that was heard across the world, somebody was throwing shots. I'm not sure where this person stands, if he's upset that the black women are or prominent black women are marrying white men. I don't know if that's where his stance is. He didn't say that. He didn't put an opinion to it, or if he's capping for that. I don't know. So it says here, 2 of the most powerful positions in the United States government will soon be held for the first time by a black woman, Kamala Harris, who she's a woman of color. She's not the fundamental black American woman. Yes. And this Brown Jackson. Harris, as we all know, is the Vice President of the United States, and Brown Jackson could soon become the Supreme Court justice. But Harris and Brown also share a personal attribute. I didn't know that marrying white men was an attribute, as if that was a goal. But to some people it is. So they both share a personal attribute that is equally noteworthy, and each of them have white husbands. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual black women either don't marry or don't marry black men with whom they are not especially well matched. How? If he's married to a black woman, how is he saying that other black men and other black women are not well matched? Could not be. They could be not well matched financially, spiritually. What are you talking about, sir? And these mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. We have the resident couple, the Freshes in here, the Browns in here. Okay, they are our resident married couple, and they look pretty successful to me. Is what they show us, but their energy shows that they are successful. And what marriage or what relationship is not without blemish? What relationship doesn't have its issues? I'll wait. The first thing smoking, you're gonna go ahead and go marry yourself a white man because what? You got your leg up for that? You're moving in places now. You can get to the culture club and the country club and all that other club, the KKK clubs. And these mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, Black women are the only demographic to have higher divorce rate than the marriage rate. I don't know where he got his statistics from. That's right. And Sweet Tea and Maine, the other married couple. I don't know where he got his statistics from. I'm not sure if he was looking at 1960s. 1980s, I don't know. But he's saying that Black women are more higher in the divorce rate than any other ethnic culture. Really? And that rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or don't marry Black men who are equally, especially well matched. What? Oh, well, we're not going to do that on here, Maine. That's not the platform for that. So if there's any issues and stuff like that, this is my issue. That these are the things that are grinding our nerves. These are still topics that are still being presented to us. It's being written in a public publication in a newspaper that, I mean, everybody reads pretty much, especially New Yorkers. So, while we don't want to say, oh, there shouldn't be a black or white thing, it's still going on. And it still will probably keep happening. Pamela's in the building. Is my beauty queen here? My beauty queen is here. Okay. Let's keep it light and fresh, y'all, because we got our own situation going out there. We got an enemy out there that wants to keep keeping us down. So it's not the time to be turning up on any one of us, because as I said earlier, we are our own worst enemies sometimes. We embrace the foolishness. We embrace the whole, I would love for him to come to the cookout in the backyard, picnics and all this other. Do y'all know what the picnic is? Picnic is when they were going to pick a nigga and do games, shoot at the nigga, pick a ninny. You can go ahead and have a picnic if you want to. That's coming from there. That's what they like to do. Oh, and barbecues? Barbecues was roasting the ancestors up on trees. And they would all come out and celebrate that. So you want Tad to come to your barbecue? Stop playing. Oh, because he knows how to do the Roger Rabbit and the Cabbage Patch? Stop it. Karaoke's in the building. Salute, salute. That's Sweet Tea. She's so pretty. She is beautiful. That's right. We gotta celebrate our women. Stop the nonsense. These and most of everybody in here is melanated to some hue, some lighter than others. But we're on the same accord here. We're not saying we're going to go outside and because out there is right. No, we have our own stories and situations that we need to fix before we can go outside and look at somebody else's grass and be like, oh, that looks good. Same thing with this whole notion of let's go over to Africa. Some of us want to run out there to Africa as that's the saving grace. You might get robbed. You might be living in a hut. You're not going to get as far as you would here in America. And yes, I am clouting for America because I've had opportunities here. We all have opportunities. It all depends on how you apply yourself. We know systematically, though, certain groups are more suppressed than others. But that's what it is. Okay. Somebody's living Grizzly Adam. Thank you. I'm going to mess your name up. Manzanito. He's a recently new subscriber. Thank you. So we're discussing this New York Post. Also, I loosely wanted to talk about Will and Jada. I don't really have too much to say other than, that thing for me, it seems staged, it seemed fake. But if we're going to be talking about melanated people, it was said that he's protecting his woman. He's protecting his life. I didn't see that she was in danger. And if I did, let me know. Thank you, man. Representing my peoples. That's right. Representing the Tainos, the Arawaks, the Maroons. That's the problem. Some of us don't know who we are. So we're falling for the tailpipe all the time, the banana in the tailpipe. We're falling for it. My beautiful beauty queen is in the building. It just behooves me that, again, there's no other conversation or anything written in public in a public publication saying that white men should go ahead and consider marrying, Asian women, or Mexican men should think about marrying white women because they might get a green card. To each his own. Like I said, I'm not here to bash anybody that is in, racial, if they're dating outside of their, nationality. I'm not here for that. I'm just saying that this is a problem that we still have. Obviously, it's still relevant that somebody has to write. Maybe Black women should consider marrying white men, because why? That would get them a leg up. I don't know where this person, his agenda was for writing this. I don't know what his motivation was, whether is he mad that, these Black women, well, excluding Kamala Harris, because she's a woman of color. But like I said, she's not the fundamental Black American. Is he upset because they are marrying white men? Or is he playing devil's advocate? I don't know where this man's agenda was for writing this. But clearly he is working, through these agendas. Yeah, this person is working for, the media. And so, there's definitely going to be this devil's advocate in the article here. Yeah, Fresh brought up a point here with Will. So yeah, I mean, definitely they're going to make an example out of him. He's got all his endorsements lost. Yeah, because over the disrespect of his wife. And I'm like, I didn't find it disrespectful. I found it that it's two people that know each other, or three people that know each other. It was more like an inside joke. Then somebody's like, oh, that's wrong. Why should somebody point out the defect or any disability? She don't have a disability. She's got a medical condition. And when did we learn about this? I don't know. Somebody said some people were saying she mentioned this back in 2018, that she had, alopecia and stuff like that. She never again talked about it. So who's to say? Right. Devil's advocate. Who's to say that this she never brought it up again until now. And allegedly the Oscar awards were funded by Pfizer. And then right after that, they started saying, if you suspect you got alopecia, like, she wore her hair. I mean, she had her hair close shaven. It didn't look like she had any spots. People say if you have alopecia, even people who have alopecia didn't notice any little circular spots, patches in her head. So we don't know. That's what I'm saying. I can't take them on face value because they're actors, actresses, and comedians. Even if he's telling the truth, he puts some laughter, he puts some joke behind it. So you got to read between the lines. But for somebody to get up and smack somebody because they said something about when's the next G.I. Jane coming out, or are you going to be in G.I. Jane 2? Like, come on. But he had this pent up aggression. And so this is why. Thank you, beauty queen. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. She came out with no hair. She always has weaves, and she's always dyeing her hair. If it's not blonde, it's platinum, or it's red, right? But she's dyeing her hair, which means she has to use bleach to take out her natural color hair color, to dye it to the color that she wants to. Bleach, we know, kills the pigment in your hair. It starts to make your hair brittle and fall out. Same thing when you relax your hair, right? For women that, as women, we know that. I was doing that with my daughter's hair because her hair was very kinky, as they would say. But it was very thick for me to, and my hair texture is different. So for me to braid it, it was like, Oh my God. So I would put the little just for me in her hair, but it started to break her hair off. So I had to deep condition and do all that other stuff. Listen, women we go through a lot, especially with our hair and our face. It's all about vanity. We want to look good for ourselves, but we also know that we want to look good for our male counterparts. Let's be very clear about that as well. So, men, they don't really care too much about how they look, but they do definitely want to make sure that their wife looks presentable, that their girl looks good. Especially if they're out and about, how you look reflects me and vice versa. Right. So, yep, Pamela. Mm-hmm. So Breezy says, right, isn't blotchy. Exactly. That's what other people that actually have alopecia was saying, that we don't see that. Well, I wanted to get somebody else's comment in here. Hold on. It's possible that yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Lady Fresh says I honestly believe that he didn't know that she had it. That's what I said. I don't think he knew, but because she had the short haircut, he automatically referenced like G.I. Joe, because she had her G.I. Jane, because she had her hair cut short in the movie. Not Jada, but the other actress. So yeah, I really thought it was all out of fun. It wasn't being disrespectful. He didn't say anything derogatory towards her where it would make Will get up and then smack the taste out of Chris's mouth. That wasn't warranted for it. There should be no reason why that happened. Unless this was staged and set up to, keep the world talking. Meanwhile, Somalia's got bombs and blasting, and there's children who are, and families who don't have anything right now. Their water was contaminated. All right. So there's bigger things than that nonsense that happened, but we still paying attention to it. Just like we're paying attention, or I'm paying attention to this story that came out in the New York Post on April Fool's Day about how, what is it? Why more Black women should consider marrying white men. But listen, it's nothing like the Black love. But again, we got to also know that this is systematic. This is systemic. I did take a course in psychology and sociology in college, so I understand how this society and sociology is set up for us to be at each other's throats, talk sideways to one another. That's why I'm like, well, so what makes you think if you go out there to marry this white person that their family members are not talking sideways about you? Because that happens, and that is very true. Now you got to sit up there and put on this fake smile. You can't even be yourself. Because if you be yourself, then it's, oh, you're aggressive. You are, sister girl. You got an attitude, right? You're the angry Black woman. I got all that. The Asada Shakur. I'm just passionate. And if I have a problem and I have an attitude, it's warranted. Just like any other woman who's got an attitude. She's dealing with a lot. So for a man to sit up there and belittle her, and you don't know what's going on, you need to shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Some of these men are out here very foolish. And you don't understand. This is why these women are going out there finding other people, other men, because she doesn't feel protected. She doesn't feel appreciated. She doesn't feel loved. I'm not giving excuses, but these are some of the qualms that some of these women feel. And this is why they feel like they need to be out there, because these white men love them so much. Listen, I had family members where one was out of work, the other spouse held them down. They were going to school, and they had got let go from their job, but the other spouse kicked in, vice versa. And these are melanated people, very successful. I have another family member that's out in California, same thing. So I don't know where this notion of, we need to marry white people to get our leg up, because I know I live in family members that they're equally yoked. And if one is down, the other one carries the team, and then vice versa. So I don't come from that. I don't see that. But I know that's true. Some men, black men, especially the situation with O.J. Simpson, he said, what? I'm O.J. I'm not black. He didn't want to go fight with Joe Brown during the civil rights because he was too caught up in his little white man's world. They loved him. At least he thought they did. Left his beautiful melanated family for someone that he was like, yo, she's taking my money. She's using the drugs. She's using my money to buy drugs. Thank you, Murray. I appreciate that. Well, is that Father Murray? New subscriber. So yeah, that's a new subscriber that just came through. So peace, salute, thank you so much. I appreciate that. My background is tarot, reading, and I was talking to some brothers yesterday from the UK, and I got on. Shout out to Panero Minds, Surviving Minds. Good to see that he's back up in action. People who are been talking their truths and speaking their truths, they're getting shut down or, shadow banned and stuff like that. I kind of witnessed that 2 weeks ago when I was doing a live. And so, you got to be careful. They going to shut you down if you say something that's incorrect or they feel that it is incorrect, right? So I was on this Instagram platform last night, and once I had said tarot readers, they all was like, so I understand it could be a little intimidating or like, I don't know about this one, right? But when I was speaking to them about this topic, then it all changed. Their facial their facial recognition changed. I can hear that. I could see that they were tuning into what I was saying. They was like, yeah, because tarot is not for everybody, and some people, we still have a stigma about that, saying it's the devil's work. It's bad. It's black magic, so forth and so on. But if y'all are subscribed to me and you've had readings and you've come back a couple of times for that, then obviously you feel that it's resonated with you. And if there's ever been any type of misinformation or you felt like this was black magic, please, let me know for real. But that's not my intention. Like I said, I work with, spirit guides and my archangels, and I have that covenant protecting over me. And all I ask is for them to give me the message to relate back to, the person who's asking for a reading. as true and as clear and as precise as possible. I'm not going to sugarcoat, the message to make it fit for you and put it in your narrative and make it sound good. I'm going to keep it as thorough as I possibly can. And also, if you want a private reading, then, I get more in detailed with you in regards to what the message is about. So with that being said, that is my background. But, today I wanted to come on and just, thank you, Bonnet. I just wanted to come on and, just give you my take, because I do also, have these moments where I want to talk about other things than tarots. But join me on Wednesday if you can, everybody. And I'll be doing all signs. So if you're an Aries, I'm starting off with Aries, because last week I tried to do it and Lotus and I were like the last man standing in the room because the internet was just so choppy. I know we had Eli here early and he was like, I can't hear you. And Brother Rich was there and Maybach. So we were losing connection here. And I guess it wasn't the right timing. We also had solar flares during that time as well. So we've been having a lot of, like I said, celestial energies happening with us. So the solar flares could have been knocking out some internet service. I know my internet was okay, but YouTube service was acting a little wonky. So, I figured let me come on here. Right, Raz Girl was there too. How can I forget my beauty queen? So yeah, it was a little wonky, and I really was trying to get the message out. It was a good reading so far for the first couple of signs that I did, and then it just went crazy. So hopefully this Wednesday it'll be all right. But if you're tuning in right now, I'm just talking about this article that was written in the Post on April 1st. All right, why more Black women should consider marrying white men. And so what is Maine going on about? Oh, thank you, Murray. Thank you. So Lotus could, or I think, so I'll put that in the chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you're feeling this content, definitely, donations are dope. And I appreciate that. So even your time right now is more, I appreciate that, because I got y'all all here. Okay, that's right. Jay, only when I need to be, you know what I'm saying? Only when I need to be, when it's warranted. But I was taught with some class and manners. That's all. So yeah, and that's really all that I wanted to talk about. It was just a little grind in my gears that somebody would actually write this, and it makes Black men look bad. It makes Black women look bad, or the so-called Black woman, so-called Black men. And it makes the world look at us like we're jokes again. Like what? Yeah, we not. Nope, not at all. We're not doing that. But when we need to claim our nationality, you damn right I'm set tripping. Yo soy Taino. Okay. Know what your nationality is. Know who you are. Because they out here playing games. They're using words like Black and white. Crazy. So the article is let me type that in. Fresh. Nope, because I'm busy right now. All right, so this is the New York Post. Just typing it in the comments. And it was dated April 1st, which is April Fool's Day. How you like them apples? Again, the joke is on us, right? Joke is on us. So, exactly, Bonnet. Especially in New York City, we listen. That's why I said I'm proud to be an American, not proud to be the U.S. citizen, but I love where I'm at. New York City is a little crazy right now. It's a little hairy. So yeah, would I love to be somewhere else in the United States? Yeah. But I'm not running. And as far as I'll run, it's probably to Jamaica, because that's my motherland. That's where my mother's mother's mother is from. That's as far as I will probably run. Other than that, I'm not going overseas like that unless I'm going like on vacation, I'm visiting certain places. Other than that, I'm not running. I'm standing 10 toes down here. People that do that, it's this escapism. They have escapism problems. They think the grass is greener on the other side. We know that, this is Babylon. But you got to bang the beast out however you can get around it. Other people. Murray. Yeah, it's a little hairy. It's a little, it's a little strange out here in these streets. Especially Brooklyn and the Bronx. They turning up like nobody's business. It's almost reminiscent of the 1990s again. It's really crazy. There was a little boy who was 14 years old, got jumped by all these other teenage boys out in Brooklyn. I think they got caught up. And then not too long ago, maybe about 3-4 years ago, there was this little boy that made headlines in the Bronx who was bludgeoned to death with a machete by like 7 or 10 other adult men, ages 18 to like 21 or 25, all because of a mistaken identity that one of the guys' sister had said, she wasn't supposed to be dating. And she pulled this kid that she went to the PAL with and said, this is the boy that did this to me. So these guys are looking for this kid that allegedly assaulted their sister. When come to find out, that never happened. And they took a 15-year-old's life, and you could see it on videotape. They're dragging him out of the store, and he's like trying to fend for his life. And they took a machete and they whacked him up. So it's really hairy. It's really scary. It's crazy. I try not to live in fear, but sometimes you can't help it. I have children that travel back and forth on the trains, that have to work and they commute and stuff. And my heart is in my throat every time, but I also have faith in God and source and, my guardians to make sure that, they are protected as best as possible. You got to you got to have faith. So, it's wild and it's wild and reckless. Yeah. Junior. Exactly. Yes. Junior. He was 15 years old, and I believe that it was a Dominican gang, but they were under the impression that this particular young boy, Junior, was the boy who assaulted their little sister. When in actuality, she wasn't supposed to have a boyfriend, and one of the brothers saw her Facebook picture and it was like, oh no, you're not supposed to be with any boys. And then she came up with some cockamamie story that, you know, this kid, not the boyfriend, the junior, that he did something to her. So mistaken identity, wrong place, wrong time, and they really did. I mean, that was hard. It broke my heart. Really, it really made me so sick and sad to my stomach. So, you know, it's just crazy. And that definitely did something to my psyche, to my spiritual. King Ramon's in the building. PYE. Salute. So excuse me. So that definitely was something that, you know, was crazy. He made it to the hospital because he wasn't too far from the hospital when this happened. But they kind of did leave him for dead in the streets, but he made it to the hospital, and then that's where he had died. Crazy. Wow. I got goosebumps just thinking about it. It's just mad. It's just maddening. So rich. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, we're just, you know, I'm topping it up. I might drop the link if y'all want to come on board and discuss this, maybe get a men's perspective. I'm all ears. Or a women's perspective. I'm definitely all ears because, you know, it's crazy. And it is bonkers that we still kind of have these conversations going on, but we have to. So, you know, if anybody is interested, I dropped the link. We're going to keep it to where we're just giving our opinion. We're not going to really talk about too much statistics unless we have quoted sites that we can refer to, because we want to be as very sophisticated and professional as possible so that we don't get I don't get black again. So yeah, there is the link. If anybody's interested to come up and join me and just give their opinion or consensus on this topic, or the Will and Jada situation, you know, because I love to definitely hear other perspectives, especially from men. And y'all know how I feel. If you've been on here long enough, you know how I have my affinity towards the melanated man, the indigenous man, because that's how I grew up. And I understand that there's an agenda and there's a plot to, you know, allegedly, if there is, to, you know, it's been in the COINTELPRO. You know, J. Edgar Hoover said he didn't want the Black Messiah to rise up. It's almost like, what was it, Herod in the Bible? Any firstborn sons, we're going to go kill them. So, I don't think green would look nice. I want to try purple. But yeah, so, right, Murray, you know, so we have to always be on point about certain things, because we have to know that there is certain entities that are targeting other groups of people more than other groups of people. That's what I'm saying. This topic here, this why Black women should consider marrying white men. There's no other publication writing this. There's no other publication writing about why a white man should marry, a Black woman, or why a white man should marry a Korean woman, or why any other ethnicity should marry other. Like, there's no other topics about that. So this is clearly showing me that there is a target. There's an agenda here. So so thank you, Sweet Tea, Kid Murray. All right, fresh salute to you guys for that. For the Cash App, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it is terrible. Bonnet. No doubt. No, listen, I said I will share the link if anybody wants to come up. You don't have to. That's fine. I just wanted to, we can chop it up and talk about, the topic at hand or not. If y'all just want to hear me keep going on, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, brother. Here we go. Mm-mm-mm. Father Murray is trolling. So, yeah, it's fine. But I just wanted to talk about that because it's annoying. It's stupid. You're targeting again. Why? Stop it. What are we doing here? We're going at each other. We already have problems here. Now you're going to make us go back and forth with our man and our woman? We already are doing that. Dr. Umar has a good point. And if anybody knows who Dr. Umar is, some people have an issue because they feel like he's a scammer. He was supposed to build this school 10 years ago, and he's still asking for donations and trying to fix it up. I'm not here for that mess. I am here for when he speaks logically about, statistics with the Black boys and school, and that no one bats an eye when other cultures say, we're going to keep it in the family. If a Hasidic Jew gets married, they're most likely going to marry their cousin and keep it in the family. Same thing with Muslims, right? In certain African tribes as well. They're not going outside of their quote unquote race or ethnicity. They're staying within the guidelines. And we don't have a problem saying that. Or rather, they don't have a problem expressing that. But for us, we want to be all encumbersome and bring it all in. Everybody come on all in. And we're not putting our foot down and saying, we need to keep this in the family. Some people feel, that's racist. How is it racist? You're not saying to the other cultures that that's racist. We don't bat an eye to that because that's their culture. But the problem is we don't have something to stick on, and some of us don't have a leg to stand on. So then it looks weird. It looks, we shouldn't be inclusive. Yes, we should. That's just my take on it. We need to stay inclusive with ourselves until we can really scratch our behinds and get it clean. Because some of us is walking around here with droopy drawers. You're not clean. And you're looking for somebody else to help clean it up. We're not honoring our mothers and our fathers. We're not honoring our husbands and our wives. We're looking for the dream. All right. So be it. That's on you. I'm not in that number. As I said before, it makes me think that you don't love your mama. You came out of a Black womb, but you don't. Whatever. Right? To this day. Who said that? Oh boy. Yes, it is a safe space, but we have our limits. We have our limits. This is what the whole issue with Jada and Will was. It was a little banter, a little gesture, but when certain things cross the line, it can be a problem. He crossed the line and he smacked Chris. That was a different story. But if you're just joking around, in a friendly way, then it's all good. And y'all know where I stand on that. I don't go for all the too much of the trolling and the back and forth with people. I'm not here for that. I really am not. This is a different type of platform. So, and I appreciate you guys. And I keep that space, like Murray said, it's a safe space. We have to hold space here. Some people have to hold a different type of space. Some people are out here on a different agenda. It is what it is. But when you're in attack mode or you're in some type of warfare, we don't really have time to be shucking and jiving. Not to say that we can't have fun moments in our life. Everything is not just this whole, grinding to the pavement, but we have to be very clear. Like a article like this just showed us again that there's this attack. And that just came out a couple of days ago. It's not like it was written in 1960. This happened in 2022. It's crazy. Yes, exactly. Switzerland. I'm claiming Switzerland. Right in the middle. I'm too old for that. I didn't do that in elementary school. If anything, people wanted to be, they wanted to side, or I was the peacemaker between the two. But I wasn't jumping ship to go to one side because this side, these group of friends was better than this. No. It was equal, or I wasn't even messing around with either one of those groups. I'd go and find another friend to go hang out with because I wasn't for the BS. I never was. It doesn't resonate. It's not lifting my spirit up. I had it was 6 girls. And I was the 7th. I was Jesus. And 3 girls were on one different way of being. And the other 3 were like, and sometimes out of the 3, 2 would branch off and be like, buddy. This is during recess time and break time. And, they weren't talking to each other. And I'm like, kind of like in the middle of it, where, I'm trying to bridge them all together. And after a while, I was like, I'm going to find somebody else to go hang out. And we only got 30 minutes out in the playground. So, everyone has a preference. Right. That's where I'm coming from. So it is a preference. And that's what it should have been said. These are preferences. But this article made it seem like this is something that we should strive to do. And this is a attribution and it's like, no, if that's your preference, that's your preference. But some people really feel like the other group of people are so much better, and they have their societies too. We also in the Black community have what we call the bourgeoisie, and there's a documentary out on YouTube by what is his name, Hezekiah News. Brother Rich knows what I'm talking about. He did a documentary about how, the Black, there's a Black group of society that, they do the balls and they do the, having their soirees out in Long Island and stuff like that. So they're emulating what their white counterparts are doing. And they're kind of, looking down at 125th Street. One guy actually was like, "No, I'm reconsidering my train of thought, and I'm reconsidering, the way I live my life and the way people on 125th Street are living. That's not the reality." So he got a chin check in reality. Yeah, I think it's Hezekiah News. I can't remember. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube, and I'll put that in the chat. But because you sent me the what's his name? Hold up. You sent me the Bronx information, right? The Bronx documentary, South Bronx. So hold on. Maybe I have to go into YouTube. I mean Instagram. So yeah, okay. I'm gonna spell it for you. He's kind of like he's a black guy that has all these documentaries, old school, new school. Definitely has about the Bronx and stuff, so y'all can check out news and film. Wait, he has that in there. And where's the and sign? And film. Okay, so this is on YouTube, and you want to check out all his documentaries about that. You can. And this is where I was talking about the bourgeoisie, black people that they were living their life. Yes, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And I went to Catholic school. I went to two Catholics. Actually, I went to 3 Catholic schools. First, from first grade to 5th grade, and then my mom's, we moved to another side of the Bronx, and then I went to Catholic school from 6th grade to 8th grade, and then freshman year of high school, went to all girls Catholic school. But I wasn't, my grades were those Catholic schools do not play. If your grades are not up to par, they will either suggest you go to summer school, or they will leave you back, or they will kick you out. So it was wild. Yeah, right, Rich? It was crazy. But I was looking at stuff about Chicago, and it kind of looked the same way. Like I was watching the Yummy Sandiford story, where Yummy Sandiford was executed. He was 12 years old. This happened in 1996, 94, somewhere in that era. And apparently he had, how it went was that he was shooting out around the block, and their neighborhoods looked like my grandmother's neighborhood. Like it was in homes, nice tree lined block. And there wasn't like the projects like Cabrini or anything like that. It was like in nice tree lined homes. And this young boy, apparently he was kind of in and out of shelters or something to that effect. Yes. And Natasha, because she just had, I think it was her birthday or something like that. Yeah, just like, okay, 95. Thank you, Rich. So he supposedly, they said he had like this rap sheet of an adult. He was like 9 years old and was getting all in and out of jail and all kinds of juvenile stuff. That I kind of find hard to believe. I'm like, 9 years old and he's racking up like that. But so he was out one day, and apparently he had a gun and shot another young teenage girl. And in retaliation, and allegedly he was affiliated with a gang group, and they supposedly sent out 2 young boys to basically silence him, because it wasn't looking good that somebody from that group shot an innocent bystander. And so these two brothers are doing time. They are brothers, real brothers, and they are melanated. They're still doing time. They're still in jail. And, you know, so I was looking at that footage and I'm like, wow, that looks like New York. Like some areas of Chicago are resemblance to New York City. It's crazy. Right, exactly, fresh. Yep, I'm in that 9%. So thank you, Raz girl. So yeah, you know, so I was meaning to say that yeah, there's similarities, especially like in the Bronx and certain parts of Westchester County in New York. They look similar to how Chicago was looking. So I was like, wow, it's bananas. But you know, so we have those type of issues still going on. You know, those things are not changing anytime soon. So you know, that's why I said yeah. While yes, like Fresh said, there's, you know, there are preferences. I have a preference, and it would be colorism as well. Was that, you know, I don't really care for too much light skinned because I'm light skinned, and my great grandmother, who's Jamaican, and her husband, who also is from Jamaica, they she was very fair skinned as well, and she had said, you know, she didn't want anybody, she didn't want her children coming out light. She wanted her children, you know, she married the darkest person she could get a hold of. This is what was told to me by her daughters, my grandmother and my aunt, that's what their mother was like. So it was a preference, but she was already like something like a Bob Marley, where there was like some family, you know, Caucasian, white, you know, tampering, whether it was consensual or not. And so, you know, Bob Marley has that same kind of issue as well, where he was like, you know, he discussed and was disdained of his father being, I think, German. So, you know, this is what happens when you have the children who come out like that. You know, because I would say, and I broke this down to my mother, that, and I could be wrong, but I said that children who are raised by a Black mother, they're going to take on, because mothers are the first teachers, regardless if it's a Hispanic mother, Black mother, you know, a white mother, you know, German, Italian, Irish. It's mother is the first teacher, right? So if the child is being reared by a Black mother, the child is going to be raised up in that society, in that lifestyle, right? And even if there's a dual, even if, like, for instance, my father is Puerto Rican, my biological father is Cuban. So though I grew up like with both, it was my mother's side that really reared me and groomed me and raised me. So I feel that, you know, for me, I saw, you know, all these melanated men that were, you know, working and took care of their household, took care of their children. So for me, I didn't see anything else. I also saw my father doing the same thing, working, taking care of his children, having fun with his children, his family, going out, taking them, you know, to picnics and not picnics, you know, like to the beach and stuff like that. We were going on outings. And so for me, I didn't see anything. My preference wasn't like, okay, you know, well, I'm going to go now look for a white man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but society shows that to us, right? Because a lot of girls back in the days, I mean, even my mother's generation, they were loving on some Beatles, you know, and it didn't come till later on in the 70s with Black exploitation that we actually saw, you know, these strong Black men, but some of them were being portrayed as pimps and hustlers. So there was very far and few of a Black man that was really about his business with his family and working and stuff like that. So, it didn't happen until later on in the 80s where that's where we got that with the Bill Cosby, and we had, Family Matter, and we had Good Times, right, in the 70s. We had the Jeffersons. So they showed us what, even and the Jeffersons and and what's happening, Good Time showed us that regardless of them, I think they were in Chicago as well. While they were struggling as a Black family, Estelle never went out and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get me a white man." You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my biological father, the sperm donor. So who I met, he left us. He left me and my mom. But they had their issues, so he tried to like reconnect and just try to connect, I guess. I don't know, but my father who raised me was like, I don't know who and what he is and what's trying to happen over here, but you got a father. So salute to any man that takes on another woman's child that is not his own, and he raises that child as if that is his own flesh and blood. Salute to him. So history repeated itself with me. Same thing with me. I was 15 years old and I was dating the sperm donor. We were dating we were together for a couple of months, and 5 months. And as soon as we went on our first little date, boom, got pregnant. From White Man Can't Jump. We went to the movies to go see White Man Can't Jump. And yeah, man. So, when I was like, listen, I am keeping the baby, because I didn't know what to do. I was 15. I was scared to tell anybody. I didn't know what direction to go. And he was definitely shook. He's like, listen, I'm 15 too. Like, what the hell? Like, I can't do this. So, he bailed out. And that was that. And he never tried to connect and make things happen with him and his daughter. As much as I try to, make that happen, and wanting to make my little family work, it didn't happen. And so, yeah, he was definitely looking crazy. Wesley Pipes. So, he went about his business. I went about mine. His mom, unfortunately for her, she had to pay child support because he was a minor. And New York City courts, in order for me to get some type of assistance, government assistance, aka welfare, they said, you got to take him to court. And I'm like, I don't even want to see him. They're like, you got to take him to court. And I'm like, oh, God. So because he wasn't working and he was a minor, his mother had to pay, and it was like $25 a month. What was that doing? So, it is what it is. And, he kept it moving. And a couple of years later, I met a man who, saw me with my daughter and was like, yo, I see you doing the damn thing, and you like Pac. We were dating, and 3 years later, we got married. And we've since had 2 children together, and he has a child outside of our marriage. I have a child outside of our marriage. So what I'm saying is, kudos. Who he is a melanated man, and as dark as Tupac is. So my preference is, chocolate. You know what I'm saying? That's my preference. I don't really care for the light-skinned, but y'all cute. Y'all cute. But that's just my preference. That's what I saw in my household. So that's my preference. Okay, Lady Fresh. The eyes. I see you. So yeah. That's a rarity, but there are, look at Claudine, that movie Claudine with James Earl Jones and what was her name? I forgot what the main actress's name is, but she had a whole heap of kids, and he took those kids in. It was driving him crazy, but he took those kids in. So this is what we do. We come together. Okay, Fresh. I know you do, Lady Fresh. Diane Carroll. Thank you. That's right. Beautiful woman. Oof. She's beautiful. Fresh is silly. Shout out to the chocolates in the building. So she he took her in, and he took care of those children. And they moved out of their little apartment. So Lady Lotus says, hold on. Oh, so not. Oh, Raz girl. That's all right. Listen, that's a beautiful story and a beautiful testimony. Claudine was the reason I became a social worker. Mm-hmm. My husband loves that movie. I never really saw it in its entirety. Excuse me. Mahogany is my movie. Mahogany and Lady Sings the Blues. They're kind of like the same story, but she went and married a white man. Lady Fresh. This is our resident couple, our resident married folk in the building, the Freshes, the Browns. Show that black love up in here. Show it, show it, show it, show it. Because that's, you know what I'm saying? They know this. We got this. We look at the Mammy movies. What was that? Oh my gosh. Any 1930 something, with the black maids and mammies, right? They always love the children, they love the family, right? We're all loving and we love everybody, but we don't get that type of love back. It's this conditional love. It's not unconditional, but we give unconditional love to people. It's in our nature. It's instinctual. It's innate that we give this love to others, but it doesn't get reciprocated back that way. That's what it was. It was the wardrobe, Grass Girl. Mm-hmm. That's why I liked it. And I got my brim hats and stuff, and my mom's dressed like that too. So yeah, I was in love with my parents, man. Ugh, I was in love with my parents. They were my first loves. And I wanted to have any relationship emulated like that. And they weren't like they weren't like romantically, but they slobbered all over each other, grabbing ass and that kind of slapping ass and, hugging each other and kissing each other here and there and stuff. But like they hung out, they were best friends. And that's what I was like, ooh, that's, subconsciously, that's like what I wanted. And I got that. And coincidentally, my father, who's a Pisces, my husband is also a Pisces. So, when I say I have this aversion and affinity for my Pisces folk, that's what it is. My grandfather was a Pisces, and they love big and they love hard and they are about family, but they also have little issues. So in my father, and it just so happens that my daughter, my youngest daughter, is a day before my husband. So that they were meant to be, he was meant to be for better or for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health. That's what it is. Did we not have our issues? Hell yeah. It's 25 years married and 28 years together. Sure enough, we had our issues. We still have it. Like, would you take out the garbage because you're pissing me off? Why can't you do woman's work? I'm always doing woman's work. So the grass ain't greener on the other side. It just is what it is. You know, and I think that's why Will and Jada are together for so long, because nobody really is going to be messing around with Jada. Who else is going to mess around with Jada? Like, who else could be a counterpart for her? Will could probably get like different women, but like Jada, like where is she going to go? And she knows this. Some people speculate that they got a prenup, and this is why they're not going anywhere. Or not a prenup, but a prenup would mean they're not getting anything. So she's just sticking around for the long haul. Whatever, wife. Right? Let me scroll up and see what other comments we have. But yeah, so sometimes we just it's okay, man. Yeah, I always like, you know, I'm always in and out of social media sometimes, and I don't really get on YouTube sometimes. Right. So yeah, we have this ooh, Maine said last reading. Wow. Okay. It was scary and accurate. Spooky good, as Brother Rich says. I'll just try to bring the message, and whatever the message is, you know, if it resonates, it does. Sometimes it'll come later on, where it's not going to make sense right now. But a couple of days or maybe a month or two later, you're like, oh, snap. What Foxy was saying is like right on. You know, so that's my mission. I believe now this is what, you know, God and Allah and all the good stuff want me to be. My purpose in life is to do this type of missionary work, where I'm just giving the message to people, you know, more of an intimate situation or setting. And, you know, and that's it. It's a humble job. It's a humble responsibility. But it's nonetheless, it's my responsibility. And that's what that's what I'm supposed to be doing. And that's what I'm supposed to be doing. So, you know, that's shit. And if you have somebody that supports these kind of things, or supports whatever dream or aspiration or whatever you have going on in life, then, you know, big up to them, you know, because like I said before, I have an aunt and uncle. I have both family members, both sides of the coast, West and East Coast, where, you know, I had family members that, you know, if one was down and out of work and somebody was going to school, the other partner was picking up that slack and, you know, paying the bills and working overtime, or maybe working 2 jobs to keep the family afloat. But they did what they had to do. They weren't looking outside the box and somebody else to help them out, unless it's family. That's what it is. Lotus is on it with the Pisces. I didn't want to bring up Pisces, but you know, I can speak about it, because this is like, they are just so. And then me and my son are Taurus. Well, he's a Taurus sun and I'm a Taurus moon sign. Then I'm a Cancer sun. So all this stubbornness starts to take place between me and my son, and he is me in boy version. Like he's just definitely my attitude, my way of thinking. It's like, it's definitely like me in a sense. So Jada cannot have Chris Brown here already. Yeah, she would. For her, it would be somebody younger, because I couldn't see a male her age or in our age group that would take her on. She goes down to the younger, you know, and she felt like she was helping him out and all this other stuff, and it gave her a feeling of sense. I don't know how she was looking at it. But do we have our problems? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Lady Fresh. We do. We have our own issues, and that's what I'm trying to say. Because we have this, I don't know, it's escapism. Some people just feel like they need to go out there and look for love in all the, not, I won't say all the wrong places, but some do look in all the wrong places. But they're just looking for something else because they're not satisfied with what they have, or they're not satisfied with themselves. They're not happy with themselves. That if that's the case, then I don't know what to tell you. As Brother Malcolm said to us, who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate those full lips and that broad nose? Who taught you that? Bonnet says, so, and then here's the other thing. So, so sometimes we're like, oh, this person has, with the Zesty Samuels type people who are like, oh, you're at a certain age and, you're out of the dating realm and things like that, or you have enough kids and things and you're not going to make it. Listen, sometimes, now, if you take care of those children, then it doesn't matter about the baby mamas. Some people will be like, oh, damn, you got 3 baby mamas. It is what it is. You should be questioning if that person's taking care of their children, because then you'll know how they are. If they're not taking care of their responsibility and they don't love up on their mother and take care of their family, then there's a problem. Especially when you're older. See, for me, when I was dating the 15-year-old, I told y'all this before, there was an entanglement. I liked his best friend, but his best friend wasn't, and my best friend was dating my baby daddy at the time. I didn't steal him. She left us because we were in high school. We were a year ahead of them. And she was, feeling herself and feeling the guys that were out in high school. They're older. And so it left me and her boyfriend, which became my baby daddy, to fend for ourselves. And, we still had a great friendship. We all had a good friendship. And he always looked at me like one of the boys. So it was like, we would kick it where it was more sexual with her because she was like really big boobed. And she had, a dope body for her age. Most of the boys liked her because she had big boobs. And, so it was more of that. And me, I was, I'm a string bean. So nobody's really paying attention to me like that. And, it was more of a friendship. And, we got left to our own devices and one thing led to another. And, he was like, he made a move and I was like, yo, but your girlfriend is my best friend. And he's like, well, she's not paying attention to either one of us. She's not caring. And I didn't want to tell him that she's, talking to other guys. I don't do that. I don't snitch. It's not the snitch network. So I was like, all right. And I eventually did tell her. And then she saw that, I was pregnant and that was it for our relationship. So in the end, I lost everybody. The best friend, his best friend that I wanted to kick it with, he kind of like reclused back, but eventually he started to come around and he was really being a friend and concerned and stuff for me. But I lost them. I lost the baby daddy. I lost my best friend. And, I had to fend for myself. So, but I was a kid. I was 15 and I'm still learning the ropes. But if you come to me now at 40, almost 46 years old, and you don't see, you're not paying attention to what this person is about, there's a problem. There's the problem. Wait, whose shots are being fired? Y'all are hilarious. This is why I love y'all. Mm-hmm. Joshua, okay. Yeah, I know. You saw the screen started to get a little fuzzy. But I'm keeping it, keeping it lightweight. Mothers of Taurus, we bumped heads all the time when I was a kid. Yeah, because water signs are emotional people to begin with, and then Tauruses are emotional, but they're like they're very headstrong and they're emotional, like in not a mean way, but yeah, it's a weird kind of dynamic with the Tauruses. So yeah, definitely be bumping heads. You got to do what you got to do versus relationship. Yep. Regina going to go to. All right, Joshua. Who's Regina? Relationships don't work when they try to base our relationship. Yep. Mm, I appreciate you, Brother Rich. Thank you. And Breezy. Those are my brothers, man. But I'm not taking away from anybody else. I'm just saying, these guys have been on the day ones, and Beauty Queen, Raz Girl, Lady Fresh, My Lotus, Love and Loyalty. Big shout out to Pink Sugar because she's been behind the scenes helping put my name on the map. And she goes to bat. She goes to bat for me. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all and anyone who's on, the right team, and it's all out of love and no malice. Like there's no attention or intention. You know what I'm saying? There's this, we love unconditionally, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? We go, and Big Cat be like, yo, do I have to I'll go to war on somebody for some Foxy Moon, So Rich Rich said one time with the things, and I was like, no, y'all chill out. But that's to let you know that the love is real and the love is there. There's no hidden intentions. There's no one trying to gain something. Listen, I don't have much. Y'all see my platform. I'm not big, balling status like that. I don't want to be. I like this intimacy. I like this community that we have here, because everybody's on some realness. We're all spiritually connected in that way, but we also, what I'm saying, we have this realness with each other. So we're not coming here with the BS and the trolling, and if you don't like what's going on, you don't like what's being said, peace out. I appreciate you for stopping by. I appreciate you. You got to take the good with the bad. Lotus said, oh wow, see, this is what I'm saying. You listen, she's holding down somebody. Miss me with the article that says Black women should be considering marrying white men. For those who are just tuning in, I'm talking about this New York Post. All right, that's been floating around social media. All right, this is what it looks like. Why more Black women should consider marrying white men. All right, and that's the Supreme Court Justice nominee appointee who's being kissed by her white husband. This article, fair use. A fair use disclaimer. I will just read that again so that we can cross our I's and dot our T's. Dot our I's and cross our T's. So copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. So I'm going to read again for those who might have caught the tail end of what I'm talking about, because now I'm going in my little tangent, but it's all wrapped up in the same thing. This person by the name of Ralph Richard Banks, he happens to be a melanated person who's married to a melanated woman. This article came out April 1st, 2022, April Fool's Day. The couple of paragraphs goes like this. To two of the most powerful positions in the United States government will soon be held for the first time by Black woman Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson. I know I'm messing her name up. And let's be also clear about something. Kamala Harris is a woman of color, but she's not the fundamental Black woman of America. Okay. She's of East Indian descent. They are Hindus, and so forth and so on. All right. So we want to make that distinction. Harris, as we all know, is Vice President of the United States, and Brown Jackson could become a Supreme Court justice. But Harris and Brown Jackson also share a personal attribute that is equally noteworthy. It's a personal attribute. Each one is married to a white man, or each has a white husband, excuse me. Rather than partnering with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or marry Black men with whom they are not especially well matched. I will read that again. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or marry Black men with whom they are not especially well matched. And these mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. And in fact, Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than the marriage rate. I don't know where this guy has gotten his statistics from. Again, salute to those who sent a Cash App donation. I appreciate you guys much. The Browns, the Breezies, and Murray. So thank you. But I don't know where he got his statistics from. I'm not sure if this man is voicing his concern that Black women are well-to-do Black women are marrying white men, and if he's bothered by that. So I don't know if that's where he's coming from. He didn't voice his opinion on this article. So, my issue is that there's no other articles to date that I see that are advertising and advocating for other groups of people marrying, white men should marry Black women, or white men should marry Latino women, or Koreans, or Asians, or anything of that nature. But this article is clearly being targeted towards Black men and women. Fresh breezy. So I'm not sure where he was going with this, and I don't know where he sourced his information. Yep. So therefore, I don't know where he's standing with this, but it's clearly, again, some type of detriment to Blacks males and women, because what it's saying is like, well, should now black women should be looking out for marrying white men. Now, what white men? Is it economically, or what are we doing? Are we doing this for love, or is it about money? Because most of the time, a majority of the time, it's about money that a black woman would then marry a white man, right? It's about social status and clout. It's about, financially being better, right? And then the small percentage is about love, like they really love each other, and they don't see anything else than each other's love, right? So then it leaves this opening for the black man to look around and be like, okay, so where are y'all all going? And you're leaving the black men vulnerable. Some. Because some are with, their melanated counterparts. Ooh, Lotus is in the building. Let me just drive this point, land my plane, and then I will have Lotus come through. And so there's this, again, like I said, there's this vulnerability being taking place now with our black men, and some, but then they like to look outside the box as well. So it's like, well, who's protecting who? Who's looking out for who then? Because while some of these men are out here, having their fetishes for, Caribbean and Latin and South American, and they go to DR to get their freak on and get their freak off. Or they're going to Brazil and they're doing the same, or they're going to Colombia or Mexico and they're getting their freak on. Who's right and who's wrong then? You know what I'm saying? Who's looking out for who? Who's protecting who? If I'm going to go to bat and I'm holding us down, and then you out there doing whatever, that's a slap in my face. That's a Chris Rock and a Will Smith. Yeah. Well, so Lotus, well, what happened, Lotus? Come back. Hey, y'all. Bonnet. Right, freak on and freak off. Yeah, and most of these type of marriages and stuff like that, they are arranged. This ties back into the Will Smith and the Jada, Will and Jada Smiths. That those are type of arranged situations as well. And Brother Malcolm X told us that that those entertainers, performers, and clowns, etc., they're not to be looked at as leaders. We don't look at them as leaders. So these people, you should not be they should not be a role model in regards to relationships. They're just purely here for entertainment. They're here to make you laugh. They're here to make you cry. They're here to make you think. But they are not people that you should really be taking account and saying, you know what, I want my relationship to be like that. Because a lot of people were saying that too. They were, not a lot, but some people were saying, I want that Will Smith and that Jada, he's protecting his woman. Listen, that's not the case. And that's not what you're looking at. What you should be looking at is how your own relationships in your family were. And that's what you want to emulate. How you're, if it was a good relationship. I'm not saying if it was bad, because there's trauma here. We got to deal with trauma. But for the most part, you want to look at what your parents were and emulate that. Like I said, I was in love with my mother and my father. I was in love with their relationship. They were best friends. They were cut buddies, hangout buddies. They worked together. That's how they met. And he took care of his family, took care of his children. So you damn right I want to have that type of relationship, in my life. or a Bill Cosby and, you know, the Cosby Show. You want to have that. That's what you want to strive for. But know that they are just all entertainers at the end of the day. So, you know, was this whole situation with Will and Chris real? I don't think so. But it could look like it is because they are actors and comedians. They make you think that stuff is real. That's their job. So I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It could possibly well be true. But I don't hold these people, you know, I don't hold a torch to them. I don't hold a candle up to them and say, yeah, that's how I want my relationship to be. Nope. Okay, hold on a second. So, yeah, Raz Girl and I did a, we were on Brother Panera's, I was going to say Criminal Minds, Surviving Minds. And we were out there in the UK, not out there literally, but we were in the UK. Oh my God, Jay Savage. So, you know, we kind of like we're the guest co-host. And so the women's perspective. So I love talking. Raz Girl was holding it down. Like we were, and we weren't talking over each other. That's the other thing. Like it was this, there's this respect. That's what I'm saying. In this, my little community here, it's respect. That's right. Yeah, if y'all have something, I wouldn't mind being a co-guest host on there, you know. As long as we're talking about some, you know, stuff, some substantial stuff. You think it was? I mean, most people, listen, in my family, my son, we were debating yesterday. He was like, "Nah, Ma, look," and he's showing me the footage, you know, play by play, and I'm just like, he even watched it, the Oscars, because he was watching clips, but then he actually watched the Oscars and was like, "Ma, nah, that was real," and I'm just like, okay. Salute, Voodoo's in the building. Salute, Emperor. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna bring Lotus up. You know, I dropped the link, guys. So if anybody is interested, you know, y'all can come up. I would love to get a male's perspective, especially on the topic that I was just letting you know about in regards to that article where should you know, should Black women start considering dating or marrying white men because Kamala Harris has a white husband and the Supreme Court justice has a white husband. So definitely, if you guys have a moment to chime in, please. But my Lotus is here. Yay! Are you on? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my Lotus. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing
Can you hear
well.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's an echo going on in the background, though. Oh, I think you know what, because it's on YouTube. So just turn the YouTube down. But yeah, man. Jay Savage is.
Is it still an echo?
Nope. Not anymore. Okay. So
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Chat, if y'all can hear Lotus, please say yes, throw a thumbs up, do something. Because I'm hearing I hear like an echo, like maybe to turn off the YouTube and keep the StreamYards on.
It's let me leave and come back.
Okay. Okay. Yes, okay. Is there any echoes? Hey yo. Fresh, yeah, you know what? You need to. But I think I did a reading with you, or it was a Lady Fresh, about doing something like that. And then Lady Fresh and Raz Girl has their own platform as well, where they talk about these topics and, all kind of thought-provoking topics. And I was privileged enough to be a guest on there as well. And again, there's not this cattiness. There's this respect for each other. We know that we are queens in the queendom. So everybody has a shine. Everybody has a light. Everybody has their time and their moment. And so, that's what I love. I love it. Pink and I had started to do something like that. We did a couple of episodes on her platform, but with our timing, and especially moms, it's hard to be to have a steady kind of show going on when we got a lot of stuff going on in the background. So, but yeah, let me bring Lotus up. What? Queendom. Silly. Okay, let's get Lotus up here. All right, my Lotus.
Is it better now?
Testing. Yep, you're good. No echoes.
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yes, perfect. Loud and clear. So go ahead. The floor is yours. Let's go.
I don't think that is that we have a higher divorce rate than anyone else, because I think other cultures have high divorce rates too, where their marriages are not working, but they would rather stay in a broken marriage and work for material reasons rather than get out and together.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas years ago, even our grandparents and great grandparents, they had issues, but they tried to stick it out.
Mm-hmm.
But the society we living in
Right.
now, a lot of women not willing to stick around. They rather
Mm-hmm.
go out and do what they have to do for their families.
Right. Yeah, and that's the other thing, like you just mentioned, generations, um, where it's they stuck it out thick and thin. Whether grandpa was a Rolling Stone or not, at the end of the day, mom still held grandma still held the household down. But there's this microwave era right now where we need to have things fast and moving. We don't have time and attention for certain things that would require us to make a relationship work. Granted, if it's years and y'all still having issues or whatnot, then yeah, maybe it's time to fold it and pack it up and move on. But if it's something that can be worked out, then it should be worked out. No one relationship is easy, whether you're married or not, and you're in a monogamous relationship. And I'm not going to even touch into the poly relationships, but if you're in it with somebody for the long haul, then you should work it out.
And also, a lot of millennials are not getting married anymore.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They're staying single longer, working on their careers rather than getting married.
Right. Which there's nothing wrong with that. We want to make that clear that that's not a
No, it's
problem.
not.
But they are definitely different
It's just a
from.
change in the times.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, what Jay Savage. So Bonnet says, Jay, what you know about Teterboro? Yeah, exactly. What you know about Teterboro? That's a small little airport in Jersey. So with me reading that news article, what's your take on that? Besides, like you mentioned, in other cultures or other ethnicities, there's divorce rates as well. But do you feel like that's an open attack, or not attack? I don't want to say that, but that it leaves, you know, the men vulnerable in a sense and open to other things coming through? Lotus?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? I asked you. Oh, see, they don't want Lotus and I to get on here. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So I'll just put Lotus, as they say, in the goo. If something, I guess her connection is off, but you know, when I get on, people get on with me. It's like the so maybe it's not a good idea. I don't know, but I would like to have other perspectives. I guess it's not letting us. Clearly, they shutting poor Lotus out. Um, the brown cards out. That's exactly what that is. So, right, exactly. I don't like that because I would like to have peoples come up, but they're like, because when you get peoples coming up, you get a little extra spicy, you get a little saucy. So they're like, do it by yourself. Talk about it to yourself. She sure is. Hey, yo, Bonnet. So, salute to Ant Dog. I don't know why I just felt him, but he's another one that comes through because y'all in that same little cluster, the group. And Ant Dog comes through every once in a while and definitely supports me in a way where, you know, he's giving his time. He's also given donations. He's also done personal readings as well. So, you know, you guys are all fabulous. And, you know, I don't take away from anyone because each one of you individually have a spot in my heart where, you know, everybody has a different relationship with one another. So it's like a mother when the mother says, no, I don't have any favorites, but really you do have a favorite or two, especially if a mom has a lot of kids. She might have a little more favorite, maybe with a little more of the kids than, you know, if it's just one kid, then okay. But, you know, I ain't gonna say got favorites, but there's different relationships with everybody. So, you know. Okay, so let's see, because Lotus is trying to come back. Let's see what's going on. All right, Lotus.
Okay, is that better?
Yes. Just turn it back. Turn the background off.
Okay, how about now?
Testing. Yeah, still hear that echo. Do you have YouTube up as well?
No, I don't have YouTube up.
That's weird. All
They
right.
say we talk too much.
Exactly. All right. So what else? What else you got going on with this whole situation? Will Smith too. What's your take on that?
I think we have to be mindful when saying things. Just like I was saying, when we was growing up, we was taught sticks and stones may break our bones, but words will never hurt. But in actuality, words do hurt. So we have to be mindful of the things that we say to people and when we say them and the environment that we saying it in. I don't condone violence, but I'm not saying that if I was in the same situation, I wouldn't react the same way, especially if I have someone in my life that's suffering from that issue and
Mm-hmm.
I've seen them crying and how much it's hurt them. And then for you to make a joke about it.
Right.
And we also have to think about everybody wasn't raised the same and everybody doesn't have the same reaction. So
Mm-hmm.
we have to be mindful when we saying and doing things because you never know what can make a person react the way that they react. You can't tell somebody how to react.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why social media can sometimes be a curse while it is a blessing, because it gives people this platform where they feel like they could say certain things, and they don't know that what they're saying could trigger a person that's on the receiving end. They don't know that that could trigger this person into, some type of downfall. So yeah, you're right, absolutely right. We need to be mindful and we need to be careful about what we say to people, how we say it, because you don't know where. Like we talked about this on the last live, you don't know where this person's mind frame is coming from.
You don't know what kind of day somebody having. You don't know what kind of drugs people be on. It's a lot of factors in the way people behave and react to certain situations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right. Case in point, Will Smith. You know, he's Chris Rock said, something about GI Joe, GI Jane. Jada didn't like it, and she gave him the cue, and Will Smith took it upon himself to rectify.
Yeah, especially in those situations, we have to be careful. People sensitive about their wives and their children. You got to keep people wives and their children names out your mouth in the jokes.
Right.
Everybody ain't with that. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that's the reality of it.
Right.
Especially when we don't see a lot of men protecting our females, our black women.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do protect, it's always a negative connotation behind it.
Right. And Pamela just brought up a good point. Comedians as hosts, is a chance that you take, right? Because you could get roasted, and I think
Yeah.
that's what was happening. I don't think that Chris Rock meant anything wrong by saying that. That's his thing. He roasts people. He cracks jokes on people. Remember back in the days, we used to have your mama jokes.
Hmm.
Some people would get a little pissed off about it, but for the most part, we was always saying your mama this, your mama that, and that was it. Society's gotten so sensitive and simp like that everything is sensitive now. There's no, you don't got this shell anymore. You're so broken down and so not resilient to somebody cracking a joke.
Yeah,
But
that's comedy is supposed to stretch the envelope. Comedy makes you uncomfortable. If it doesn't make you uncomfortable, then it's not funny.
mm-hmm.
And I think that if you're gonna go to a comedy show or be in a situation like that, if you're not gonna be comfortable with the jokes, then you don't need to be there.
Basically. So Voodoo has said most black women are saying he did the right thing. I heard that. I heard that. This is why it's so much violence in the community and toxicity.
I think that it's not black women are not saying that it's okay to be violent, but they are saying that it's okay that he stuck up for his woman. Now, how he stuck up for his woman, that's where the problem came in at, because he slapped him.
Right.
It could have been handled a different way, and it could have been handled at a different time. That wasn't the time and there wasn't a place for that kind of
Mhm.
reaction.
Not at all. Yep. Or he could have did like this, signal to him like, cut it out, cut it out. That's it. And I'm sure Chris Rock would have been like, all right, man. And then the fact that he did this in the quote unquote white person's arena, you're showing what now? Because you didn't slap your fellow brother, whether he's related or not. But y'all all hang out in the same circles and stuff. So what message are you sending Will Smith that now you've slapped another black man in this arena where it's mostly white people?
And then it's probably also a factor in that he was under a lot of pressure, but we have to also remember that he's been taunted for the past year
Mm-hmm.
about his wife and things going on in their marriage. So he probably was already upset. His reaction, he probably acted on emotion. He didn't think before he
Mm-hmm.
reacted. He just reacted. And we all are guilty of doing that at times. We all react instead of stopping and thinking about the
Mm-hmm.
consequences before we have a reaction.
Right, right. So it's possible then it was for real, and like you said, he acted on emotion. Chris Rock's brother. So it seems like it's the comedians against the actors, because all the comedians are in an uproar with Will Smith. And there are one comedian, I forgot her name, white girl, Chelsea. I don't remember what her name is, but she said that she's traumatized by that. And I'm like, give me a break. Wanda Sykes was upset about that. Chris Rock's brother just did a show a couple of nights ago and said, listen, this ain't the Oscars. Somebody stepped to me. I'm swinging. So, this makes me think like maybe then this is real. Maybe this really happened. Maybe, this man is a ticking time bomb because he's tired of this chick over here, because he basically went off of her gesture. She rolled her eyes, and then the next thing, the camera pans away from them, and then he's walking up the stage. So,
Mm-hmm.
she probably sent the cue for him, and then he just took it upon himself.
But and then another thing, this type of stuff, this is not the first time that this has happened. People show out at the awards all the time. People show out at BET, but because of the kind of award show that it was,
Right.
that's why everybody's having a problem with it.
Exactly.
And people have to also understand they don't know what their reaction would be if they was in his shoes.
Mm-hmm.
We always try to point the finger at what this person did wrong and what that person did wrong. Yeah, he might have did wrong, but can you honestly say that you wouldn't have the same reaction if you saw the hurt on your wife or your boyfriend's face after somebody made a joke? That doesn't condone him. That doesn't say what he did was right. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, what would your reaction be? You have to put yourself in the other person's shoes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Lady Fresh says, yeah, Tony Rock said it's on site. And naturally and rightfully so. That's what made me start second guessing, like, if Tony's coming out and that's his brother. So he's like, yo, if I gotta play Pac every day, he's like, it's Pac every time I come out here. Then it makes me believe that his brother was really actually assaulted on
But
something
then,
that was really just minor.
but now we're playing the high school, kindergarten, middle school thing where, okay, tick for tack.
Yeah.
So how many people got to get slapped from one slap?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So you gonna slap him every time you see him, and what's that gonna do? What is that saying?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's crazy.
It is crazy, and it's just a whole lot of chaos to distract you from what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he got slapped. That was a week ago. That should be the end of it. Yeah, I know he hurt. His feelings hurt because he was on stage in front of a whole lot of people. But why are we still talking about having a reaction and you going to beat him up every time you see him?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't your brother slap him back?
Right.
when he
But
slapped him.
see, yeah, but Chris did the bigger man thing. He held his composure.
I'm not saying I would have been able to, because you slap me, I'm gonna slap you back. I
A
don't
lot
care
of
where
people,
we at.
yeah, a lot of people said the same thing. They felt like you. Like I would have, but see, then that's what makes me think. So if we're studying body language, that makes me think that it was kind of staged because he kind of bent in as Will was walking up. Will was smiling. If you check the footage, he's smiling walking up there. So it was all laughs and kiki when all this was going down, except when he sat back down and said, "Keep my wife's name out your effing mouth." That's when everything was hush hush. But even as Will was walking back from the slap, he's got this little grin and smirk on his face. So I was
Cause
like, this,
I think because he was surprised, he wasn't expecting it. He might have thought he was coming. I wouldn't have thought he was coming up there to give me a hug, but I'm assuming he thought that he was coming to give him a hug or a handshake or something like that. So he wasn't expecting for him to slap him, because that's not in Will Smith's normal behavior to act out like that.
right.
But like I said, you never know how people react when they put in certain situations. Whether you the nicest person in the world, I'm the nicest person in the world, but if you walk up and slap me, you best believe you gonna get slapped back. It ain't gonna be no tomorrow. No, you gonna get slapped back on spot.
Okay. Lotus said, all right. So where's Jay Savage? Because Jay Savage said that I'm being sophisticated, but I'm ratchet. Lotus just brought that out. She brought it out. Like, listen, I'm the quietest person in here, but don't test my gangster. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what that was. So yeah, and you're right. Will Smith has been tested. His manhood has been tested in front of the world to see for the past couple of years. Even 20 years ago when Jada started, when they got married, and Jada was talking about how, she thought Will Smith was a clown. So from Jump Street, she's already had this notion about. We all know he's no Tupac. That's another thing.
Yeah,
He's living under Tupac's shadow because that woman is still hung up.
in love with Tupac.
Oh yeah, I am too. I
I
don't
think
let
we
I
all
don't,
are.
right. I don't blame Jada for that at all. However, you have projected that on your family to where your daughter, when she was 5 years old, wrote a little letter that said, "I wish Tupac was my father." All right. That's a little extreme and detrimental. And so she's
Yeah.
played devil's advocate in her family and in her relationship for a very long time.
And those kind of things, that it adds up. People can only
Mhm.
take but so much.
Right. Look what Jay said. Silly. Will was feeling good that night. He probably the finest booger sugar.
I
Mm.
think so too. But that's why I say you don't know. All we when they go to these award ceremonies, even not just African Americans, but these people at these award ceremonies, period. Doctors, nurses, politicians. These people, sometimes these people be high. So
Mm-hmm.
you don't know how a high person is going to react.
Mm.
It's a lot of times the people doing surgery on us, our
Yes.
doctors, they high,
Oof. Talk about it. Allegedly.
allegedly. Pilots, allegedly. Some of them be high. And we see this in the news all the time. And intoxicated,
Right.
allegedly.
Yep.
So you never know when you walking up on somebody else, somebody who you talking to, you never know what kind of influence they under.
Mm-hmm. Voodoo had mentioned a point here too when he got his acceptance award. When Will Smith got his acceptance award, I guess he was overcome with emotion, and he started to cry. He did apologize to Chris, but I don't know. This just It shouldn't have happened. And, but like you said, you don't know. Now, if he was under the influence or just having a stressful moment because, the limelight was on him and his wife, it sent a trigger. I don't know. Me personally, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would have gotten out of my seat, though, for something that was like she wasn't threatened. It was a joke that might have seemed offensive, but maybe he didn't know that she had alopecia. I didn't know this.
He might not have known. I guess when he looked over, because he didn't react first, when he looked over and he saw the facial expression that she made, that's when he got up and had a reaction.
Right.
But you don't know. He could have. That could click.
Yeah.
That could have clicked something in his mind. It could have took him back to when he saw her upset and crying. If in fact she does have alopecia, because I don't know if she has it or not.
Right.
But he could have clicked back to when he seen her crying and hurting, because it's something that she can't help. It's a disease that she can't help. And there's
Right.
nothing that she can do about it, and there's nothing that he can do about it but console her.
Mm-hmm. So Lady Fresh, I stand corrected because she said Will didn't apologize until 2 days later. And he apologized to the WHYTE Academy. So yeah, that wasn't, and then he went on to post that in his Instagram, I think, too. Like, he's all this apology. Then he goes on to the red table with his wife and they talk about this. So, that just should be behind the scenes. Like, we shouldn't have privy to know all this. Then there should be a written statement that said, yes, we've taken care of this, or, we're working on it. That's it. Not a long thesis about how you apologize. And then now you're going on the red talk, table talk, and you're disclosing all this again. Like, stop it. I think she definitely has some kind of problem.
Because he has to clean up his image now.
Right.
Which he's already lost endorsements, so.
Big time. But he'll get that back.
Yeah, he will.
They have to make an example out of him and tap him on the wrist and be like, listen, that wasn't acceptable.
And
but
we always have, and it seems like we're always the ones who they make an example out of. What I find crazy is how all these actors and actresses and comedians were saying they were offended when was it one of the Baldwins? The lady got killed on the set of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Why was no one appalled about that?
Right.
A lady lost her life, and we're not talking about that anymore.
But white stream media wasn't really pumping it the way they are pumping this Will Smith thing. And almost everybody on YouTube or any type of social media is definitely talking about Will. But yeah, that Baldwin, he said he didn't even know if the gun was loaded because he's not in charge of the props, and shot her. So that was white on white crime.
But no one was appalled about that. An innocent lady lost her innocent life.
Right.
In comparison to, which neither one is right, but in comparison to somebody that got slapped.
Right.
So you more heard about somebody getting slapped than somebody losing a life? A family that's lost their family member? Children who don't have a mother now? That's why I say society is messed up. And our priorities are messed up. Or when we should and shouldn't be appalled and disgusted about the things that are going on.
So Jay didn't know that Willow, so Will Smith's daughter, wrote this little letter about like Fresh Breezy said, she wrote this letter saying that she wished Tupac was her father because she didn't want her mommy sad anymore. So, right, Voodoo. So, that's what I'm saying. She has been detrimental to her family and to her children. Listen, hey, that's your love and you lost him, and okay, you're grieving, but now you have a family, you have children. You're going to have to put on this brave face and keep it pushing.
And that's why I say people stand in these toxic marriages. If your child is feeling that way at 5 years old, obviously there's a problem going on. And there has been it's an extended problem. This is just not a problem that happened out the blue. This is something that's been going on. But they're still staying in the marriage that's unhealthy for their children. Just look at Will and Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
And the effects that it's having on them.
Exactly. And now with this latest situation with the entanglement, this is your son's friend. You can be his auntie or his mama. And she's saying, oh, I just wanted to help him and, fix him up. He's not a puppy. He was going through his own issues. And I think his mother passed away or something. He was dealing with some type of grief on top of all that. And then she kind of took advantage in a sense. And I'm not going to say he didn't know any better, but I think he was like 20 years old or 21 when that happened. Let's be for real. Guys are not mature enough. Women age 7, we have a 7-year advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Our maturity level is way higher than them at that age.
Yeah, guy doesn't hit maturity until they turn 21.
Or even 25.
Sometimes 30, 40.
Let's be for real. 60. My father is 65, acting up. Mm-hmm.
So we have to remember these things.
Yeah, they did. Pamela says that they raised their children to be outspoken. They did the best that they could. I don't want to be judgy about their parenting and stuff like that, but some stuff has really been detrimental to them, where one child is dabbling with men and women. One child has kind of lost their mind and got into drugs. They don't know, they're on some, free love and all this other stuff too. So, but they have been outspoken, and they're in that type of fishbowl where the world is looking at them. Mm-hmm. So we're going to cast some type of judgment or some type of opinion because they are in the limelight.
Yeah, that's true. Because to be honest, situations like this happen all the time in everyday life. But because they're in the limelight, that's why it's being focused on.
Exactly.
And also the children, the behaviors that they're displaying, some of them are coping mechanisms. Because remember, Willow was cutting herself.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when our parents aren't healed and they're moving out of hurt, right, they typically raise us the same way. They don't know how. They do the best that they can with the resources and the skills that they have. So that's why I say when you know better, you do better. That's why we have to break these cycles.
Jay says teachable moments are key in a child's development. The belt is a great instructor too. It sure wasn't my upbringing. That my father, like I spoke to my moms about this a couple of days ago, and my mom was both parents they disciplined me, but my father was the one that did the physical stuff. My moms would get the belt every once in a while, but I was just like, Mom, this belt ain't working. But my father, he got the belt, the bat, the slippers, whatever he could find, and tore my little butt up. And then I would be on punishment. So yeah, that kind of whipped me into shape a little bit. I still was acting up, but now it's being said that that can cause some trauma for children, and I get it, yes, but we gotta have some type of firm grip on our kids, because they're our kids. So we gotta, however way we can get them to act accordingly, so be it. Taking cigarette butts and burning them, that's not the way to go.
Yeah.
If you need to tell them, so be it.
Yeah, I think it's different. Each child is different. So the way to discipline each child may be different.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we have to move accordingly. Because I know I got my butt tore up when I was little.
Right.
But
right. But then I was acting up. So it's warranted. You're going to get a spanking if you know. One time, I tell you this story. One time, it was, I don't know if it was close to my birthday, but my dad was supposed to buy me a bicycle. One of the bicycles with the banana seats and with the basket and everything. So my mom told me, I think I couldn't go back downstairs or something like that. And, I'm sassing off at my mother. So she tells me to go into the room. So I'm so mad at her. I punched the window and broke, like there was the pane window. So it was like 4 blocks, 4, you know how the old school windows would have like the 4 or 6 different panes.
yeah.
Windows. Yeah. So I punched one of those and broke the window. So my mother came in. She's like, she couldn't even deal with me. She said, "Oh, you wait till your father gets home." Yeah, there was no talking. When he came in, that was it. My behind was red. And I was about 9 or 10 years old. So I was still getting spankings up until almost like 12 years old. But that's because, I was acting up, and my father will say that. But then me and my dad have this best relationship, and me and my mom too. But, like you said, each child is different. My brother's not, he plays a little safe. He's always kind of been like the golden child, but I was the one that was always getting, in trouble. And so there was consequences behind that. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's a difference between disciplining your child and spanking your child and the other extreme.
Right.
Where it goes from spanking to abuse. That's where the problem comes in at. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing wrong with disciplining your child. Right. Because you would rather discipline your child now than to be in front of a courthouse in years down the line, and they want to put your child in jail because of something they did, because you didn't teach your child boundaries, and that there's consequences to the things that they do, whether it's a good consequence or a bad consequence.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Salute to Maybach. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're right, because that could possibly save a child from going down this dark, deep rabbit hole that they probably won't be able to get out of, because there wasn't a parent there or parents disciplining and trying to set some guidelines and some rules for them. But again, like you said, each child is different. So somebody like myself, who's a little rebel, you got a hard head makes a soft ass. So you got to learn a little bit and learn the hard way then to learn your lesson. The other issue is that when we don't have 2 parents in the household, it makes it harder for mom to then have to raise and discipline, even if she has 2 children. She's tired, she's working, she has to deal with the children. So therefore there's this, then that abuse sets in, because You don't have the
Mhm.
tolerance and the threshold to deal with these children. So somebody's going to get the real beat down, the real smackdown.
And that's why I thank God that I'm a patient parent, and I've always been a very patient person, and I always promised myself and my children that I would never punish them or discipline them when I was upset and angry.
Mhm.
I always walk off. If they make me mad, I walk off. Give myself a minute and give them a minute. We separate. You go in
Right.
your room, I'm going in mine. So we both can figure this out.
Exactly. And then you come back and you talk to them because, according to the white counterparts, that's what they do. They're whispering to little Timmy and little Jimmy, don't do that. Behave yourself. They're not carrying on in settings, stores, and they're not cursing at their child, and they're not saying F you, get over here, you little effing, right? They'll just be like, come over here, Billy. What did I tell you about running into the aisles? So they have a different way of tone with them. And we're loud and boisterous, but that's sometimes we got to call that attention.
Mm-hmm.
But then you then need to talk to your children. Don't talk at them. You talk with them. Get them to understand, and you understand where they're coming from because they have little voices and opinions too. They're little people. You don't know what's
Mm-hmm.
upsetting them, and if the more you show this domineering way, the harder the child is going to open up to you.
Mm-hmm. I teach my children, I allow them to be opinionated and talk to me,
Right.
but they also know when not to be disrespectful.
Mhm.
It's okay to say what you feel and say what's bothering you, but yelling at mommy, falling on the floor, not listening, that's not going to happen.
Right. Yep. Because one or two things, I'm gonna ignore you to death, or you're gonna get me so to the point where I'm gonna grab you up and spank your hiney, and you're gonna go right into your room.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's gonna happen.
And you'll know the next time
Right. Right. Hmm.
what you can and can't do. It's just a matter of teaching them boundaries because the world is not going to be easy on you when you get out into the world. That's why we have to teach them while they're at home what they can and can't do
Right.
and what they can and can't get away with. When we allow our children to get away with all kind of stuff at home, when they go out in the streets, they're gonna think, "Oh, okay, I can go do this, I can go take this," and there's gonna be no consequences. No, life don't work like that.
Hmm.
You're not gonna always get what you want, and you have to be okay with that.
Absolutely. And that's the way of the world. So these are not my rules. This is how the world's set up.
Hmm.
Not always gonna get what you want. You got to be all right to handle that.
And live on and move on with life.
Right.
And we also have to teach them that we aren't all dealt the same hand, and we have to accept these differences and understand that
Mm-hmm.
just because Billy over here don't get their behind cut when they do stuff that they ain't supposed to do, that doesn't mean that if you go out here and do something that you're
Right.
not supposed to do, that you're not gonna get your behind beat, or it's gonna be a consequence.
Exactly. Just because you think they're not getting beat, you don't know. But in this household, you're gonna get it.
Hmm.
And my mother always used to say, because I'd be like, oh, but so and so. She's like, listen, I'm not concerned with so and so because they're not my kids. And if they tell you to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, are you gonna do it? No. So I couldn't keep comparing myself to other people because she was like, I don't want to hear it. And she would say, so if so and so said jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, are you gonna do it? No. So why are you worried and following around what they saying, what they're doing?
Mm-hmm. And now that I think about it, if we think about that mindset when we get in relationships, we model the same thing. We base our relationships on, okay, this is how this person runs their relationship. So I got to run my relationship the same way.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And
But
that's why we have to teach our children not to look up to stars and not to
right,
look up to social media and these so-called icons. These are not people that we should be modeling our behaviors after.
right, right. Because for the most part, it's fake, and
Hmm.
you don't live in their world, and they don't live in your world. So you can't measure up to, an ASAP Rocky and a Rihanna. That's that's that type of lifestyle. You got to be
Hmm.
realistic with the lifestyle that you're living in right now.
And Jay Savage, I do not, I don't swing a belt. I don't
What?
have to use a belt.
Ooh, what he said?
My children
Oh,
know when
you can see his comments.
I see it on my phone.
I bet Lotus swings the belt like Pootie Tang. I
But I use my voice so my children know when mommy's playing and
can
when
see
mommy's
it, right?
not
I can see
playing.
Lotus like this, like, go ahead, play with me. Lotus is so unassuming, but mm-mm-mm. Voodoo says, these new kids are so disrespectful, make me sound, yeah, right? Exactly. Real old.
Because they're disrespectful, because we have to think about who
Who's
raising
raising
them.
them?
If they're raised by somebody who is disrespectful, that's all they see. So that's all they know. They're
Exactly.
not. When we were brought up, our parents were older,
Yes. Yep.
so they taught us respect and manners. But a lot of the parents, not only parents but mothers, today
Mm-hmm.
they're younger.
Right. And
They're
the
becoming
grandmothers are
parents
younger.
younger. Yeah.
Right.
So they still trying to figure out life. So if they trying to figure out life, they learning just like they trying to teach their children.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And they're growing with their kids. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Case in point, like I said, y'all know I was a teenage mother. Um, but to this day, as my brother Rich Mo and I say, I don't, I'm not my daughter's sister and best friend.
Hmm.
We talk, we have a good relationship, but I'm not trying to hang out with her friends.
That's what I was gonna say. We're not clubbing together. We're not partying together. None of that. Yes, I want you to be able to come to mommy and talk to mommy when you have a problem, but don't get that mistaken to where we're best friends, because we're not. We're not each other equals.
Hmm. And so I had to, she and I grew up together. I was a teenager. I was 15, and then I had this baby to raise. So when my son and my youngest daughter came along, I had this sigh of relief because I'm like, all right, well, now I have, there's another parent in the household, and my son got spoiled because he's a boy. I wanted my firstborn to be a boy because I was scared to death. Like, I don't want no girls. I don't want them to come out like me. I was so scared of that I put that fear into my daughter. And she's going to
Hmm.
be 30 this year, and there's no kids. She's living her little life, and taking care of herself. She moved out, what, 2 years now, so I guess I did something. And even to this day, I'll look at her a certain kind of way, and she knows I'm not playing with her. That look, they know it. Like, okay, there's levels to this. So my other two kind of got a little spoiled, and they sass back. They get popped every once in a while. Now they're older. My son is, he'll be 24 next month, and then I have a 15-year-old daughter who just turned 15 last month. So, but they know their limit. Like, mom gives this certain look, or she body language says something, we know to chill out and not say anything else. So there's this level of respect. But then I talk to my children. I don't sugarcoat things. And especially with my youngest one, we have this age appropriate conversation. But she's like 21 in her mind. I'm like, what? She's like, Ma, yeah, you could talk to me about anything. Be for real. I'm like, okay, then. All right. So, yeah, Voodoo, that's what we were mentioning before. Is like, there's a responsibility as a parent. Like, how are you sleeping with your son's friend?
Well, we have to understand they're in another reality. So what they accept and what the average person accepts and thinks that's okay, it's going to be different.
Right.
And because they're in the industry, allegedly, with things like this go on, this is what they see. Just think about the Disney stars and all these people in the industry. We all know what the industry is about, allegedly.
Right.
So it's not uncommon for a 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old to mess with a 12-year-old, 14-year-old, 16-year-old. It's not uncommon in the industry, allegedly.
Well, and think about even outside of that, in certain societies, they marry, the men are older and they marry younger women, girls, because that they're at an age where they can procreate, and there's nothing wrong with that. They don't see it wrong with a 15-year-old, going to marry a 20-something-year-old, almost 30-year-old man. We see it wrong because it's like they're children at the end of the day. Their mind is not mature enough to handle like being married, but their body can physically handle that. A young girl, like I said, I was 15 and I had my first child, so physically I can do that, but my mentality was still not all there. And I think this is why some of these cultures do that. I think it's more just for procreating, not, we love each other and this is, we're going to make this work. Even some of our great grandparents did that.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, a lot of our great grandmothers were pregnant when they was 13, 14 years old. My grandmother had 14 children. So I know she started having children when she was young.
Right. So, see, then that's the exception to the rule, because then it's like, all right, we don't know if it was consenting or if it was pushed on them. But, it happens. It has happened in our history. So I don't know, should we then be a little less lenient when we hear that listen, I think there's a problem if this is like a almost 30-year-old man and he's like talking to a 15-year-old, 16-year-old. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But if he's, early 20s and she's like 17, 18, I don't think that's a problem.
I think it's a problem because we don't talk about it. We don't admit that these things are going on in our families. We try to push it under the rug like it didn't happen.
Right.
And when we talk about these things and we let our children know that this is not okay, that's how we change it. But as long as we're acting like this doesn't happen every day,
Mm-hmm.
and the behavior keep repeating itself. I'll say it like that.
Mm-hmm. So for anybody that's tuning in now, this is Mindful Monday. The topic that I was discussing is this article that came out of the New York Post, and it says why more Black women should consider marrying white men. This article was published April 1st, April Fool's Day, by a person named Ralph Richard Banks. He brought this article up because, as we can see in the picture here, this is the new Supreme elected justice. All right, she's a Black woman, and kissing her on her head is her husband, who happens to be white. This article goes into saying two of the most powerful positions in the United States government will soon be held for the first time by Black women, Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson. I might be saying, I'm saying her name wrong. Harris, as we all know, is Vice President of the United States, and Brown Jackson could be seen, could become the Supreme Court justice. Also, there's this Fair Use Act disclaimer that, I'm sourcing from this article, the New York Times, but fair use. I just want to bring that up really quickly as I go into the article. So copyright disclaimer section, under section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay. So with that being said, that article is a mass. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Maybach. So I'm going to repeat what the beginning of the article says. It says two of the most powerful positions in the United States government will be soon held for the first time by Black women, Kamala Harris and Brown Jackson. Harris, as we know, she's the Vice President of the United States, and Brown Jackson could soon be a Supreme Court justice. But Harris and Brown Jackson also share a personal attribute. Lotus, can you do me a favor? Can you look up on your phone the definition of attribute, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Because I'm getting that this is something we want to aspire and strive to be. Okay. So they share a personal attribute that is equally noteworthy. Each has a white husband. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or marry Black men with whom they are not especially well matched. And these mismatched relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. Okay. So whenever you're ready, Lotus. Okay, Bonnet, thank you. Much love. Salute.
Attribute. It's a verb, regards something as being caused by someone or something a quality or feature regarded as a characteristic or inherent part of someone or something.
Okay. So it's a personal characteristic that these two women have white husbands. Basically, let's say. So
And
salute on it. Thank you for coming through.
I think the problem comes in where why is that highlighted? Why is that highlighted? Why is it being highlighted that their husbands are not African American? Why can't we just focus on them being African American women holding those positions?
Mm-mm.
So it's like we get kudos on one part, but then we get the negative aspect of it as well. They got to slide in the negative aspect.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's not highlight that these are two prominent women. With this Supreme Court, she's going to be the first Black American woman to take that position. Kamala Harris, as I had kept saying before, is that she is a woman of color. So her definition is correct, but she's not the fundamental. She's not like a Ketanji Jackson Brown or whatever her name is. She is of East Indian descent. Her mother is East Indian. The father is Jamaican, but by way of India. So yes, they are brown skinned in color. So that would be a woman of color. But to say African American, she is not. So she plays up to that. So we have to be careful because these are the things that we fall into these loopholes where we're like, oh yeah, they're all one of us, and yeah, you got to be careful with that. So for the other person, she's going to make some monumental strides, and that's what should be applauded because she is going to be a Supreme Court justice, Black female on their first time ever that the Supreme Court has been around. So we give her kudos for that.
Is that the same lady who they disrespected?
That they had her on like a panel and she looked like she was getting grilled. Yeah, that's her. I thought she did something wrong. I didn't know what was going on until like maybe a day or two later that she's going up for Supreme Court. And I was like, yo, it looked like she was on trial.
Yeah, so they disrespected her in front of a whole panel.
Mm-hmm.
And then now we have an article where it's being highlighted that her husband is a different race.
Right.
And we're supposed to be modeling our lives on that.
Make it make sense. I don't know if this man was coming from a place of he's upset because this is happening, or is he like being a coon and like, yeah, you Black women. Meanwhile, apparently he's married to a Black woman. He's Black. So why would you? So then that means you don't like your mama. What is going on?
And I have nothing against interracial marriages or relationship, but she has a white husband counterpart, and y'all still don't have no respect for her. So I don't think that the race of the partner doesn't matter, because when you're and women always have these problems. We are always disrespected. They don't respect us. That's why they don't want to give us these type of positions. They never want us to have the same power that they have, because they know what we would do with that power. and the lives and the things that it would change in society.
Right. So I want to say safe travels to the Breezies, to the Browns. They're taking off. Salute, big bro. Yeah. And Rasgirl has said this too as well. Exactly. Is that to say that they couldn't get there if their husband was of a ethnic descent? Yeah.
Either way, they're going to disrespect us
Mm-hmm.
until we enough of us stand up and demand that respect.
Right.
And it's also our men disrespect us as well. So if our men are disrespecting us and don't have respect for us, and a lot of us don't have respect for ourselves. So how can we expect somebody else to have respect for us?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I was saying earlier with the grass is, people think the grass is greener and they feel like this is a leg up for them if they go into, start dating in the white society and stuff like that. They're not really too happy that you're there. They're only accepting you because on the strength of your husband, but they still looking at you like you are a bedwench and you are a Negro. They're not really, they don't care if you're Supreme Court or if you are a mail clerk. That's not doing it. They will smile in your face. They're not for you. East Indian people would say that she is black because um, they're also kind of, they don't really, they're prejudiced as well. And they don't really care for black people. And, they stay within their group. There's a big Pakistani community in my old neighborhood in the Bronx that they stick together. I don't ever see any other ethnic group, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Haitian, Jamaican, Black American. I don't see them marrying into that community at all. They stay within their own community, in their bloodline. They're not intermingling and doing, marrying other, I rarely see any of the East Indian or Pakistani and Muslim or Hindu, the women marrying the white man. And if they do, their family ostracizes them. Their family doesn't want anything to do with them anymore. And so why can't we do that? If we do that, then it's like, oh, you're sounding racist. Oh, why don't you want anybody else? Why is it okay for the other communities to have that type of stronghold, and we can't? Nope, nobody's saying that. But that's because, at the end of the day, it's like the blacks are kind of like this amusement and amuse and, exotic and entertaining for other people. This is why the reparations thing is not happening. That's a slap in the face because they're going to feed you little crumbs and biscuits and say, here, this is it. Or we're going to give you the Emmett Till lynch bill. And somebody was lynched that same day. No. That's not what we need. We need our 40 acres and a couple of mules.
But we will never get that because of what we could do with that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If we start growing our own products, our own fruits, our own vegetables, we wouldn't put back into the economy the way that they want us to put back into the economy, because we'll be putting it back into our own communities, because they know the value of our spending and our dollar.
Right.
That's why you see basketball shoes. How much is a pair of basketball shoes? $200.
Mm-hmm. And
But
maybe
that's
a
what
little
we
more.
see everybody
Mm-hmm.
focusing on. Got to have these new pair of Jordans. But what about real estate?
Mm.
What
Right.
about investing so that your children can have land for the next generation and the next generation to
Right.
work on and feed and support their families? This is how we build generational wealth in our communities. They don't want us to build generational wealth because they know how powerful our children are. Not how powerful our children will be, but how powerful our children are now.
Yeah. So if you, because that's what they do with their families. They, you get this land. Even in like in Europe, um, the kings and the queens and the kingdoms and stuff like that. They have these castles passed on and these big mansions passed on to generation after generation. The Duke of Kent is the 20th Duke, and he's holding down that mansion, and their kids get it. So that's what we need to be doing. This grandma's house, you need to buy that, hold it, and pass it along. Or if that's not the case, you want to buy like how Nipsey Hussle did it. And I didn't really know too much about him until he passed, but he bought up that whole strip mall, and he was still in the community. So that's the bigger goal here. That's the bigger agenda. But see, every time we do that, we get cut down by the feet.
And the thing is, they know that we're getting more into more ideas of doing these things. That's why we see how high real estate has gone over the past couple of months.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And how when you could get the PPP loan, but you had to follow by their guidelines to get it.
Right, right. And we're becoming more financially literate. There are
Mm-hmm.
people who are, melanated, because I follow a couple of them on Instagram that are financial advisors. There's financial planning, there's financial schools. So definitely it's a rise. There's an uptick of people, the melanated person who is getting educated financially now. So it's like, you give us a little bit of time. It's going to be, the ball's going to be back in our court.
Yeah, and also student loan rates. Just think, if a lot of us got all, because I have like $100,000 plus in student loans, but
Mhm.
just think about how many people would be able to buy homes if these student loans was erased and medical bills was erased off their credit.
Right. Yep. Because the name of the game is credit.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching this white man, I forgot what his name is, but he said, I stopped using my bank card. And, I guess he was able to apply for a credit card. He said, but I use my credit card for pretty much everything. And now, if anything was to happen, any fraudulent situations, or, something happens where basically like fraudulent stuff, he everything goes under that credit card. Nothing's happening to his bank because that's his personal account and his personal information. So I was like, wow, that makes sense. But most of us can't really apply for the credit card because we either have no credit established or we're in debt up to our ears.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so we need to have that conversation within our families and to our children about,
Yeah.
getting yourself into debt. And, my 15-year-old now is like, she's on top of that A game where she's like, Mom, she's already like, listen, I'm gonna get my credit card and this is what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna save my bank, my bank account for myself. And just use my credit card to buy this, that, and the third. Because I was telling her, you don't want to be like mommy, who opened up an account at 19 years old and wasn't advised about what to do with this credit card. And I maxed out and I didn't have a job to pay for the fees.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still paying this credit card up until a couple of years ago.
And it's just like things like that that keep us stuck.
Right.
Because just think about all of the people who have collected debt with student loans. Half of the people who have debt with student loans, they don't even work in the career field where they have the degree. Because at a point in time, there weren't jobs in those fields. So you had to take what you could get.
Right.
So now you have 20s and 30s and thousands and hundreds of thousands in student loans that you can't pay back because you're working a minimum wage job where you're getting paid $7.50 an hour. So how are you supposed to pay back loans?
Exactly.
And also, there are certain jobs that you can't get hired for because of your credit score.
Talk about it. And that
So
just started. That's recent. That's within the past,
yeah.
10 years, maybe, if that. Before that, they weren't looking at your credit score. You just, if you qualified for the job, then you qualified and you're hired. So Rasgirl had mentioned, so she was trying to understand with the Kamala Harris. So her parents are both East Indian from India, but they migrate. The father lived in Jamaica, so he's Jamaican by land, but the mother, they got a divorce and she moved Kamala and her sister up to Canada because they had family in Canada. But yeah, they wear the sari, and they had the little dot in there, like they're real like East Indians. But she played this whole color girl, and she used those words and our words, but that's not her background. That's not her ethnicity. She's not a fundamental, or she's not even Jamaican. Like the father is East Indian, but he I believe he grew up in Jamaica or has family in. So yeah, and Jamaica's a melting pot like that too. It has there's Koreans in Jamaica. There's the East Indians are in Jamaica. All in the Caribbean. It's all like that melting pot. But like African, he is not. That's what I'm trying to say. Their family is not African. And some people will beg to differ about, oh, if you're African, the Taino. Listen, I'm just trying to make it make sense for people. But she's not by way of Africa, like the continent. Her family is by way of East India. So, and the father was saying, her father was like, she's not telling the truth about stuff. And I think he was, because when she came out, I don't know if it was her presidency or when she was doing her run, but the father was like discrediting her, and I was like, well, okay then. Voodoo says he blames the caste system. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's where we're at. Just as you were saying, Lotus, like how could we afford to make a better life for us if we're working minimum wage? We got debt up to our ears. Like it's not matching. Our money's not matching the way of our living. If we have children, if we have a family to take care of, it doesn't equal out. It's not the same.
Because the price of living goes up every day.
Right.
Not only the price of living, the prices of our rent, but now gas has gone up. So
Right.
now people are having to make a decision of
Mm-hmm.
whether they're going to eat or are they going to put gas in their car so that they can go to work to make
Mm-hmm.
sure there's a roof over their family's head.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the same thing with medical expenses too. How about the elderly
I was
who
going to
are
say that. Yeah, because I work with elderly, and it's sad that some of these women who have taken care of their husbands, stayed home to take care of their husbands, and then when their husbands get older and sick and neither one of them can work anymore, now they're having to make a decision of whether they're going to
Mhm.
pay for their medicine, keep a roof over their head, or make sure they got something to eat.
right. Yeah. Yeah, all the wealth is built yeah, built off of slavery because at the end of the day, those forefathers, those grandfathers, grandmothers, they built the country. Um and again, this is where that this reparation and the fundamental Black American or the ADOS or whatever alphabet they want to go by. But I understand what they're saying because they're like, listen, some of us were part of that slave system. And therefore, those are our grandparents. And we built this. So what's up? Where's where's our just dues? You gave everybody else some money. You still giving other people money, but you're not helping us out. So you know, when you start identifying yourself as Black, and we know that that term is civilly dead in the eyes of the law, you're not really going to get that far. So I don't even get into those kind of I talk about it, but I don't really I'm not going in gung ho about we get the reparations, we need the reparations, because I'm like certain things is just like I'm not getting the legal part of this at all. So
Well, how can we expect that? Just how can we expect to get reparations when we have people who have fought in the war to take care of our country?
mm-hmm.
And like the older vets,
Right.
they're not getting the quality of care that they need.
Mm-hmm.
It's still problems with the VA.
Yep.
It's still a problem with them being able to afford their medicines. It's still problems with them even having food.
Mm-hmm.
And these people have fought for our country, the same country that they don't have rights in.
Right. But you know what, one thing I can say is that that's across the board with Black, Hispanic,
Yeah,
and white.
not just black people. It's
Right.
whites, Hispanics. It's
Mm-hmm.
all kind of veterans.
Exactly.
If you go to the veteran hospitals in different states and see the conditions of these hospitals and just sit, even not even that, just go to a nursing home and talk to some of these people in nursing homes and see how they're being treated. Nursing homes taking their monies, the check, little bit of check that they do get, taking their check and not taking care of them. It's still older people dying in nursing homes from bed sores, dehydration. They taking their medicines when they supposed to be giving it
Malnutrition.
to the patients.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So this is not just something that's bothering African Americans. It's
Yeah.
a
That's
humanity
one thing.
problem.
Yeah, that's one thing I can say. That is across the board. That's something that we do share. And see, this is where that whole with that article is the tearing us apart. But it's like we're actually all in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
As Voodoo said, this is a caste system. So it's gotten to the point where it's either you very poor, you're getting, the middle class is getting diminished, and you're very rich or wealthy rather. And it's the have and the have nots. So most of us in America are living on that threshold of we're not on that rich percentage. So we are living paycheck to paycheck. We're not in that elite colony where we can afford to, that's all hype. Again, that's the limelight. That's for show. I saw Rick Ross doing donuts on his little motorcycles in front of his house, and I'm like,
And
okay,
they're complaining about paying taxes when you have the money to pay taxes.
thank you.
And it's people out here every day who's getting audited and don't have the money to pay.
Right, right. And taking our little bit of money, garnishing checks. Pay your
But
tax.
we learn about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Right. Distractions. Because our
We
real,
learn about things going on in other countries sending money to other countries, feeding them, taking care of us. When y'all not even taking care of the country that y'all in. I
Mhm.
just don't understand.
When my great grandparents came from Jamaica, they went via to Cuba, um, because in Jamaica there wasn't there is it's still like that. It's not the most richest little country, and it's one of the smallest islands in the Caribbean. So they left and went to Cuba for work, and I think they had like some kind of something was going on where they were able to leave from there and come to America for, of course, better opportunities. And they left there, and what they did was become nationalized citizens. So they contributed back to America. They paid their taxes every every tax season. So they weren't the immigrants that came in and was like, we just going to live off the government. No, 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 no. They bust their butts. And my great grandmother saved every little penny or damn near, where she was able to afford a home in the Bronx and a home in Westchester County, two homes in New York, by saving. And her children were able to live in these buildings, and she was able to get an apartment. There was one home had a 3-family dwelling. So she was able to rent to her peoples and, you know, whoever, making money off of that. So I say all this to say that, they were the exception to the rule. They knew that they wanted to come to America and get that golden opportunity, but they contributed back to society. They contributed back to the nation. And some of these people that come here are not doing that. They're getting the services that uh, the people that live here need with no problem. There's no background check, you know, there's no discrimination. You know, none of it. If you wanted to take out a loan to open up a business, you'll get more red tape than somebody coming in from another country.
And it's sad, but that's true.
So I listen, when Trump said, listen, we need to close off some borders. They can't come in. I understand because some of them are taking advantage of our politeness. They're taking advantage of the way our system is made up. And some of them are running amok. Some of them are dangerous drug dealers. Listen, when these colonizers came over here to the states, before they were states, we know that there was already indigenous people living on this land. But they were sending their lowest of the lowest, the rapists, the murderers, the prostitutes, and kicking them out overseas and bringing them over here. The reprobates, they had those kind of people coming over here. Plus, you have the other ones that didn't want to follow the Queen's law. They wanted to have their own, way and lay of the land. They didn't want to deal with, they were having this religious prosecution. So it was, we're not reforming to be Catholics. It was the Protestants and the Puritans. They were like, you know what? We're going to go somewhere else. And that's why they came over here. It was all politics. It's not because they were looking for land, because they were, having a war and these people were destitute and nowhere else to go. No. They wanted to leave because they didn't want to conform. And then they were sending their people from jails and shipping them over here. So those same deviants that you got rid of, now over here, raping and pillaging the indigenous people to the land.
And they still have what is it, safe states or
Yes.
safe asylums or somewhere where you could go to a state
Right.
and not be documented and they won't even turn you in.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these people are rapists, murderers.
Yeah. They're the lowest of the lowest. And it's like, listen, I don't want none of that. I don't want that within my own community of our own people doing that, let alone somebody else from some other country doing it.
But we have to remember we can't expect anything different from them because they think that it's okay anyway. Allegedly, they're partaking in the same behavior.
Mm.
So, how can you expect to uphold a law where it's wrong to rape and murder people allegedly,
Right.
but y'all still do it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing to be said about it. We still trying to figure out where all these missing women and children went at. That's
Right.
been missing for years. What happened to them? They just mysteriously up and disappeared with no trace, allegedly.
Right. So that's what we were talking about last time. I'm like, okay, yeah. So Voodoo says there should be a cap on how rich people can be. Yeah, there should be some type of quota. I mean, and then Pamela has said that they're out of touch. These people who live that type of lifestyle, so they don't get it. And so their lifestyle is different from from the regular 9 to 5 hustle and bustle person. And they live delusionally. It's just all fantasy, fantasy island for them. And again, we shouldn't be, using them as a marker to say, okay, that's how I want to be. I was watching, today's what, Monday? I think it was Saturday, or was it yesterday? On YouTube, of these people who won the lottery. And they all happened to be white people, but they won the lottery, and some lost it all because they went into drugs and they were giving out their money. They were spending it on all crazy stuff. And there was one couple that was really grounded. They're from Nebraska. They call themselves the hillbilly millionaires. But they're grounded. They bought like a little house, not a house, a little house, but they bought a decent sized home for themselves. But they've also given back to their community because there's only like 5,000 of them in this community. And they also have bought some land for themselves as well. So that's what you should be doing. Like when you get this money, you got to know how to invest in it wisely. If you want to give to charities, okay, that's a tax write-off. But you really should be investing this money, definitely with the gold and silver, because the fiat, this dollar bill is going to trash. It's going to be obsolete soon. And so we got to find other ways of, having money, backing our money up. And in case of emergency, we need to have this on us. Mm-hmm. They're subtle, yeah. Because these people have been doing that. These settlers.
Yeah, that's why I say. Well, we ain't gonna get on that about Christopher Columbus. We're not gonna.
No, not that's their hero. But yeah, it's been going on for centuries. Now also, because this is what I do, I go, do the watching. I kind of like binge on some of these YouTube channels where they discuss about uh, that in Europe, especially in England, or in Ireland and Scotland, that they were melanated before the Caucasians came in. And there are sculptures and statues in some of these buildings that they have of uh, very dark skinned hued people. So it's like they know it, but it's almost like the joke's on us because it's like we don't know it, but they know it. And even those people were doing commerce and having some melanated people as their servants as well. But what we need to do is do this research and do this history so that it's like that's what I'm saying. Once you know who you are and you know where you come from and you know where you're going, this stuff here doesn't matter.
And that's why I say, and people may get mad, stop teaching our children about slavery at school. Stop teaching them that is not our only history. That is not the only history that we have behind us. Our children are kings and queens, and they need to know that. They need to know where they come from.
Like seriously, Lotus, they really are. Because there's this show on Netflix called Bridgerton. And Queen Charlotte, guess what? She's
Was
melanated.
black.
That's right. But in this show, she's black. It's a British show. So she was married to King George, who I think they said was fair skinned or mulatto or could be passing for white. But it was nothing for them to acknowledge black people, because most of the Charlotte gave birth to King James, or no, rather, not King James. She gave birth to was it the queen out in Scotland, Mary Queen of Scots? I think she's melanated, and her son is melanated. And King James was the one who wrote the King James Bible. And his descendants are Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth presently right now. So they have the African bloodline there. But they don't want everybody to know this. But those were the true royals. Those were the true royals. So you're
And
right. Yeah, kings and
it's
queens.
sad because if we keep teaching our children about slavery, that's all they're gonna know. That's all they're gonna think. They're gonna think that all they were worth is being slaves. You're not all worth being slaves. Y'all can build your own businesses and work for yourself, be entrepreneurs,
Mm-hmm.
and
Exactly.
build products, build your own products.
Art like Whitney Houston's song, I believe that children are the future. Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah,
So hold
these
on a
are,
second.
go ahead.
No, so Maybach. Let me see if you're still in the building, Maybach. Yep, I'm gonna put the link down. Yeah, she said, I believe children are the future because the children, our children, your grandchildren, my grandchildren, and the children after that will be the ones to be the innovators. There won't be such a thing as, oh, the first Black. No, because they are going to
No,
be the ones. And remember how there was one woman, I forgot what her name is, but she had all these patents, and she was the one that had a patent on the Kotex string. Like she had like, it was like kind of like the tampon, not tampon, the menstrual pads holder. She had a patent on that. Black woman. Most of our products, things that are made, refrigerators, pretty much everything and anything you can think of was made by the hands of Black people. So
and it's not to diminish diminish any other race,
right,
but it's for our children to know who they are. Because, like you said, the only way to know where you're going is to know who you are.
right,
That's the only way.
and where you coming from.
Hmm.
So we got Maybach in the building.
Good
We got
afternoon, ladies.
we got a
Good
male's
afternoon.
perspective, and let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's kick it.
Great show, great content.
Thank
Um, that's why I definitely subscribe to you with our little interaction on MREC.
you. Right.
Um, I love these types, but we know these type of conversations on YouTube will never reach the top of the algorithm because this is not what they want. They want the ignorance and the drama. But once again, great content. I love it.
Thank you.
What's crazy to me is that how once it happened, they quickly put a title and a label on it. The smack around the world. This is what it's called now,
Yeah.
right? I'm the type, maybe it's my Libra mind and how I think. I break things down like 1,000 ways. The Oscars has been very low on views, right?
Mm,
That's one. Two, I'm big on vibes and energy, as well as picking up people's body language and stuff like that. I read Joe Navarro, who's
mm,
an expert on body language, because I said the same thing that you said. Why is
mm-hmm.
Chris Rock, with his arms behind his back and he's leaning forward? Some of the things that I've been on stage, I have friends that rappers. So when you're on stage like that with all the different lighting, it's hard to kind of see even the front row who's in front of you. Even for professionals, sometimes that's why they lean a little forward, is to get a better view of the audience. But I'm not making no excuses for him.
No,
But
but you're
the guy,
giving a perspective because that's very important what you're saying because you have that experience of being on stage, and so you know how that was looking for Chris Rock and Will Smith's dynamic.
correct. And the hands behind the back also kind of means like a little discomfort. Like if you notice when he was giving some of his jokes, he stomps his feet. That's another body language sign where somebody's really like when they stomp their feet after a joke or something like that. When it comes to comedians, it's kind of like putting a stamp on something. I want to execute it. So now they stomp their feet. Anybody that can pick up this book, Joe Navarro, he's like I said, top body analyst expert at his profession. And it teaches you a lot about certain things. So I didn't understand. I didn't understand that as well. Like, why is he leaning forward? A lot of people, got different angles from the smack. And it does, I was thinking the same thing. The first thing I was thinking of, I don't think he really smacked him. We got sound effects. We got all of this. Wrestling do it all the time. Yeah, the moves are real. But they're not trying to really injure each other as wrestlers. So, and we're talking about two actors. So they know how to, put their face in the right direction, the right angle, all of that.
And improvise.
Exactly. Second thing I want to talk about, and whether she does have alopecia or not, I have a male cousin who has it. And as far as we all know, whether we're in the medical field or not, it doesn't kill you. It's something that you have. You know what I'm saying? And there's actually natural essential oils that they make, but not essential oils, but like herb type of oils for the scalp to stimulate the follicles or whatever the word is for your hair to grow back. They do stem celling with hair loss. So she has the money, you know what I'm saying? And all of that. And as you said, and Lotus said, which is true, and I analyzed the footages as well. She was laughing at first. Will was really laughing, teeth all out. Then she did the eye rolls and stuff like that. And I think when he looked over to see, is she enjoying it or not? Then it was like one of those looks like, really? You're laughing? You're enjoying this? And there's even the footage that people been showing that I didn't get to see till last week. After the smack, she was enjoying that.
Yep.
She was laughing.
Yep.
So it's a lot of stuff. And then at the end, I want to end it with this, as far as their relationship goes, whatever. There's been rumors for over 10 to 15 years that they have an open relationship. Okay? Open relationship. So, bro, if you are going to smack somebody, shouldn't it probably been her? I'm not promoting that. I damn sure ain't saying this is Foxy Moon's, advice or nothing. I'm not promoting domestic violence. I'm just saying, August Alsina, maybe you should have smacked him as well. The woman made you look like a fool in front of the world when y'all could have talked behind closed doors and not on her red table talk, whatever her show was called, to me. And then you label the cheating entanglement to dress it up. Like, come on. I think he's been going through a lot, and a lot of people don't know or should know that his first wife, there's stories behind him and allegedly sleeping with his male manager. And he gave the first wife hush money to never talk about it. That's why nobody really knows who his wife is unless it's brought up and stuff like that, his first wife and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of stuff like that. And we already know Hollywood, there's a lot of things that go on, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, that was just my take on it. And Chris Rock did have 3 shows in Boston last week. The first one was Wednesday. It went great. And this is, once again, it was, to me, just became the world news, the smack around the world. They actually had every local news station in Boston was outside the Wilbur Theater, downtown Boston, asking people questions. Oh, what did Chris Rock retaliate? Did he answer back? What was the stand-up? People in Boston that went, I have 3 friends that went. They gave this man, I heard, a standing ovation for at least 10 to 15 minutes. And and he like was taken back from it. They said he kind of was wiping his eyes. My friends were sitting like kind of like in the middle towards the back, so they couldn't really see if really tears, but he kept wiping his eyes because, he felt the love and stuff like that. And then he grabbed the mic and was like, can I get on with my segment? Can I get on with my show? I mean, and stuff like that. So I don't understand. Like, to me, I asked the question, if it was, a clear person or 2 clear actors that did that, would it became world news? Would they be covering it like that? If one of them was a stand-up comedian and he had a show in Boston, would they been the local news reporters outside, interviewing, people, the audience that was there at the show? Would it been like, you know what I'm saying? The grand scheme of things like that. It's just crazy. When we have much more things, and you guys been touching up on it, and I even did an upload video on my channel talking about that. Why is this world news when there's real things that we should be talking about? that's going on in the world. And to me, it's another form of distraction. Pamela J said the same thing too. All these diversions, you know, they got the reality shows, they got the ignorant stuff going on, they got the drama shows, they got drama on YouTube to just keep us distracted while real meetings is happening in town halls in people's cities and states. You know, y'all touching up about kids not knowing, you know, their heritage and stuff like that, where they come from. What about what they doing in certain public schools now, starting at pre-K to, I heard, 3rd grade, that if, you know, I'll use my son as an example. He goes to school and he feels like he wants to be a girl. They taking him to use the women's bathroom and they're not even contacting the parent about that. You're not getting a phone call or email about that. This is going on, and Florida's trying to ban that from happening. These people are trying to take over. I understand what's going on in the world, but guess what? I don't have to respect what's going on. If I wasn't raised that way, I can acknowledge it and don't be ignorant to, you know, how the changes that's going on and stuff like that. You got a man that went to a town hall meeting that wants to into women swimming, and he's in his bathing suit and he's like, look at me. I'm not a man. This is a woman's body and this and that. Why am I being discriminated? Why can't I compete with women? Bro, you have a disadvantage. You wasn't born a woman. You understand what I'm saying? Like, all of this stuff is going on, and they don't want our kid. My son, who's 5, who will be 6 in August. My daughter will be 4 years old this Friday. They indecisive about little snacks that they want to eat, what TV cartoons they want to watch. So you mean to tell me they know what they want to be as far as gender? Like, come on, man. All of this stuff. And someone on YouTube did a great show. And it was about how we don't even have the civil rights movement organization no more. They changed it. It's a new one. It's called transitional or something like that, where it's about basically the trans people. It's no longer us anymore. And these are the real conversations that I'd rather sit down and learn from Lotus's, her opinion, how she views something, how she think. That doesn't make her wrong if we agree to disagree. I say red, she say blue. She's not lesser than me. I'm not lesser than them. I'm not better than nobody. Just to have these open conversations, because these people keep saying we need to have conversations, but when you're being very blunt and honest and open, now feelings is involved. When I'm speaking on something, I keep my emotions out of it and my feelings out of it, and I try to speak on factual things, because factual things cannot be debated, but it can be discussed. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. These are the conversations that we should be having. Like I always was taught, that war that's going on way on the other side of the world, it may not affect us today, next week, next month, 6 months from now, but eventually will affect us.
Right.
And these are conversations that we should be having. The man already mentioned the WO about to happen. Well, it's been already, the rollout's been going on, but he solidified it by mentioning it again. Okay. Then the blackout thing that I've been hearing for the last 10 years, I got a bunch of canned goods in my garage. I got like dried peanuts, dry fruits, all of this stuff, because if stuff hit the fan, this is what we should be talking about, how we can help each other out. You know what I'm saying? I may have more canned goods and you may have some aspirins. We can barter with each other and trade, you know, because being on these YouTube platforms, none of these electronics are going to be working if we get that blackout. You get what I'm saying? Like, if somebody in the neighborhood knows how to filter
water. You a walkie-talkie, and you better get those old school radios that you put the battery in. That's the FM and AM dial. That's what you need to do. Radio Shack.
Exactly. You know, these are the conversations we should be talking about, because going to the grocery store, we ain't gonna be able to do that. You know, so if somebody's on my street and they know how to filter, you know, water and purify it, I want to connect with that guy and learn as much as I can. You know, if I know, you know, if I go to school, you know, and I go to an arms school and know how to shoot and stuff like that, I can train somebody some, you know, tactics and stuff like that, survival tactics. These are the conversations we should be having. You know, not all this drama stuff, but like I said, I love the content. That's why I always tune in. You know, whether it doesn't matter what I'm doing, I'm gonna always tune in, because I can learn something and gain something, even from a woman. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Like, these are the conversations I love.
I'm gonna drive that point. I'm gonna land your airplane, because Lotus and I were talking about this article, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about with this article from the New York Post saying, you know, should Black women should be considering marrying white men. And he has this woman, this Justice Supreme Court soon to be elected, you know, with her husband kissing her on her forehead.
Just misworded for one thing. The way they have it worded is a problem.
Correct. Correct.
Because put it back up again, Foxy, please. It says why more black women should consider marrying white men. That it's just the way that it's worded.
Right. No, but you already know they did that for a reason. It's just like on YouTube, how you start your live and what you put on the title gets you into the algorithm. So it's the same thing with newspapers. They've been doing that for years, you know. So it's to get the traffic to that website, you know, or that article.
Why is it focusing on them being with white men? Is no.
And that's why they did that. That's why they did that, because they would never put it the other way around. You know that, right?
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't, because just think about the other way around.
Right.
Oh, people would what's that? That was the New York Post?
Yes.
They would have been picketing in front of in front of the building.
Because
you know what
they
call them? The Karens?
The
Karens would have been there. That's what they calling it, right?
Big time.
They would have been in front of there.
He's not going to be out there. Let me get the phone and call, and they'll be right out there. Really being parents.
Like you said earlier with the Jimmies and the Timmies, it would have been the Billy Bob, you know, and the Thomases, you know, and the Williams, you know.
But in actuality, white men allegedly, but I'm speaking from my experience, white men are obsessed with melanated African American women, and I can say this from experience.
Talk about it. Talk your ish.
And Puerto Ricans and any kind of
exactly. Any women that is spicy. Let's just put it like that.
Because I have had older white men. I'm standing in the store. I have literally had white men walk up to me and literally like smell me. I'm saying they're like upset.
Are you joking? Are you serious?
I'm serious. I'm serious. Yeah. These guys have freakish fetishes with African American women. I've been in workplaces. I worked at a job when I was 16 years old because I was in high school. I had older, and this was a government job, but it was a summer job. I had older white men looking at me as a 16-year-old. I could hear them sitting in the office where I worked. I could hear them having side conversations about me at 16 years old. Grown men conversations about what they do to me.
Well, you know, that goes back hundreds of years anyways. You know what I mean? So the modern ones to this day are still curious as well too. You know?
They are obsessed. They're obsessed. All they need to see is a little bit of skin. That's all. It doesn't take, you don't have to have on a short skirt. You can have your body fully covered. And they will still have an obsession with you.
But let me just say this too, as a man, you women do be smelling real good, whether it's the body splashes y'all are putting on, the Victoria's Secret sprays, you know, the oil essential. Listen, y'all do be having, I be reading some of these oils, man. Last time I was in NY, they had one that said, "Come get me." You know? So I'm just saying.
But you have to practice restraint.
I'm not saying to sniff anybody like a canine. That's not what I'm promoting. But I'm saying some of that scent does attract, you know, attention. You know.
Well, that's a different horse of a different color. Because, well, like Maybach said, he has a point, because I'll even stop and ask a woman, especially if it's one of us, because, you know, most of us are wearing, you know, nice smelling perfumes.
Yeah. What is
but
that?
I'm generalizing, and I'm being a little douche right now. But I will stop and ask, what's that fragrance you have on, man or woman? If it smells nice to me, yeah, I'm asking.
Correct. So,
But
same
to
here.
be, going past somebody and like sniffing like you said, Maybach, as a canine. No.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's weirdo right there.
That is weirdo.
And I'm saying it's not the actual fragrance.
Are
It's
you just
getting
talking about the
close.
natural scent?
Yeah,
Natural scent.
It's getting close to you to smell get a whiff of your hair, things like this.
Your
Mm-hmm.
pheromones.
I'm glad that we have the 6 foot rule,
right?
because people didn't know. People,
They're not
not all white people. I'm not saying all white people, but
Correct.
some white people do not know boundaries.
Correct.
And they don't know personal space.
So we don't either. We don't either.
It's okay to be right here by your ear, and you're not supposed to say anything.
Listen, I just had that issue. No, go ahead, Foxy.
No, I'll tell you one thing though. These people now have stopped, and I'm talking about everybody. They stopped honoring that 6 feet. So I'll stand online and purposely do the 6 feet. People will be behind me getting upset, like, "Ma'am, can you move up?" Nope. 6 feet. This thing hasn't disappeared. Just because things have been lifted doesn't mean that this thing has gone away.
Even if there wasn't anything, right?
Right.
Why do I need to be standing so close to you to where I can see your PIN number for your credit card? You understand what I'm saying? Like you said, that's the problem. We in these times, like, to me, I don't like to make excuses for grown folks. For toddlers, we can to a certain extent. But at the end of the day, we're living in these times where, like I said, there's a lot of pure ignorance out there. And a lot of people wasn't raised that way, but they choose to be that way. And it goes back to what Foxy was saying, where, the clear people can whisper to their kids out in public, but us, we tend to be a little loud, and stuff like that. At the end of the day, my parents disciplined me, and it's the same teachings and upbringings that I'm doing with my children right now. And me and my 4 other siblings, we came out fine. Some of us need that, because a lot of them Timmies and Jimmies that didn't get that, they become mass murderers, and even with our community as well. Because when that child goes out and becomes an adult, and you raise them to be the best human being that they can possibly be, and they go do an act in crime, what's the first thing they say? Where was the mother at? Where was the daddy? And they automatically want to blame you for what your adult child did. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. It's crazy, but we're living in these times. I just had that incident done to me at Walmart. I kept my cart in the way. The guy kept his distance. And, of course, I got to upload the things on the counter, and I moved the cart so I can put the bags back in. And the man's like literally over my shoulder. And he's looking at me punching my pen. And I looked at him. I said, "Sir, whether there's any, something still out here or not, there should be that distance to where, I can't smell what you just ate. You know what I'm saying? For lunch. Like, come on. You would have thought we were together, and he's there with his wife, and I'm there by myself. But you would have thought me and him was together. That's how close he's standing next to me. And he's, of course, looking at me like I said something wrong, and I just had to ignore it, because I know how I can go from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was going to say. And then when you say something, it's a problem. No, the problem comes in because you too close. Back. I wouldn't even have to say nothing if you wasn't that close to me.
Correct.
See, and that goes back to with this article saying, that Black women should consider marrying white men. But some of them still see the Black woman as problematic, and she got an attitude. I worked in a setting where I was deemed to be, with an attitude, because I was just more opinionated, and I wasn't going for the okie doke. So I would get little court gestures of, the rolling the head and, like that to me. And it was kind of like a Chris Rock situation. Like, I just took it to the chin. Like, I'm not going to lose my job because I'm going to battle some of you colored people. But you know, there's mockery there, so it's still like, even it doesn't matter how far up the ladder rung you get, you're still just not good enough for them.
Correct.
But we're good enough for y'all to lust over, but we're not good enough to hold high positions.
High positions.
Correct. And that lady's getting drilled. She's getting
She
drilled.
was getting drilled. I thought she was on like in a hearing. Like I thought she did something wrong.
I thought the same thing too.
I
You
didn't
would have thought
understand
that.
what was going on. Right. I didn't understand
Correct.
what was going on with her.
Correct. And I don't see, you know, like we said, the clear people get drilled like that. When that position is given to them, it's a celebration, and it's moved on, and the person, you know, get that position. But with us, it's like we oh yeah, you got to go in front of Congress, and we got to question you, and you know, what about this that you did when you was 7 years old, or what about your, you know, like what? Serious, like I said, when I saw it too, that's the same way I took it. And what you just said, go ahead.
And it wasn't, and it's not even questioning. It's getting down to a point where it's badgering. You're not even asking her questions. You're attacking her.
Correct.
And that's a whole nother thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And to me, it's just a patch-up job. You know, it's a Band-Aid over a cut. That's how I look at it. Oh, you know what? I'll give you an example. The NFL passed a rule now, and they want all 32 teams to hire a woman as an offensive coordinator. Now, the problem with that is you're just doing something just to appease a group of people or whatever. So I'm supposed to hire someone who has no qualifications of this position, knows nothing about this position. You get what I'm saying? Like, there is
no experience in the position.
There's no women. There's no women in offensive coordinator positions at all. Women don't even play football.
That's why I'm saying. So how can you?
Correct. And that's my point. They passing these policies and laws just to appease people.
Right.
But they're not thinking long term, like, this doesn't make no sense at all. I'm not going to promote something if it really doesn't benefit anyone. Because the NFL still have other problems that what they're trying to do is deflect from the real situation with the black men that are good for a position and the job, but are not even getting the interview.
Thank you.
So let's handle that first, and then let's move to the second. You don't just skip over 1 through 5 and get to 10. It doesn't. That doesn't add up. That don't work like that. But that's what I'm saying, where this is happening, and it's always. And to me, I'm a person. I believe in stuff. I pray. I hope. But unfortunately, I think I know my kids will be grown-ups 20 years from now, and it will be the same, if not worse, than it is. We had our real leaders who could have did something to happen, to make changes and stuff. Little changes has been made and stuff like that. I'm not going to discredit, what they were doing, but we're still not sitting at the table. And if we are at the table, we're bought. Hey, we're going to use you. You're going to be the face to control them when something hits the fan, and we know who those people are. And when you go do your research and find out, oh, this guy was an agent for the FBI. I never knew that. They put this man in my face, and I thought he was a real good guy. Jesse Jackson was right next to Martin Luther King when he got assassinated. But nobody really brings that up. The other guy, the one who was fat and turned skinny, he was an informant for the FBI. Al Sharpton, seriously.
And these are our leaders, the leaders that we're supposed to look up to. How?
Exactly.
Well, hold on a second, y'all. Because I'm going to grab this book, because, we got to cross our I's and cross our T's and dot our I's, because some, want to take down, we got to come with receipts. So this is the FBI war on Tupac Shakur and Black leaders. This is written by John Potash, who happens to be a white man, but nonetheless, he came with receipts, and he has references of where he got his information. And the smaller part says U.S. intelligence murderous target of Tupac, MLK, Malcolm, Panthers, Hendrick, Marley, rappers, and linked ethnic leftists.
Correct.
This was forwarded by Pam Africa with Mumia Abu Jamal, who also is still incarcerated, and afterward by Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. So I'm still reading this because this is a book that is a research book. It's not a novel. I've got my stuff highlighted here, and this is something you got to sit back and read a couple and then take it all in, because it's a lot, and it makes you really sit there and be like, oh, really? Oh, word? Okay. Because we know that the former FBI director,
I was about to mention his name. He wrote the playbook. He wrote the playbook to take him. Exactly.
And he said, what now? What did he say, Maybach? We're not getting any more black messiahs. We're going to cut that down.
Well, his quote is, the biggest threat to America is blacks uniting and standing together. Now, and he labeled us terrorists as well, too, which is crazy. I don't understand how the Black Panther Party was a terrorist group if they was getting grants from the government. But that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, I didn't want to,
Didn't they start the WIC program? Didn't the Black Panthers start the WIC program?
Yes, they did.
Oh, see, I didn't know that, but that's I just learned that. Now I know.
The same program that feeds most of their children.
Wait a minute. And the same program that feeds foreigners that come in that are undocumented?
Oh, but not to add to what y'all are saying too. They want you to believe and be programmed by the television that there's more of us on government assistance than it is the clear people, which is that's not the truth. It's not. We only make up 13%. So there is no way. It's the same thing with incarceration. There's more of us in there. And is that a coincidence? No. When I was young and dumb and full of, what? I thought that, I looked at that differently. But now, and the guy who's in the White House right now, he's one of the people to blame for the crime bill in '94. And
his vice president.
Yes.
That's why they work so well together. Oh, and guess what? This Supreme Court Justice elect, she's right along with them.
Yeah, of course. This is what I'm saying.
They have
once you go to Washington, the district, to me, the DC stands not for District of Columbia. It's another C word. It's something that when you do a crime, they call you. You know what I'm saying? They label you as such. That's what DC. You can go in there with a nice pure heart, but them lobbyists get in your pocket, and it's a wrap.
So it's almost a disservice, because even if somebody who's coming in, like you said, with a genuine heart that really wants to clean up things, it's almost like they're going to get tainted, because
they are.
They're going to get compromised. So, case in point, one of the guys from Lords of the Underground rap group from Jersey, his name is Dupree. He's running for, I think as a councilman or mayor, some type of official for Jersey, for Newark. And, I'm all for it, because who better to handle the community than somebody who's from the community. But however, I'm like, I hope that nothing steers in his way wrong, because we really need people like that,
Correct.
But as track record shows, that you can come in with the purest heart and want to do things, but you get tapped on that shoulder, it's game time for something else.
Correct. Yeah. I'll give you an example. Boston, we have a woman mayor who's Asian. Before her, we had a black woman. She got in by default though. So while the black one was in position, they had their little campaign going on. So she still was part of the campaign. So she didn't win, but the Asian woman won. And once the Asian woman won, a lot of melanated people voted for her. And we thought she was going to be good and pure, like she presented herself. But once she got in the office, she just went against us, you know, and everybody's like, wow, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So this is exactly what we're speaking about. You know,
Yeah.
people get bought up, you know.
Because they be done took these donations and these campaign funds from different people, and once you get in there, you got to pay up.
Correct.
You didn't
Correct.
just get they vote for nothing.
Correct. Look, we speaking about that. Maxine Waters is one of them. A lot of people don't really care for her anymore. Back in the days, they did. Now she's been out of tune for years. The lady lives in a mansion. So how you going to speak on poverty when you're living good?
Yeah.
You don't know what eating oodles and noodles is like.
Yeah. And they
You know
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
about these things. How can you make decisions about people being in poverty and you've never lived a day of poverty in your life?
Or if you did, it was a long time ago. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It was
You
a
out
long,
of
you out of tune.
touch.
You out of touch, you know? That's the problem. See, Tupac said it best. To me, I take it as we can't really control or really elect somebody and put in the White House. But like Tupac, he has these infamous recordings that, you know, he had conversations while he was locked up with a big ass crip named Monster Cody, where he says, you know, he was putting a thing together, organization where Michael Jackson was going to be part of it, Tretch, all this other stuff. They was going to clean up, you know, the real bad neighborhoods, the drug infested neighborhoods. They was going to do all of that. And he was like, yo, what we could do is if we know somebody in the community who's running for a selectman position or a select woman, congressman, congresswoman, we can help these people get into office so they can help us and help the community. You understand what I'm saying? And that might be in that book that Foxy Moon is talking about. It should be in there because these recordings are infamous. It's still on YouTube. People can go listen to it. Where he was planning to do that. He was going to connect with Tretch, go to New Jersey. Wherever's messed up at, they was going to help rebuild areas, put up recreational parks and recreational centers, all of that type of stuff. But of course, they don't want that because it doesn't benefit their narratives and you know, it doesn't benefit, they don't gain nothing from that, you know? And, you know, it's just sad.
It is sad because they don't want us to do better. But they know how powerful if we all united, not just Black people, but other races too, who are having the same issues.
Correct.
If we all united together to try to make a change, we would be too powerful for them.
Correct. A country that talks about, you know, opportunities, the land of the free, which is we all know is smoke and mirrors, you know? Like I'm watching little third world countries who the best students in school, they fund these kids. They pay everything for them. They take care of the family just so the kid can go move forward, become a big engineer, become a MD and all this other stuff. But yet you mean to tell me we can't do that out here with our students?
Exactly.
I'll give you an example. I was a Pop Warner coach about 15 years ago. And some of the kids I still see, well, they grown now, they're young adults now and stuff like that. One of them came to me and was like, you know, they still call me coach. I love it because it's, you know, just showing like their maturity and respect. And it was like, I remember when I asked you when I was graduating high school, should I go to college or should I take a trade school? I didn't even have kids at this time. And I told him straight up, I said, I'm gonna talk to you like if you were my son. I would rather you go to a trade school, you know, because right when you come out that trade school, you can start your profession and stuff like that. So long story short, he becomes an electrician. He works for the local union in Boston. And this kid's already, he done built his first house and already sold that and is building a bigger house now and got his own company with him and his mother, electrician company. And this is what I'm saying. Like, he thanked me and I feel good that I told him that. And I was real blunt and honest with him. I didn't, you know, say, oh, go to college and this and that. I told him straight up. I said, man, you go to college, your parents going to be paying money for forever. You know what I'm saying? The whole point is to keep us in debt. They're not teaching us. And that's another thing they should be teaching in high school. Like some of these classes that these kids like, like, do we really need history? Like how much of history do we really need when it's his story and not real history?
Exactly.
You know, math, yes, I get the math. I understand the English. You know, you need those two to add and you need to learn how to speak properly and articulate yourself, not just, you know, bitches, hoes, and, you know, curse words and stuff. I get those two. But a lot of them still. Kwame Brown talks about a lot of the trade and codings. Forget about the trade and codings. Well, I ain't saying forget about it like it means nothing, but I heard there's no home ec in a lot of these schools. There's no mechanic classes. There's no wood shops in a lot of these classes. I remember taking cooking class. I thought that was corny. And I thought typing was corny. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have computers when I was coming up. I'm in my mid-40s, so we had a lot of typewriters in class. And I thought that was more for women. I'm like, why do I need typewriting class? That's for the girls. This is my mind frame because I was young and dumb. You know what I mean? But I'm glad I learned that. I took that class. You know, some of these classes we could do without. You know, art should be for the people who's into art. Now, everybody doesn't really need art because I don't know how to draw. I took art class. I'm still drawing stick figures like I'm back in middle school. You know what I'm saying? I can't do no portrait sketch of nobody, you know? So like a lot of these classes, they taking them out. But of course, if you're in a prep school, which we have out here, and we have like schools called MECO, where basically you can live in the hood and you get bused far out, like maybe 45 minutes to go to a good school. You know, they call it MECO out here. A lot of them, they changed the name to like charter schools. But not everybody can, can get their kids because they do it by drawings. You got to put your name on a list. It's like trying to get a housing apartment, and you on that list forever. They may never call your child's name. By the time they call them, they already too grown to go to that school. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. Or they done graduated already. So, we already know the system ain't set up for us. Yeah, we do make the most and the best out of it, but the odds are still stacked against us. I'm not making excuses for us and saying we can't prosper, but out of somebody came up with a statistic that was great. Out of all the billionaires in the world, we only have like less than a handful that's melanated. Billionaires now. Now, multi-millionaires, the numbers are still low as well. So, even if we do make it, like we said, there's a lot of, hoops that we got to jump through. There's a lot of like courses we gotta try to go through. You know what I'm saying? Optical courses, stuff we gotta, just get out the way just to even get there. And when we get there, like y'all was saying, we still ain't accepted or even looked as equal.
And that's what we were saying. When will we be qualified? When?
We may never see that if it happens.
Exactly. So I'm sorry, y'all. I had to cut out. But thank you for holding the show going and everything. My little one just called me and said she had an incident on the train. See, I was just telling y'all, earlier about how I have to fear and try not to fear that things don't happen to my children. But she said that she was kind of assaulted by this older. Who was a guy on the train. So her and her friend were riding the train coming from school, and they were goofing around and talking to each other and on the phone. So he mistaken them to be laughing at him. Wow. And got aggressive with them. Now they're 15 years old. She said he looked about my son's age, my son is 23 years old.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
And nobody really said anything except for one person was like, "Oh, leave him alone," because he kept going on. Nah, they think I'm playing with them. And then he said to my daughter, he said to both of them, because it was only two girls. He said, "I don't care. You could go tell your boyfriend, go tell your father, go tell whoever you tell." He's like, "I fight girls too. I don't care."
Wow.
And that's the thing. And when people see things like this going on, we don't say anything. We turn our heads.
And that's sad. That's sad.
These are two young ladies.
Yeah. She's like,
somebody should have said something.
Yeah.
But they're okay though, right?
They're okay. He was just like trying to like aggravate them to see if they would like keep talking. But they were just saying, "Look, we weren't talking about you. We were not talking about you." They was like, he was like, "Well, you kept looking in my direction." They're looking up, they're on their phone and they're laughing and giggling. And he was in their peripheral. He thought that they were making fun of him.
I don't know how that would bother a grown ass man who's in his early 20s. Like,
thank you.
That's what young girls do anyways. They ha what y'all say, ha and kikiing or whatever.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know. That man has, and this is another thing. There's a lot of people, man, they having personal issues. That's why I mind my P's and Q's. I try not to interfere with anybody's thing because you don't know what people are going through.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. A lot of people got some trauma in their life going on, personal issues, you know, and stuff like that as well, too. You know, and they looking for a reason to lash out or do what they want to do. So
that's the case in point. That's what Lotus was mentioning earlier, that you don't know who's got something going on with them, and then they say something and it triggers.
Correct.
It could set them off.
Yeah.
And
people don't believe that words hold vibrations.
That's probably what was going on with Will Smith too. Who knows? He could have been holding a lot of stuff in, like, listen.
Oh, let me ask y'all one last question. Did y'all peep? Chris Rock did not call him by his real name. He said
said Richard.
Somebody did a video and they said Will's probably under the MK Ultra, and he's probably still under that character.
Yeah.
Yep, I heard him say Richard, and then at the end he said another name too. Oh, he said Ali or something like that. He's like, yeah, did you see Ali just hit me?
Oh yeah, exactly. Correct.
He was saying Will's characters, but he didn't call him by his name. So that's another thing that was like, well, so he's in character then. This is not really.
Yes, exactly. That's why. That's what the person on YouTube did. They did a whole video and said this man still under the trance, because what he did is he put it good. He put it together. Like, you could have been a fool and you would still understand what he's saying. So he made the reference as what's the guy what's the actor who played Joker and passed away right after?
Hugh Ledger. Heath Ledger.
Okay.
Right.
So they saying that the directors and producers told him to go see a psychiatrist because he stayed in character for too long. Even when they cut the cameras, he was still in character. They prescribed him some medicine, and that's what, quote unquote, you know, quotations up in the air, that's what he OD'd off of, is the prescriptions. That's why I tell people, they prescribing you this stuff doesn't mean that it's good for you. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But who's another person? They said same thing. Noriega on his podcast, he said when he bumped into Nas while Nas was shooting Belly, way away from where they were shooting the movie set, he said he was in that sincere character, wearing the kufi on his head and stuff like that. So this is how he put his video together, his little narrative thing that he did, documentary thing on MK Ultra and all this other stuff, how people stay in character and they're not supposed to be in public and for a few months and stuff like that, so they can get them out of that mind frame and stuff like that. Yeah, it's very deep. You know, anybody that knows what I'm talking about knows, you know, when it comes to that.
They do that in the military as well.
Yeah.
When you come back from a war.
Correct.
You're not sent straight home to your family.
Correct.
They have to deprogram you.
Correct. And I'm glad that you mentioned that earlier, because I know some veterans, and that's sad. So when going back to when we talk about reparations, that will be a conversation that we can be on here for hours. I feel like we'll never get it because they'll make excuses and stuff like that, and then some people will get the money and do the wrong things with it. That's a whole nother conversation as well too. They ain't gonna do nothing positive like buy land or go get a house or nothing. They want to, you know, splurge and look good. Hey, I just bought a Lamborghini with my reparations money, but you're still living in the projects. But as far as that go, like, man, listen, they do not take care. Like, Boston is bad. There's areas, a lot of these veterans come back, they're not normal. You know what I'm saying? They don't really take care of them. Last time I heard, I spoke to one of them, said that it's been 3 months. He's trying to get an appointment. He got to wait 3 months to get to the VA. And that's sad. Just to be seen. 3 months.
And a lot of our veterans are homeless. That's a lot of the people that you see on the street that's homeless. They're veterans.
Correct. That's sad.
I'm going to take it back even further from the current situation to 1970s. And there's a document here in the Bronx that it happened that the vets came back from Vietnam. And they were lined up outside on 42nd Street to get into, I guess it would be like like where they have the rooms. I forgot what it's called. Sort of like
Roman
a
houses,
resort.
Roman
Yes,
houses.
yes.
Just to
And
get a bed, right? Just to get a bed or something like that. Like
to get a bed, but in order to get the bed, they also had to apply to be on welfare.
correct.
And
Correct.
also to be on welfare, they then needed to say that they had drug issues or something along that line, but they were
Correct.
given
Correct.
methadone.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Not as far as New York go, but I've heard stuff like that. Correct. Yep.
So we have then those fathers, uncles, grandfathers that have come out of service. They're being disserviced by the same country that they fought for. And now they're either strung out or dead. So again, this leaves room to where our mothers, our daughters are not being protected because our fathers are not being taken care of.
And in jail and prison, because
Right.
they'll go to jail or prison so they
Correct.
can have a bed and meal too.
Correct. Correct. Not even just the soldiers. You got regular people doing that. You got people that's
Yeah.
homeless. They know, oh, okay, I'm gonna go commit a crime. I'm gonna get found guilty of this crime, and they're gonna put me in for a certain amount of time. And now, okay, that will hold me over for the winter. I won't be in the streets and be cold. I'm gonna be in prison, which is sad. That's some certain people's mindset. You know what I mean?
Right. So salute to voodoo, because that's something that is definitely, that takes a strong person to do that. Somebody who is almost dedicated. I also I was thinking about going into the Marine Corps when I was a teenager. And I had said this before on my platform that, I had saw a Full Metal Jacket and I was like, I want to be a Marine. Go figure. But once I got older and understood what all that was about, I was like, nah, not doing that. I was kind of on the Muhammad Ali, like I am not going to go fight for someone that has nothing to do with me.
Correct. Correct.
And they want to throw him in jail because he's like, you're not complying.
Rick James too. If you guys watch his documentary,
I didn't know that.
He went to I almost said Canada. I don't know why, but he went to Canada for the same reasons.
That's why he was there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he went there because the drafting thing that was mandatory for us. But yeah, it's crazy.
Same thing, with going into the police academy. My son, when he was little, he always wanted to be a police officer. Because he never saw any of the violence and the detriment that was going on. He always saw like cops being portrayed in a good way, which is what they should be. But then we got to remember that they're human at the end of the day. And so they have issues as well. They're probably just as scared as you and I going into certain situations. They're not being properly trained. They're not being psychologically trained correctly. So there's a lot of issues that go into that as well. And when you take any type of civil service job that you're dealing with the population and the people, you have to have some type of psychology or psychological training and education.
Evaluations too. Yeah. Every 3 months, 6 months. See, and piggybacking off what you're saying, the policing back in my time, and I'm talking about in the 80s, is way totally different than it is now.
Yes.
Why? Majority of these officers grew up in these neighborhoods.
Right.
And I've said this on somebody's platform. If there was some activities, negative activities going on on your street, your neighborhood, blocks away, Tyrone grew up on your street. Tyrone's family. Tyrone knows your family. He's a police officer. Hey, Tyrone, I'm not going to give no names or nothing, but every day around 9 o'clock at night, there's some suspicious activities that happen the next street over. Tyrone does go to in front of his captain. Hey, Cap, there's some activities going on such and such street at nighttime. Didn't have to say nobody's name. It wasn't considered snitching, ratting, or nothing like that because you're a civilian and you're telling somebody what's going on in your neighborhood because you didn't want your kids to come out and see certain things happening. You understand? And Tyrone would go handle that. Right. Now, I was watching a police documentary about New York, the bad precinct in New York.
Where it was like 7 or 12 of them that went against
Correct.
The police department. Yep.
Yes, yes, and a lot of them didn't live in these neighborhoods that they was policing. They was coming from Long Island. They was coming from far away. Once again, disconnect. You know, they don't know how to interact with people that's living in these areas. You understand what I'm saying? So these a lot of these problems can be solved very easily if they just, you know, come up with a solution and make it happen. But of course, it's not going to benefit them if they're not, you know, like the guy who's the president now talking about I'm going to invest 30 million in buying clean crack pipes. Like, are you serious? Like, if that's not a smack, go ahead. If that's not a smack to the melanated voters, I don't know what is. And I don't even know why people voted for that man anyways, if they just did their research. Stop reading the cover of the book and looking at the back of the book. Let's read what's inside the book, because that's the most important thing. And information is inside, not the outside. Not just reading a title and saying, oh, you know what? They saying vote for the lesser evil. Because when I was a kid, I thought I was taught evil is evil. There was no levels. Oh, okay, you know, you're 100% bad evil and you're 10% 20. Evil was evil. But they put this program in people's mind, oh, vote for the lesser evil. And let's be realistic, from what I read, Trump made more melanated people rich and gave back more money than any president in history. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. And people want to say, oh, he brought racism. No, it's been here. Like I tell people that live in the South, come up to Boston, Mass. First police department. Come to this state and you will see this city is still like that to this day. Kevin Garnett did not even want to play for the Celtics in 2008. People had to have conversations with him because he heard how bad the racism is still out here. And this is what I'm saying. These are problems that we still have in a lot of cities. I guarantee anybody that lives in the South, Boston, Massachusetts, racism could stand to Alabama's, could stand next to Texas, can stand next to Florida's, and any other southern state. That's how bad to this day it is. It's a Commonwealth state. For anybody that knows about Commonwealth states, that's all you need to know. You know, I think Jersey is one. I don't know if Philadelphia, but all of these little Commonwealth states tells you a lot.
Virginia for sure.
Yeah, the Boston Harbor, the Charles River. They used to import some of the slaves. Well, so they say, was coming through those waterfronts and stuff like that. So, you know, shoot, where Ben Affleck is from, Charlestown. Yep. That's one of the biggest projects in America besides Queensbridge. Queensbridge is the largest, but Charlestown is one of those. I think it might be fourth or fifth, because Cabrini Green in Chicago was the biggest and the largest. Once they tore that down, it became Queensbridge. But back then, and where Whitey Bulger's from, South Boston, I went to South Boston High. In the early 90s, we had a racial riot out there. That's one of the spots that didn't want integration. They was throwing rocks and stuff. So some of those stories y'all heard about what was happening in the South, it happened right up here as well. They just don't tell you about it. You don't want to know. Matter of fact, if anybody's interested, I'm just reading up on this and I'm still learning. There's 25 racial massacres that happen in the United States. But of course, they always dumb down the numbers. So that means there's much more. When I say that, I'm talking about they burned down our Wall Streets. It happened in I think Texas, Oklahoma,
New York City, New York City, 1869 or 68, around that time. We also had a Black Wall Street, and to be very clear, that the street Wall Street was where the slaves were being put on auction. So that same Wall Street that's funded through the world. Correct. That's where it's coming from. It's coming from auctioning the slaves, and stocks and bonds. That's where that was coming from. So
I got another one.
New York City's got their hand dirty just as well as Boston, and Philadelphia, and all along that Eastern Sea corridor.
Correct. I got one for you too, right? There's two of them because you just reminded me. The first Black millionaire from New York's Wall Street is a Haitian man named Jeremiah G. Hamilton, which I just found out about last year. No, excuse me, 2 years ago during the lockdown. So 2020, I found out about that. Once again, I'm a person, I love learning. So me researching, that's how I bumped into that. And I was proud of that. I'm like, wow, first Black millionaire. Y'all can look him up. Jeremiah G. Hamilton is the name. Second of all, to go back what you're saying, and I learned this during the lockdown, we should not be celebrating New Year's Eve and partying and stuff like that, because families was being separated and sold. They used to house
I
us
learned that too during the lockdown. Matter
in
of fact,
warehouses.
last year.
Yes.
Last year.
Yes. So this is what they used to do. They would take the family during Christmas Eve, house all of these slaves in a warehouse, and New Year's Eve is when they would be sold and separated. So children was getting separated, husbands was getting separated, wives was getting separated from their families, and New Year's Eve is when they was auctioning slaves. So we should not be celebrating. But see, this is what I've been telling people, these pagan holidays, they dress them up, make them look nice, and we're out there, oh yeah, Halloween, and don't even understand Halloween has nothing to do with what they telling us it has something to do with, costumes and all of that. There's a lot of bad things that was happening. Valentine, a lot of couples was being massacred around the world on Valentine's Day. A lot of these, man, listen, listen,
it's deeper than rap. And
correct.
We get so caught up with the distractions, as everybody was not everybody, but most of y'all were posting in the comments that, you know, this is distractions. And you know, some people like this. Some people, that's escapism, and they dwell in that because they don't want to face their realities. You know, some realities for them are too harsh, so they thrive off of the smack that was heard across the world. They thrive, you know, they thriving off of silly articles written up and saying, you know, well, you should go ahead and think about marrying a white man. Like, stop the insanity.
Correct.
But, you know, you can only, you know, speak on what you know, and hopefully it resonates with somebody, and they might then tune in and want to do some research for themselves. And then that's how the ball gets rolling, because, you know, trying to really teach somebody and really, like, you know, people are only going to want to do what they want to do if they are ready for it.
Correct.
You know,
not only just that, once they believe something, it's hard to reprogram somebody with the facts and the truth when they've been miseducated, misinformed, and misled for so many years. That's like my mom's, who's 82 years old. I try to reprogram her mind and be like, did you know Christopher Columbus really didn't discover? She's going to look at me like I'm, you know, like ignorant people are quick to say, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. And it's just like, did you, you know, and it's like, that doesn't mean that I'm lying. You know, the word was created by the CIA when JFK was assassinated. Are you serious? Yeah, let me show you the proof. Let me show you the truth. And the person will still believe what they want to believe, you know? So it is what it is. And I get everything that you're saying about that. It's the truth. You know, people want to be so ignorant by saying, oh, you know what? That woman, Foxy Moon, you know, that's your friend? Why? Yeah, that's my good friend. Yeah. Why? Yo, she's a conspiracy theorist. It's like, what? Why? Because you can't compute what she's saying because you've been programmed to believe something. And it's like, no, bro, this is really what the facts is. Oh, where you getting your information from? On YouTube? Oh, man. You know, or you got the people that will say, well, I didn't see it on CNN. And it's just like, really? That's what you're looking for news? Real information is CNN? Okay. More power to you.
They call it YouTube scholars. Listen, I got on YouTube 2012, and the reason why was because I was looking for movies that were no longer circulating in prime time. And then I stumbled on documentaries that have been like hidden gems. And, you know, moving forward to 2015, I was brought to watch Know the Ledge with Red Pill and Blue Pill. Brother Rich's Black Magic 363, Sonetta. So I learned a lot more. There was a lot more eye-opening and hearing and seeing things, and then also getting books and researching as well. So YouTube has its disadvantages, but it also has its advantages where there's people who have books that are printed out, you know, and you can learn, you know, but you use your discernment. You take whatever they say on face value, and then you do your research.
Facts. That's what my father used to always say. He always used to say, if he told you something, don't believe me, go do your research. you know, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be looking at him like, you lying to me? He's like, no, I'm not lying to you. I'm just telling you that people could
Right.
say anything to you, but you want to not just believe what they selling you. Go do your own research and, you know, find out for yourself. It's so true. So
Mm-hmm.
true.
Voodoo says, life, hold on. If it ain't on the news, it's a conspiracy theory. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah,
And
he ain't lying.
yeah. See,
But
what we
what
have to do is, I think he mentioned this too on a couple of lives that I had before, that we have to unlearn and relearn
correct.
things that were presented to us, that it's been force fed down our throats for so long,
Correct.
that now we have to question if what we learn is even true.
Well, see, I always question everything anyways. You could say the simplest thing to me, hey, what are you doing, Fox? Oh, I'm sipping some water. I'm going to question it. You know what I'm saying? That's just how my brain works. I can't speak for nobody else. I'm going to dissect you sipping water. What do you really mean? You know what I'm saying? Even if I'm overthinking it, I'd rather overthink it than not to do it at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's how I've always been. So, you know.
Yeah, sometimes I overanalyze where then it makes me kind of sound like conspiracy.
Likewise. Yep.
But I'm like, well, I rather, if I'm wrong, then somebody correct me on it. But then if I'm making sense to it, then I'm like, then me overthinking it paid off.
Facts. The problem I have is people trying to say, yo, why are you like that? That's what makes me me.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever your characteristics are, I will never try to change your characteristics. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. And that's the problem that we have. People want you to react the way they want you to react. Oh, why you tying your sneakers like that? Well, this is the way I've been doing it for years.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, do it this way. No, if what works for you ain't not necessarily going to work for me, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. Oh, why did Will do this? Everybody has their theories, their opinions on what this person should have did and what they shouldn't have did and this and that. And it's just like, yo, listen, man, it is what it is. That's why I said I'm not going to get caught up in that. I could speak on it and we can move on. But these people are still having it in mainstream news. Just like I said, you would have thought it was WWE, WrestleMania, the smack around the world. I thought it was two wrestlers when I first seen the title, not even knowing that it was the person's doing a whole story about the smack at the Oscars. And I'm like, really? And that's news. That's news. Back then, that would have never been no news.
Right. Well, and back then, that wouldn't even happen.
That's another thing as well, too. Of course.
So society has definitely gotten all haywired with just the way it is. And like I said earlier, I did go to college in what I was majoring in, I had to take psychology and sociology. I really like sociology because it tells you about the mores, the norms, how society is, how, growing up in one society is different from the other and how this culture moves. So it's very fascinating. And it also helps you to understand and understand how certain people move and how certain people think, not just the psychology of them, but just their overall.
Correct.
And, we've definitely moved away from certain morals and certain, things that we would be, that should be restricted to, like, everything is a free for all now. Your business, this couple's business is on mainstream. Their private life. When, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, that's taboo. You don't really discuss too much of that.
Correct. And just like how you said it with social media as well too, like, it's a good tool. I'm pretty sure whoever invented it, whatever, had the best intentions, but of course it's not being used sometimes in the right way, the right manner. You know what I mean? You got a lot of people that wouldn't ever give their opinion, ever open their mouth and have a conversation. Now everyone is opinionated. Everyone got something to say.
Everyone. And then you have the other ones who are super sensitive and certain things that you say, they ready to wild out on you.
Correct.
You
And I
can't
was
take a
taught.
joke.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm saying like you can't take a joke. Like I was saying to Lotus earlier.
That's a
Remember
fact.
when we used to clown each other and be like, "Yo, mama," the "yo,
Correct.
mama" jokes?
Correct. Correct. Correct.
What? You upset because
Correct.
somebody said you what's up with GI Jane too? But
Mm-hmm.
remember, we were talking mama jokes.
Yeah, but see, yeah, we was doing that because at the same time we didn't have what social media or all these electronic gadgets, so we was forced to socialize and overstand one another. Oh, okay. Oh, why is Foxy Moon acting like that? Well, you don't really know her. I grew up with her. Don't take it personal. That's her personality. She's an opinionated person. She's not an a-hole. She's just gonna give her opinion on something. Now that's her opinion. That doesn't mean her opinion is fact. You don't have to give light to it. If that, like you said, you was able to say something and people knew you was joking, even if you had a straight face.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because you was trying to sell that.
Right.
Now, like you said, a lot of people want to snap and stuff like that. People are just being disrespectful to people, SMDing. In my time, if you told a man to SMD you would be ready. Like I said, you just be ready to fight.
Yes,
Yeah. Your jaw's gonna be
those are
broke.
fighting words.
Mm-hmm. Same thing. And this is another thing that kills me. I get it. What they say, tone is everything.
Mm-hmm.
You have some women that get mad at a man for calling them a bi, but then they'll turn around, they'll call their woman friend on the phone. Oh, bi, let me tell
Right.
you what time.
Exactly.
And it's just like, hold on. So, like, just like with the N word.
Right.
The people say I've never put it in that perspective. Oh, it's a word. I use it as a word as endearment. No, it was part of my vocabulary then. Like, once again, I like to say when I was young and dumb. You know what I'm saying? And full of, you already know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But as I grew up, I understood, okay, in an intimate setting with me and my homeboys chilling, we can drop that N-word all day long.
Mm-hmm.
But when we out and about in public in front of the clear folks, hey bro, hey homie, hey, you know what I'm saying? Let's speak, because they already expecting us to act like what Will did at the Oscars. Yep. That's how they expecting us, all of us, to. And I always tell people, just because somebody's a multi-millionaire or they got money doesn't mean they still can't act a certain way. You know what I'm saying? When provoked and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? What Mike Tyson's infamous thing? Everybody got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? So. But that's what's the crazy thing. And like I said, we can talk about the music. I always said this. Cardi B was playing her WAP music. Her daughter walked in the room. She shut it off. She was on IG Live. Her fans are like, oh, why you shut it off? She's like, I don't let my daughter listen to that. But yet you can poison all the other little girls.
Yeah, it's okay for our children to listen to it, but you don't want to allow your child to listen to it.
Yeah. Like when I was coming up listening to rap, I knew it was entertainment. I knew this rapper who's talking about flipping keys and this and that, he's not actually doing that, because if he was and he was making so much money, he wouldn't be rapping.
He's not talking about it, first of all.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like we knew how to separate it. Correct.
That type of the rappers were emulating the drug dealers.
Correct.
And so they were reporting what they saw on the streets.
Correct. And a lot of them, that like Public Enemy was talking about what the government was doing.
Right.
So
they were, yeah, but they weren't like they were emulating it only on the screen, but they weren't acting it out.
Correct. Or promoting that, or promoting it.
Mm-hmm. Real
like people want to talk about. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. Real drug dealers and people who commit crimes don't tell on themselves.
Oh, we're living in that time now,
Snitch,
like, oh, Foxy, I'm going to come see you. I'm going to spit 1,000 shots at you. And it's just like, yo, bro, you're on social media telling, but yet they telling everybody else, this one snitch, that one snitch. But what are you doing then? You threatening somebody straight up and telling everybody, the whole world, what you're going to go do to this person. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, man, social media is crazy. Once again, like I said, the Megan Thee Stallion type of thing. This is another thing. When Beyonce was talking about single ladies to the left, and all that other stuff, people don't even know she was in a relationship. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of people promote something, but they the opposite of what they talking about or singing or rapping about.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
And how she was saying, put a ring on the finger.
Exactly. Correct.
She was married already. Married.
Exactly. That's my point. I'm glad you said it best.
You're setting that
Point.
example. Beyonce was a detriment. And I'll tell you, I liked the Sasha Fierce album.
Mm-hmm.
But when that Single Ladies video came out, my youngest was 18 months old. And my youngest is like a little musical genius. She loves music. She loves dance. And she has a voice on her. Yeah. And she saw the Single Ladies video and she starts dancing. But then she's got her little onesies on, but she had her little pajama pants and she's like, and she's taking her little pajama pants off and she's in the onesie because Beyonce's in a leotard. Correct. She's in a onesie.
Correct.
So like I said, she was 18 months old seeing this. She wasn't even 2 years old yet. And we're watching the videos. I didn't think anything of it, but I stopped her watching it because I'm like, wait a minute, now you're not supposed to be doing that when Beyonce's so good. But that's what Beyonce was doing innocently enough.
Correct.
But it still was a detriment. So you have all these little young girls out here, beehive this, beehive that. But the woman is full blown married and she's sending out the wrong message.
Correct. And that's why y'all now, I don't want to, when I say y'all, meaning women, are sitting here like advertising this. I don't need a man. And then that same woman gets about 40. She's still single, ain't married, ain't got nobody. Now she's wishing she changed her tune. And that's this is another thing that people are being programmed with. You got masculine men that is being defeminized. You know what I'm saying? I don't have it's cool. Talk about showing your emotions, expressing yourself a little more, right. Being a little, whatever. I'm with that. You get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I got a daughter who's going to be 4 years old this coming Friday. Aww. I show her my sensitive side. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't make me less of a man. Exactly. But for me to walk around with a man purse and then be like, oh, this is fashion, that's bogus to me. I'm sorry. I don't subscribe to that. I don't, that's not the way I was raised. Right. Got real men, they had a backpack on their back or they had walked around with a briefcase, not something around your shoulders, a strap coming. That's women who did that. Yep. Women and little girls did that. You know what I'm saying? My little daughter, she has a little purse. She got a little bag. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like my son, I'm teaching him a certain way to grow up. Now, when he becomes an adult and he chooses something otherwise, that's on him. But I'm going to raise him the way he's supposed to be. Okay, he's going to play with his remote control cars. You know what I'm saying? His little gas helicopter and ride a bike. He's not going to be next to his sister playing Barbie with the dollhouse. No, that's not happening. I'm sorry, not in my crib. Right. You know what I'm saying? Not in this house. But once again, when he becomes an adult, if he chooses otherwise, that's on him. Same thing with my daughter. But I'm going to raise him to, like the opposite. That's that. There's nothing there. But somebody will hear that and be like, oh, but Maybach, that is wrong. No, it's not wrong. This is my house. These are my kids. I control my kids. Same thing with the government telling you can't spank your kid. Who? I done tapped my son in front of his teacher and she gave me a look and I said, ma'am, listen, he was being disobedient in the vehicle before I brought him into the school. He's still acting up a little bit and I tapped him on his hand. I didn't smack him in the face. I didn't punch him. I didn't kick him. I just tapped him on the back of his hand. Guess what? I was getting tapped at 2 years old and I came out fine. So those teachings still can be brought down. I'm not letting you or the government tell me I can't be a parent. And once again, when the child goes off the handle and does bad, now they're looking at you saying, why didn't you step in and do this? Why didn't you do that? You get what I'm saying? Like, nah, ain't nobody controlling my kids but me and their mother. That's about it. We're going to raise them a certain way. Once again, if they choose to do something otherwise, then that's them as adults. But as far as right now, the toddlers and kids, I'm not putting no dress on my son. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it.
And just like you were saying about the changes in the school.
Hold on a second, Lotus. So I want to salute to Ant Dog because I was thinking about him earlier in the live and, because he's another one that comes in. He's like a big bro as well.
Salute to him.
Yeah, and you know, he supports the channel and me, and you know, we've had our personal readings behind the scenes. So you know, I always appreciate him, and you know, and his, you know, donations as well. So I want to let you know, Ant Dog, you were on my mind.
Like I said,
So
I shared this live too earlier. I shared it. Like I said,
thank you.
I think you should, you know, I'm never gonna tell you or anybody what they should do, but my opinion, I think you should have these conversations more, because I love engaging in this. And like I
Yeah,
said, I love hearing other people's opinions. And every time you go live, I learn something new about you. And even
awesome.
in the message that you drop. And I love that. You know what I'm saying? Even from a woman's perspective, because y'all guys are the nurturers. Without y'all, there is no us. That's a fact. I don't know what any male chauvinist be thinking about, but this is a fact. Without the women, there is no us. Period.
Exactly.
Because we
No,
can't
I
reproduce.
appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. One of my other brothers that I subscribe onto his channel, he's a Tupac, Discretion TV. Shout out to Discretion TV. Um, he was hitting me up and was like, "Yo, you know, you should put this on your you know, link your YouTube onto your IG page and stuff." And I'm like, I'm having a problem with doing that. And one of my IG pages, I think, has been shadow banned. So I'm like, I can't, you know.
Oh, don't listen. I told you I've been on IG for 4 months now, whatever, maybe 5 now. Well, April, so 5. Listen, they done took my joint 4 times, and I had to learn. It's like YouTube. You can't be on YouTube saying the hard R. You got to
Yeah,
say sexual deviant behavior, certain words. So
yeah, yeah.
what I just do is like say if I want to like put you on to something, I send it to you as a message instead of putting it on my story.
Right.
Or even using as a reel. I'm learning that myself too.
Yeah.
But that's another way to promote your channel as well. Maybe
Yeah,
that's
and he was saying that, and he was like,
correct.
you know, you have he was watching my content where I was talking about
Mm-hmm.
when my 5 hours got deleted from YouTube,
Wow.
when I had a Mindful Monday about 2 weeks ago. So he was like, yeah, yo, you should, because he's feeling the same way like you are. And he's on that kind of thing too, but he talks about Pac and the, you know, the industry.
Yeah.
But so, you know, I will try. I just got to be mindful about the content, and definitely when I'm talking about certain things,
Correct.
make sure that I have the receipts to back it up, because I don't want to come out all willy-nilly and then, you know, I've spent 5 hours and then it's got shut down again.
Facts.
So,
But I think you still could do it in codes, though. I think you still could do it in code.
I've been sticking to the script. I think today, you know, and I also had the copyright disclaimer because I was using an article that I wanted to reference, and we needed commentary on it, and it was a teaching. You know, so that's really what it was about. You know, and the J Smith and the Will, Jada and Will and the whole family.
Yeah.
That's just, you know, us commentating on it because it's around the, you know, the world is talking about it. But for this particular article, you know, I definitely, and so anybody coming through right now, we have Maybach and my Lotus Bomb here on the panel. But the topic of why I came on today was, there's an article that came out April 1st, April Fool's Day, in the New York Post, and it says here why more Black women should consider marrying white men. So, you know, if you're just tuning in, that's what's going on. That's what we were talking about earlier. And we got a male perspective with Maybach coming on the panel and just giving us his perspective of things. But this conversation, this topic that it was baffling me, and it was making me like, what? I found it very disrespectful. And you know, again, there's a target on Black males and Black females with such an article like this. Now, apparently, the writer of this article is a Black person, and he's married to a Black woman. I don't know. He didn't put his opinion on here, and I don't know where he stands as to why he wrote this article. Was he upset because he sees, you know, affluential Black women marrying more white men, or is he like just being, you know, the bee in the bonnet and just stirring the pot? Don't know. But he mentioned that 2 prominent Black women, Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson are going to, be these prominent women, but they also share a personal attribute that should be noteworthy, is that they both have white husbands.
There's one more too that you didn't mention. I think Candace Parker.
I don't know who she is. But
Candace? Sorry, I say Parker. Candace Owens.
Right.
She's with
she has a white husband too.
Exactly. And I never knew that till they showed them down in Florida together.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't like her.
Correct.
People really don't like her.
Correct. They don't. I'm still on the fence. I don't want to say on the fence, but there's some points that she puts out there that I'm with, and there's the other side that I'm against as well. So I don't know if she's bought out, one of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but a lot, like you said, a lot of people dislike her.
So the other part of the article has said that rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual Black women either don't marry or don't marry Black men with whom they are not especially well matched. And these mismatched marriage relationships contribute to African Americans having the highest divorce rate of any racial group. In fact, Black women are the only demographic to have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. I don't even know how he wrote that, because that doesn't even sound correct.
It doesn't. I want to know where he got his statistics from.
Correct.
And what is he basing that on?
Because isn't there more than them than there is us?
Yeah, that's allegedly, that's what they say, but I don't believe that either.
Right.
I feel like they take some of these numbers, and let's just say there's a lot of like Black couples that don't get married.
Right.
They automatically put it as, well, this is why. You know what I'm saying? Like the numbers is so high, or this and that. Like they try to make their argument based on that. So it's like how they say if you have no credit, that's considered bad credit.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what they do with our numbers, anyways. You know what I'm saying?
They fudge the numbers. And how does this article equate to if there's more of us in more of our males that are locked up?
And I was going to say that. That's why a lot of our males are locked up, and we have to really focus on it and watch the things that are happening before our eyes. How can we marry our peers and our counterparts if they're all locked up or on drugs?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Or in debt?
How can you even get to marriage if a lot of these women are on public housing? And automatically, the child's father or the kid's father can't even be in the household. Exactly. And that was another way to separate the homes.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people aren't married. You can't get married
because
be on these programs.
You will get your benefit from the government if you say that you don't have your husband in the house.
Correct.
Now, I had just told y'all earlier about my personal situation with me being a teenage mom at 15. But in order for me to get some type of public assistance, welfare, I had to take the baby daddy to court because he needed to pay that child support. But he was 15 as well, and he was a child.
Correct. Well, they do that now too, though. The minute that you go and apply for like SNAP benefits, that's another thing that they do. As well too. When the woman goes and apply, they said, "Oh, do you agree to put the child's father on thing?" And the woman could go in not even knowing that, but in order to get it, this is what they do. That's another way. And there's a woman that did a short video on YouTube where she was like, "Well, I had my child's father on child support. I took him off because he's about to do, I think it was trucking or something." And she was like, what y'all women don't understand, when the man wins, the child also wins, and I win as well too, even if I'm not with him. But our daughter that we have definitely win. And a lot of women, they do this thing out of spite. Like, I'll give an example. My kids stay with me. We didn't have to go to no court. and have a court written thing to say, okay, I have them for this many days and she gets them for that many days. I said, listen, I live outside of Boston. It's best that they be in this environment and then you can get them. We made an agreement, we co-parent, and that's that. Yeah, we have disagreements, but we're not arguing. I don't, belittle her. You know what I'm saying? And all this other stuff, we just agree. And sometimes we can agree to disagree, but we're doing what's best for the kids, because that's what's more important.
Bottom line.
Yeah, I don't care who she's doing, how many. That is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that. As long as she's in good health, that's all I think about and I pray for.
And my children are in a safe environment, then that's all that matters.
Correct. And that's that. And another tidbit too, that I didn't know, and I learned this 10 years ago, a lot of men, once you know that the relationship is rocky and the woman's about to have your child or y'all about to have kids, you can go to the child services and put yourself on child support. And what I mean by that is, if you set a cap and say, well, I can only pay $50 a month, and she agrees to that, that is what it's going to become, instead of you having to pay $500 and you barely surviving off of whatever else is left. But at the end of the day, I shouldn't even put that out there, because if you're doing what you need to do, then you won't be on child support. Period.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's two sides to the coin, because we have to also understand that there are also men out here who need to be on child support because somebody has to make them take care of their responsibilities.
Correct.
And no one should have to make you take care of your responsibilities. Facts. Being a man.
Facts. Correct. Facts. Now there is another thing too. There is women that gets very spiteful. Oh, he left me for her, and they go do that. That's corny. That's dumb to me. Because like I said, at the end of the day, when you do that and the guy can't pay, they're going to take away, if he has a license in certain states. I don't know how other states work, but out here, they'll take your license away. Now, how you going to go drive your car to go to work or make money if I can't get in my car, and they're going to lock me up? Now, that doesn't benefit, because you're not going to get nothing from me while I'm locked up. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of these women, like I said, it's different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But people should sit down and see what's good for the kid or the child or the kids and stuff like that, and y'all work on that. If I'm doing somebody else or you're doing somebody else, forget about all of that. It's not about that. It's about the child or the kids. That's what's more important at the end of the day. And
a lot of people don't get that. We get in our feelings too much.
Correct.
We don't know how to let go. You got to let go sometimes. If it didn't work, it just didn't work.
Right.
Correct. And y'all may not be for each other at that time, at that moment, but God makes y'all reconnect 5 years later because y'all mentality is different now.
And not to mention, remember what made y'all get together in the first place. So, I mean, unless it was just purely sexual, then that's what it is. But if you were really digging this person and y'all had a good relationship before things went sour,
correct.
Remember what that was. So maybe that can help you bond together. As we talked about earlier, relationship, there's no playbook out here that's telling you this relationship, everything is not cookie cut. One thing works for you, Lotus, one thing works for me, and one thing works for Maybach. It's all different. But there might be a similar thread in between all three of us. But the way we handle things are slightly different. We were brought up differently, raised, however, maybe single parents, maybe both parents, maybe grandma was raising us. Everybody has a different story. But what we have to realize is that, when we can take account for ourselves and then understand the person that we're dealing with or we're in a relationship with, and if you can make it work, then you make it work.
Yep.
But if it's volatile and and there's violence going on and there's substance abuse that's really out of control, then yes, there are exceptions to the rule where you should then depart from this relationship. Facts. But if it's really something that's that can be really worked out, financially, sometimes one of us might be up and the other one's going to be down, but that's why we're here. Correct. If you take these vows, and I'm not saying necessarily going to the government, but if you take these vows of, coveting your husband and covering your wife, you're taking on everything. You're taking on the mental, you're taking on the physical, you're taking on the emotions.
The
And you're
good
making it out.
times, the bad.
Bad times.
Correct.
You're sticking it out.
Correct. And that's what we're missing too. And that's on both
The
sides.
values.
It's culture.
Yeah, both sides.
I'm
We don't
saying
want to
culture
fight.
too. I'm talking about culture is lost in these days, times right now. Culture meaning like, how it's still being applied in third world countries where mothers raise their daughters to be like, real housewives.
Right.
Like I said, back in the days, like how my moms grew up, how maybe Foxy Moons and Lotus, how our great grandparents were. A lot of them was cultured. A lot of young girls is raising young kids. They're learning themselves, and stuff like that. That's why the plan was when you're mental, because we can grow up in age, but our mentality is still a child, a kid on both sides. That's why when your mental capacity is up there, that's when okay, yeah, I'm 35. I'm saying, I've been with this man. Let's plan to have a baby. Yeah, we're married. Right. Let's plan to have a child now. All of that stuff is not being taught right now. You know what I'm saying? To these young girls, because mom's barely at home. She might be young. She's partying or she's at work. This little girls get to watch, with social media. Back then it was different. We only had TV. Households didn't have 5-4 TVs like they do now. Yeah. So
there wasn't reality TV.
Correct. Wasn't none of all of this. None of this stuff. That's why a lot of kids are being raised by the internet. Not even by the community. How I grew up. I know. Okay, my mom's and my father went to work at night. The next door neighbor was watching me, or my aunt came over. Or you had the grandmother in the house, like you said earlier. A lot of us was raised by our grandmothers. You know what I'm saying? Or you acting up, you don't want to listen to me? Well, go to your grandmother's. Exactly. She sets you straight. You listen to her. Go over there.
Believe it. You was set straight real quick.
And they had people who monitored. What was the name of the agency that used to monitor what came on TV and what was appropriate?
You said there was an agency? Well, I know back in the 80s, TV went off at midnight. I remember that. You had the national anthem playing with the American flag on screen. TV actually went off at midnight. I said that to some cousins of mine. They said, "What? What do you mean TV went off? It got shut off?" I said, "No, the government at midnight there was nothing on TV. You heard the national anthem being played, and then you got the what you call it again? The little grainy screens, the little, you know what I mean?
The
the poltergeist screen you got. That's what I call it.
Ooh, that's
exactly. Midnight. People, that's what I'm saying. If kids, and that's another thing, these kids nowadays don't know what hard work is about, right? I made my first 1,200 because there's that Kwame Brown thing going on that some YouTubers was paid $1,200. I said, what? $1,200 is nothing, and people took it. I said, you can't even get a studio in Boston. You can't even get a 1-bedroom studio in New York for $1,200, let alone Massachusetts or California. Right. There's some other states, that's expensive. I just know about those three. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Especially out in New York and Cali. Gas is almost $8 in California.
Yep.
So $1,200, you can't get a single studio out here with everything all in one room. The kitchen's right here. You don't even have a living room. Your bedroom, everything's in one room. Everything's just 2 steps away. The bathrooms, your toilet is 2 steps away. Bathroom's on the right. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying, like, things was totally different back then compared to now. Now everything is fast. Everybody wants instant meals. Nobody want to slow roast nothing. Nobody want to cook something slow and and take time. Marinate. Right. Everybody's just microwave. Give it to me fast right now.
Right. Marination. They don't understand. You let that marinate. That's some good stuff coming out.
Exactly. Remember, back then, we had to play. When mama was cooking or grandma was cooking, we was outside working up that appetite. Then when you came in, it was like, okay, go take a shower, clean up, and we're about to have, that's another thing. Families ain't sitting down together eating. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of that stuff is lost. So we can, like I said, it's a rabbit hole that's so deep. We can talk about a lot of things, but that's why I try to implement that into my kids' life. My parents raised us. We all was born in Massachusetts. They came from Haiti. So we was raised with that island culture, even though we was living in America. You know what I'm saying? Our parents segregated us from outside. Like we couldn't really play outside and stuff like that. Like you said, you was a rebellion. That's what happened to me. I'm the black sheep of my family. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like people telling me what I can and can't do because I saw my older siblings. Like I always say this, my second sister went to the prom and got beat by my moms for going to the prom. This is what we do in America. But they didn't. They don't know nothing about prom in a third world country.
That's what I'm
saying. You
saying.
go to school and you went home. You know, yeah. So
yeah, that's the same thing with my family as well. On my mother's side, you know, like I said, you know, Jamaican. It's the same thing like Haitians. It's Caribbean, so their mindset is different. They're more family orientated. I'm not saying that there's not certain people of the Southerners are like that as well, but they're coming from us because we migrated from the Caribbeans to Florida and then, you know, North Carolina, Atlanta. So a lot of and we made our way up north because my great grandparents, like I was saying in the beginning, that they left Jamaica to get more money and a better economical, you know, situation. And they went to Cuba. And by way of Cuba, then they went to Florida, Miami, and then they went up to New York and landed in Harlem and got business there. So, but they became nationalized citizens. So they paid their taxes and their dues. They weren't immigrants coming in here like freeloading. They knew that we're gonna hustle this and we're gonna, you know.
Same as my parents. Same story as my parents. They left because what was going on in their island. They wanted a better life for, you know, well, you know, for all of us, you know, and stuff like that. So it's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same thing. They came over here and, you know, and I hate when people say that because I'm American. You know, I was born on this land, on this soil. Stop getting mad talking about, oh, the foreigners are taking the jobs. Dog, the foreigners doesn't mind working at McDonald's. We've been programmed to think that we're better than flipping burgers and over here. So, you know, once a foreigner, I don't even like saying foreigner. Once a non-American hears benefits, they jumping on that because where they came from, they was working for 50
have
cent.
nothing. Yeah.
Yes, 50 cent with no benefits, no dental, no nothing. So when this person hears, oh, I get benefits, I get dental, I get insurance, I can go to the hospital. Oh, okay, great. I can do the 401k. Okay, I could leave a little something for my kids so they don't really have to struggle. Oh, all right, then that's what it is. Next thing you know, let's go to the bank, get a loan. I'm trying to buy a house, you know, and stuff like that. So we the ones who's been programmed to be lazy. We can't sit there and be like, oh, they taking our jobs, they doing this, they doing that. That's BS. That's just an excuse. Yeah. That's all that is. No.
Some of it is okay. Lotus, I said it was. You know, some of it, you know, I understand because there's some things that's like, I don't know if I'm really going to be washing out some toilet bowls.
But they did it though. You know, a lot of them did it though. Yeah. Because they, you know what? They had a plan. They had a plan. That's how I look at it. They had a plan. Whether, like you just said, wiping somebody's, bottom, changing their depends and stuff like that. They did it for that time frame because they had a bigger picture in their mind. Right. They knew it was sacrifice at the end of the day. Plain best way said it is sacrificing for the greater good.
Just as you're saying that, Voodoo has said we shouldn't be working in the first place. We're supposed to be the owners. We're programmed to work for massa.
Right? Correct. But with ownership, people got to understand too. With that comes liability, comes taxation, you know, and all this other stuff. Yeah, I know. I understand. People been preaching that, and that's what we advertise sometimes. Is taking ownership. But ownership, you got people that you hire, and next thing you know, they trying to screw you over to get or make some money off of you. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I done seen somebody do that intentionally. Spilled some water on the floor at a grocery store and did the slip and fall. Wow. You know what I'm saying? So all of that comes with that too. I'm not saying that's not a good mind frame. You know, I'm not knocking what he said, but you know.
Yeah, I mean that's with anything. That's even with any partnership. How do I know that this partner that I'm with, whether it be romantically, throws me under the bus?
Correct. Just for $1.
Or use you to get up. And once you get up, leave you. I'll give an example.
Crabs in a barrel.
Right, but
Go ahead.
hence this article that I was just reading to y'all, telling y'all about the should we black women then marry into white men, because that's the come up.
But listen, but at the same time, right? It's that thing where like you wasn't with me, you know, quote unquote, like Drake said, you wasn't with me when I was shooting in the gym. So how do you feel entitled? Just like some family members, you come up. Foxy, what's up? Remember when I looked out for you? You remember when I, you know what I'm saying? Now they come in doing the Birdman, rubbing their hands, looking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give an example. I have a friend that did that. The friend won some money. He gave some friends some money, and a couple of them blew it. They went through it. I'm talking about in no time. And then came back with their hand out. He said, nah, I already gave you something. That's on you that you didn't do nothing smart with that. You think I'm supposed to help you again? And I feel him. Remy Ma just said the same thing. Instead of me actually, and she said the best thing, instead of me giving you something, how about I put you in a position to where you never even have to ask me ever? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You never have to ask me ever. And that's real. I feel that too, because there's a lot of people you can give them something and they come back still like, yo, Unc, I just gave you $1 million.
Right.
You already blew through it, and now you want me to give you another $1 million? Get out of here.
Yeah, that's it. That is it. We're not doing that. Cause then what? You know, you're gonna be always looking at me to be their cash cow.
Correct. There's a basketball player. That's what happened. He said he ended up broke because family members was taking money. And when he found out it was the family members, he said he had a meeting with them and told them it was no need for them to do that. And they looked at him like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, y'all didn't have to steal from me. You know what I mean? And that's sad.
Yeah.
And that's how it is. It's sad. Just like you said, it's sad. When we think we have to take from each other, enough's never enough.
You know?
Or when you think this person, you think they're on the come up now, and let me start going into their pockets. But you don't, or you want to, you know, bargain with them. You don't, but you don't bargain with the clear people. You're not bargaining with them. Why are you not bargaining?
Entitlement. Correct. Another thing I don't like too, you set a price for whatever let's just say, you know, you have soaps. You're like, hey guys, I sell natural soaps. You know, you can use it as exfoliating your body, all of this other stuff. Then you're like, hey, this is my link to my website. I go on there. I'm like, what? $20 for a bar of soap? But yet I'm dropping $100 or $200 for a designer belt, and I don't complain about their price. But yet I'm hitting Foxy up like, yo, can I get that 10% discount? And listen, like my boy always said, he got his own business. He said when McDonald's, Walmart, all of these places start negotiating, then he'll start negotiating and changing his price. Till then, you can't go to McDonald's and ask for number 6, and they're like, okay, such and such price, and you're like, well, I only have $3. They're gonna look at you and say, next.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Come on. That's the problem.
The other thing I don't like, and that's what Voodoo said, when you're watching other people's pockets, you are not running your own business. You're not minding your own business.
Facts.
I don't understand how there's grown people watching other people's pockets and wondering how they get this, how they get that. Don't worry about that, sweetheart. Don't worry about that.
That commercial. Don't worry about that, sweetheart.
Because it's none of your business. And for men to be doing that, there's a lot of men that do, not a lot. There's some men that do that. They pocket watch the next man, and it's like, well, I wonder how they got this. I wonder this, that, and the third. It's none of your business.
Fact. Or they hate.
Oh, that's what it is, secretly.
Remember that character? What was his name again? The movie in Belly, when Method Man's riding in his city, and he's looking, he's like, and he's eating the banana. He's like, I don't like that nigga. Who's that nigga? Oh, he's from out of town? I'm gonna drop a dime on him. Hating. You know, you come with a Benz. You got a Benz and you're driving. And I'm like, oh, Lotus, that's a 2012 Benz. That ain't no 2022 Benz. So what? You got a Benz and I don't. But see, that's the thing. We're the only people to never congratulate the next person. We're quick to be like, oh, how many views you got on your channel, Foxy?
Right.
Oh, you only got, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, yo, listen, but you've been on here for 11 years. So what does that say about you? And I just came up. Or I'm hating on you because now you're getting more views than me. And now I'm wondering why I've been on this platform for over 10 years and I don't have as much people tuning in to me. You know what I'm saying? Well, she's the new woman on the block. Of course, people gonna tune in. Oh, who is this? Oh, yeah, she's Redbone. Oh, yeah, I like that. Who's she? What's she talking about? You know what I'm saying? For real. You could be more entertained. It could be whatever. Instead of let me hit her up behind the scenes and let's link up together and do something genuinely.
Right.
That's another thing we could talk about.
That's actually what happened in real life. I had Yellow Jesus, so shout out to Yellow Jesus, because we were behind the scenes, but we were through the Star Report, and I don't know how we in the chat we were just chatting back and forth. Everybody's chatting, we're chiming in and stuff, and he then
said I got the same glasses. Nah, my fault.
So he got onto my Instagram, and then he started seeing me doing my readings, and then he was like, "Yo, wow, you are the truth." Facts. So I had told him, I got the YouTube, but I'm about to shut the YouTube off because I'm like, I'm not really doing it, and I'm not really getting views like that. And he was like, "Don't you do it." He was like, "You got something going on there. Don't you do it." I don't know him from a hole in the wall.
Yeah, but he was uplifting you though. Yeah, giving you that word of wisdom, courage, and everything. That's what it's about, empowering each other. It's too easy to tear people down.
Onto Maine's platform behind the bar, and then I was able to really show what I'm about.
Yeah.
And from there, not everybody, but some of the people from there then became subscribers over here.
Look how, like I said, look how connected with you on another person's platform. On MREC, I think I said my story. No, I think it was you first, and then I came behind. Yeah, and you was writing some things in the chat, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I don't even know how. I think you might have put. I'm not too sure if you put your channel in the chat or what it was, but I said let me check it out, and then I checked you out. I watched a video. I said okay, all right, and then you did a live, and you was doing the reading. I said, oh my goodness, yeah, just like Homeboy said. I said, yeah, she's the truth. Because you knew exactly what you were saying. Certain things that I know people with those signs, you were saying exactly what they was talking about going on in their lives. I was like, yeah, she's it. And that's all it takes sometimes. Like my father always said, may he rest in peace, you don't even have to expose a liar. You just let a liar speak. They're going to expose themselves. You get what I'm saying? If you watch and pay attention, person will show who they truly are. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it is what it is.
So instead of hating or bashing or it's the uplifting. And if that's not what we're about, then I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to, and I feel like the people that I have here on this panel with me and on in the chat, these are people that's been rocking. Even if they're throwing the little jokes and you know what I'm saying, but
correct.
I understand that this is that unity, and there's no one out there bashing, and no one, I don't tolerate when they come here. It's Switzerland. This is a mutual ground. I'm not for the whole talking about anybody else. I don't want to know about anybody else's business. I'm telling you stuff that's happening in real life, in real time.
Correct.
I will speak about, going into the cards. But other than that, I'm not going into none of that stuff.
Correct. And I've never seen that on your live in the chat. Nobody ever disrespecting anybody. I see everybody salute each other. Right. And like you said, they joke around with you. They salute you. They greet you. That's that, especially Lotus. She's always like, peace and blessings to you and your whole family. I'm like, damn, who's this woman? She don't even know me. For all she know, I could be a scumbag. But just with that energy, you're going to calm, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you came in with, it's going to just, you got to get rid of it. If I came in with negative energy, it's just like, wow, she's just sending peace and love to my whole family. Then all you got to do is send it right back. That's it. You know what I mean? And she's genuine with it. It's not like one time. It's every single time. So, you know what I mean? And that's why I said, I always greet every woman. Of course, not all women are queens. We know that. Just like all men ain't kings. A lot of us are servants. We understand that. But that's not my job to try to, I'm not in the business of exposing anybody. I come in with respect so I can get respect. That's the way I was brought up, you know?
Well, that's it. That's the equal exchange right there.
Correct. And it costs
I
nothing.
don't have to like you, but I will show you the respect. If I'm coming into your arena, your place of business or on your channel, then I'm going to show you respect. But what I don't understand is people come into certain people's platforms and then they start talking bad and negative. Then why are you even there?
Correct.
Like, shut up and go. Or
that's the whole thing. I don't like you, but yet I'm on your live every time. That don't make no sense to me. I know everything that you're doing. Oh, you wore a yellow shirt 2 days ago. But sir, you said you don't like me. How did you know that I wore a yellow shirt 2 days ago? That's what's funny to me. And they think they have to say that. I don't like you, right? And it's just like, okay, get out of here. Like,
they're going crazy on YouTube. It's like the people that I watch, and these are all like thought-provoking people, ladies and gentlemen. But there's some that are like, oh, I don't like her because she's a scammer and she's this and she's that and the third. And I'm just like, all you're spewing, you're talking about everybody else and how they did you wrong or they're scammers or they took money. But what exactly are you talking about? Because all I keep hearing from your mouth is negativity.
Correct.
And so it's ugly. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast because those also bring in their revenue and their viewership.
Oh, yeah. Fact. That's why I said the people like you that got good content, whether it's the reading or we having these powwow conversations where, we talk about something and maybe hey, what's the solution? We give our opinions on solutions, how we can move forward. Learn something we all can learn in our, learn from you and even use in our everyday life compared to everybody knows whether you got a YouTube channel or not. If you come with the drama, of course, you're going to be in the high end algorithms. That's just, I tell people this. I'd rather be on your show where it's small and intimate. Because like you said, you personally could know everyone and, everyone actually cares. They're respectful. They support you. Right. Than having maybe a live with 5,000 people and it's disarray. You got the plants of chaos coming in, throwing the show off, talking about somebody else's YouTube, and you're like, yo, dude, like this ain't even my type of content. Like we're here for something else. You know what I mean? We're here for a bigger cause. Like you said, what you're talking about, that article, I haven't heard that from anybody on this YouTube platform. So this is news to me, And a lot of that news is real news. And this is what I'm saying. With all of the distractions and, all of this other stuff, this is what they want. They don't want us to be talking about articles like that. They want us to be fussing and fighting with each other and knocking each other down. And this, once again, I always say it. People are mad, but it's the truth. I'd rather speak on the facts. This is why other nationalities and other people are moving forward. At the end of the day, they can agree to disagree and put their, disagreements aside because it's for a bigger cause. Okay, we're going to move actually 10 steps forward. So I'm going to squash it with her and maybe we'll come back to that problem. But we're going to be 10 steps ahead. But us, like he said, oh, my car's newer than yours. Oh, I don't like the way your eyebrows look. Yo, your fake eyelashes. Yo, homie, you look at your sneakers. Like, yo, we're sitting here bickering about nonsense. Nonsense and nonsense when everybody's moving forward.
Yeah, this article, I saw it. I saw it on Brother Truth Kalani. Like I've been talking about, he's about changing your status if that's what you want to do, and becoming, a sovereign. It's not sovereign citizen, but it's sovereignty. But he had it posted up. And then I was watching Black Authority last night, and he had this, and I was like, "Yep, I'm all in alignment because these are the same people. These are the thought-provoking brothers that I listen to, that I need to hear because everybody else is talking about this slap." And I'm like, "This conversation. There's an article. How dare they put this article out saying, should Black women start considering marrying white men? How dare he?" How dare he? So, I feel like that's an insult. I'm not worried about no slap and no. I'm worried about somebody who just in my city wrote this. And again, we already have some racial disparities going on in this city. and around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we making this a big publication here? Why is this even written?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like insult to injury. You're throwing salt on the wound.
Correct.
So that's what I have a problem with, and that's why I came out and I was like, I'm going to talk about it today. And we on the 4-4. If anybody knows about the 4-4 frequency and they resonate with red pill and all of them, then you understand
Mm-hmm.
the frequency of the 44, and you understand that the frequency of the 2-2 is the master builder.
Correct.
In numerology. So
Correct.
we here to build. This is a building block right now. With us on this panel and in the chat, this is the building.
Correct.
Nothing more. I'm not here to tear down any other cultures or ethnicities. If that's what you're doing, that's your preference, so be it. I have an issue that I feel that's an attack, and I feel very, as y'all know, I have my affinity towards Black men because I was raised by them. And I'm going to go to bat. If you're in the right standing, I'm going to go to bat for you. If you're in the wrong standing and I see that you were in the right, I will go to bat for you. But if you're wrong, you're wrong. Not going against you.
Correct.
But I understand that there's a target on them. And this is why I have, and Puerto Ricans. This is why I get a little more emotional and get a little more riled up, because I understand that that's a problem. And how dare some of these Black women in white faces act like, it's about women. How dare this Black Lives Matter, where it's 3 women who of, same-sex whatevers.
Correct.
Are ousting our Black men when this is who we need in the household. As I said, my father and his best friend they ran the street. And I didn't mean run the street like they was out in the street, because both of them worked full-time jobs. But everybody knew who my father was, and they knew who his best friend was, because they were the pillars of the block. So we didn't need policing because my father did that.
Correct.
And now you move those type of people out of that environment, you leaving the mothers and the children to fend for themselves. So yeah, you're going to have some women like, what, he's not here no more. So, she's cold and she's bitter. I get it. I understand. Correct. But some of us, like I said, we are our own worst enemies. And how dare we then say we should go with the others because they're going to be our leg up? No.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And I wish, going back to what you said earlier, I wish I knew this when I had my kids, like not to sign the birth certificates and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because that's stuff that I recently learned a few years ago. Same thing with bills. There's a chapter, and I forgot the chapter and the number, that when we get these bill statements, the bottom part with the ridges that we rip off, you don't have to pay the bill. You can rip that part off, put it in an envelope and send it back, and don't pay no bills. Like, these are the things that we should be knowing about. Because the clear people, they know all of their rights. They know everything. They know penal codes. They know all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And stuff. And sovereign too. Yes. They don't follow no laws, no policies. All of that stuff does not apply to them. They don't have to have a license. They can drive a car with no insurance, no I think registration. It's some crazy stuff. I'm still learning about that.
Yeah,
all of that stuff is good information to know. You know what I'm saying? And you get benefits from the people that is owed to us. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So I just started learning that a few years ago myself too. I wish I knew that, because we're not supposed to sign any birth certificates.
Yeah, but you know what? You know it now. Correct. So it would be a disservice to you if you kept continuing walking in la la land, knowing the information you know now. It would be a disservice to you. Correct. So you know it now. You can transfer this information to us. You just said, I don't know it all. I don't know it all either. That's why I come on here, and what I do know, I share. If I'm wrong, I would like to be stood corrected. So what I don't know, Maybach, and what you don't know, Lotus might know. And this is how we share it amongst each other.
Correct. And build.
Yep.
And that was the whole point. That was the purpose back then. I don't want to say I don't completely know where we fell off at, but that was the whole purpose back then. You didn't have no food in your house. You was able to go to the next door neighbor house, and people would look out for you in the neighborhood. Everybody would pitch in, put stuff in. Hey, Foxy needs stuff for her and her family. The kids need stuff. Everybody was helping each other. It wasn't like just side-eyeing you like, oh, what's that?
Right. This is that book from Brother Kalani that I was telling you about.
Okay.
And
surprisingly, I'm still like that, like, because I grew up like that, and I'm still like that. I'm not like that where
I hear, Lotus, I hear
now.
you have a Southern accent. See, I hear you have a Southern accent. A lot of some Southern states are like that. They still have that cultural upbringing. I'm not saying we don't have it up northeast either, but we're more to like frown on people. Oh, you're a bum. Get out of here. You're asking me for $1. And I don't even know this man was a veteran, or he might have been a lawyer. He probably was once a prominent doctor, and stuff hit the fan. His wife left him, got depressed, end up, on taking something to ease his pain, and next thing you know, got hooked on it. We look at these people like they're nobodies, and they know better. We're all human beings at the end of the day. Some is just lighter than each other, just like how Foxy is very light. Very light. Man, listen, there's white Haitians lighter than her. My cousins is her skin tone. Yes, my cousins are from Haiti. They was born there. They've been living in America for years now, but they light as her. You know what I'm saying? And they was born there. So nobody's better than nobody. And if people actually find their research, like we said, go back to research, we're all understanding that, listen, we all connected to Haiti. That's the first to get their independence in the whole wide world. Yep. Okay. But people want to, Haitians I'm not no Haitian. I'm not connected to them. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even know. If everybody really do their DNA, we'll find out that we're not really fully what we think we are. We all got mixtures of everything because of what was being done to our ancestors, Everybody think they better than the next. You know what I'm saying? I got a little designer on. You ain't got this, so I'm better than you. And that's like, okay, but is that designer going to feed you? If there's a shortage of food, can you take the belt and it becomes edible? You know what I'm saying? Like, and listen, like I said, I'd rather my kids look good and I look like not necessarily a bum, but I don't need the designer. I'd rather put it on them while it's cheap because they toddlers. You know what I'm saying? I never, this is on my father's dead soul. May he rest in peace. I've never owned a pair of Jordans in my life. You know why? What is that going to do for me? That I put it on and a few people, I like that. I like that. You look cool, but I can't pay my phone bill.
Right. And
you know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Come on now. So that's the way I was raised.
Ghetto fabulous life in this poor mentality. That's not
exactly. And that's the problem. This is why a lot of us can't do nothing. People will end up with some money, and instead of being I think 50 Cent said it best when he said about his grandfather said, if you chilling around a bunch of bums, what is the bum going to say that's going to help you and give you knowledge? But if you're around, people that stand on morals, integrity, and respect, you can learn something. If you're around people with knowledge, you can learn something. You know what I'm saying? If two bums are together, who's going to be like, yo, man, what bums out here? Let's go fill out some applications. No, we're not thinking like that, But if you're around high standard people, you know what I'm saying? If you're around thieves, you're going to become a thief. You know what I'm saying? If you're around hardworking people, you're going to become a hard worker. It's just the nature. They're going to rub off of you. You know what I mean? That's what you're going to get a little bit of their hardworking skills and stuff like that. And it's going to rub on to you.
Exactly. Steel sharpens steel.
Thank you. There you go. Sometimes when I'm talking, I can't remember these little quotes and sayings. So
I got you.
And I know we got each other, so I could close my eyes.
That's how you alley.
Correct. Like I like to say, since I'm a scale, we balance each other out. It's a perfect balance.
That Libra energy.
Exactly. You already know.
And that keeps us. That's what we need. We need to have people that balance us out. Think about with our good brother Malcolm X. He was, a pusher, dope dealer. He pimped out the white girls and prostituted them. He had relationships with them, right? He was doing drugs himself. He was robbing places, but he was with people who were just like that.
Correct.
And then when he got in jail, we got locked up. He did some time. His brother was like, yo, you should check out what the minister's talking about. And Malcolm was still about this. Nah. I ain't bowing to no man.
Correct.
When he came out, they brought him over to the nation, and he then saw a different way of how
Correct.
brothers were uplifting each other.
Correct.
And he went so hard with it that he was bringing all this revenue to the Nation of Islam.
Correct.
Because he felt so like, this is who I am. This is what it is about. But he could sit here and tell you I was this, that, and the third.
Correct. Correct.
I'd rather listen to that and listen to him, because I then know, yeah, he was a drug dealer. He was having sex with this person, and he was running the streets and acting up. But then he also turned his life over. And yeah, okay, he turned his life over to Allah, but he was a stand-up dude.
Correct. Correct.
He was about the people, for the people first.
Correct. Correct.
And foremost. He wasn't about this, oh, let's get the leg up and be with the white woman.
I don't know.
He told the white girl, no, I don't need you here. You go tell your people what's going on, but I don't really need you here in this congregation right now.
And he was trying to enlighten Martin Luther King as well too.
Right.
You know, he was like, bro, I feel you on a lot of things, but certain things I don't agree with you. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. And it's funny when you said he did time out here in Boston.
Exactly.
He did time.
Yep.
And
That's what he
like
did.
you said, he was robbing and
he was robbing up there, and that's where he got caught.
Exactly.
Because he was running out here in Harlem acting up, doing the drugs, and then went up there and got caught because he was out there robbing the white people.
Correct.
I know Big Red. Detroit Red. I love that man. When I tell you I love him, that is like my uncle. I love that man. Between him and Pac, that's it.
But men like that, they didn't want. They know, oh man, these people got a following. People are listening to these people. They actually want to change. They trying to help the people. They for the people. Oh, we don't want that. We don't want that, because then they're gonna take over. But you know what I'm saying? And that's the whole thing. When you heard about him talking about the original man, we are the original man, and all of that, you felt good.
Exactly.
Like how they talk about Obama was a great speaker. Man, go watch old clips of Malcolm X. Listen, if you have no heart, like with the Scarecrow and Wizard of Oz, he gonna give you heart. He gonna make you feel like you brave-hearted, like you Mel Gibson or something. For real, you know.
He had me on the borderline of converting to the Nation of Islam. Like, what? But then I started reading the books, and I was like, nah, I'm not doing all this, that, and the third. I'm not walking to no man.
Yeah, it's a lot.
What I come to understand is that's the Sunni Muslims. That's like the real practicing Hasidic, like it would be like a Hasidic Jew. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Because I feel the same way. I feel the same way as a man. Like some of their rules and how they live the lifestyle. I'm like, wow, it's kind of narcissistic in a little bit of ways. A little bit, you know, the control part.
It is the control, just like you said, the controlling part.
The controlling part, not the whole thing, but yeah.
Well, this is what becomes semi-dangerous and borderline cultism, because when we start following men, and I'm saying this because that's who most of these leaders are, they're men. It becomes, you know, this. It gets distorted a little bit, because it should be we're all leaders. Some direction. At the end of the day, it's like this following and this one leader. It becomes cultish. These organizations are all kind of the same way.
Correct. And I don't really like to take quotes from the Bible, but it says never follow man. Never follow man. You know what I mean? So, but like you said, with the distortion and all of that, I feel you.
Reference the Bible every now and then. I don't have the Quran, but I would like to get it. But because there's gems in those books. Correct. There's words in there. There's stories in there. There's parables to help you correlate how you should be conducting yourself in life. And especially if somebody who's this true, devout, religious person, and they come at you with, you know, listen, I got quotes for you for days. Don't come play with me now.
I think a lot of them have their ego in it as well.
Correct. But
Can't let go
like
of our
Foxy said,
ego.
that's the distortion part. They will take from the book, but then implement their own little opinions and try to tell you that it's fact and this is the way it really is. And that's that, like I said, that's why,
Right.
like God said in the Bible, the good book, you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
don't follow man, not every word. You know what I'm saying? Every word ain't gospel.
Exactly. You know, or even if we're going to go back to ancient Kemet and we go with the laws of Mayat, which is basically where the 10 Commandments came from, the 42 laws of Mayat, which breaks down to 6, which breaks down to harmony. So when you're in harmony with nature and yourself,
Correct.
all's well, all's good.
Facts.
But when we're out of this discord and we're not in tune with nature and ourselves, yeah, then you're going to be looking to go with somebody else and get the leg up because you think that that person or that lifestyle is so much better. You need to get in tune with yourself. You need to get right with yourself.
Correct. But there's a lot of people that's lost. There's a lot of lost souls.
That's on
Unfortunately.
design. That's by design.
That too. That too. You know.
Yeah, Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Garvey as well had people really, especially in Harlem, I mean, getting on the good foot. They were dressed, they were dignitary. They felt good putting on that uniform and being a part of something that was uplifting.
Correct.
So while some people are like, yeah, I think you and I had this discussion before about somebody had put on the YouTube about him being an agent and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
and he went with a white woman. You know, listen, the message is this.
Exactly.
He's trying to liberate and uplift.
Correct. And that's how I am with everything. That's how I take everything with a grain of salt. All right. Now, whatever I feel that I can use in my everyday life, I'm gonna take that. Now, the other teachings that other people bring, if I feel like, oh, it's contradiction and all this other stuff, I don't have to take it as it's gospel, like you said. And we all should know this by now. Words mean nothing. The action speaks louder than words. And you know, like you said, the message is what's more important, not what he was doing outside of that. You know, I know it's a little contradictory. Oh, well, he was with a white woman and all this other. It's like, okay, you know.
But he wasn't before that.
Correct. That's the second wife was that.
Yes, and again, when you get into these certain circles of people, you assimilate. OJ told us this. We saw this in modern time. He said, I am not black, I'm OJ.
Correct.
What do you mean, Orenthal? What do you mean?
Orenthal.
He said, I'm OJ. When he got up with the white people, he said that.
Correct. Facts.
But he had a whole beautiful melanated family before that.
Correct.
He didn't want to be down with the civil rights movement and all that good stuff. He liked being in, you know, clout status.
You don't see what's being said about Martin Luther King now? Like supposedly
yes, I see that. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not talking about the infidelity. I'm talking about the other, him sleeping with, you know what I mean?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, okay, all of a sudden now, I'll be 46, and now I'm just hearing this now, going on 46, but I didn't hear it last year. I didn't hear it the year before. I didn't hear it when I was 18, and you know what I'm saying? I just feel like when it comes to these people, they try to distort their good. Oh yeah, but did you know he was cheating on his wife? Right. Like, where you get this story from? You know what I mean? Where's this coming from? I need to see it.
There's pictures. There's one picture that I saw with him in the bed with this Swedish woman bringing him coffee and
MLK.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I gotta look for that. This is news to me.
I'll send you the I'll send you. It's on YouTube.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that. Hold on, do I got you on IG? Are we? Am I following you on IG? I don't know if I.
No, it's not on IG. It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. No, so if you have some stuff you can send to me.
There's a still picture of him where he's in bed. He was coming from a conference, or he was going to the conference, but he's in bed with his PJs on.
Yeah.
And this woman of lighter hue, not black, brings him breakfast in bed.
Wow.
And she's smiling and he's looking up. He's got his little cigarette and she's looking at the camera smiling.
Wow.
She wasn't a waitress or room service or anything like that. She was in his room.
That's crazy.
So
I didn't even know about that.
I saw this picture a couple months back and I'm like, whoa,
That's
wait a minute,
crazy.
word. So this is okay.
Was it black and white?
We can assume that something happened, but pictures, they say pictures is worth 1,000 words.
Correct. Correct.
I don't know. But that was looking a little weird. She's not like a what you call it, room service coming in and bringing him. No, she clearly was serving him with the dish.
Yeah.
He's laying in the bed.
Wow.
And she's bringing him this food.
That's crazy.
So, if he was, again, the message is what he was trying to bring and uplift and do the whole civil rights. Did he do a disservice? Some say that he did.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is that he was doing a lot more than any of y'all was doing.
Correct. And nobody's squeaky clean anyways. Like,
right.
Who's squeaky clean? Like, that's not even reality for somebody to be squeaky clean. Like, if we're going back to these politicians, if you really dig in and check their background, oh man, they dirtier than a pig playing in the mud.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So
we forget that everyone's human and no one's perfect.
Well, I had to learn that with friends and women that I got into relationship with, and I think that's, like you said, I think it's all human beings. We put these expectations on people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And, when we see the true person, we get disappointed and we get crushed. You know what I'm saying? So.
And I had to learn that as well. We always say we love, and I had to learn what unconditional love really meant.
Correct.
And a lot of us say we love people and we have unconditional love with people, but we have that unconditional love and expectations, and it can't be both.
Correct.
Because everybody falls short.
Facts. You know who I think we unconditionally love? Like our kids. Anyone who's parents. I think those are the only people we can love unconditionally. When you talking about a relationship with some another person, it's just like going back to what you said. I'm watching a Lifetime show. Some of those shows or movies be real. It be real life stuff, but they dramatize it for television. This dude supposedly stabbed up his wife like 60, 70 times. Oh, why did you do it? Well, I loved her. No, you didn't. Because if you did, you would have never did that. They call it what? Passion? What is it?
Crime of passion.
Yeah, crime of passion.
Mm-hmm.
But now if you was loyal to your wife, now there's a difference. Because I've been screaming this for like over 25 years. I'll take loyalty over love.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take loyalty over respect. You can respect somebody and pay somebody to do something to that person. You can love somebody and pay somebody to hurt that person. Or you can hurt these people yourselves. But if you're loyal, that's totally different. I had people do some unloyalty things to me and we had a disconnect. And their closest rivalry came up to me. Hey, man, won't you throw me that dude's Addy? Nah, I can't do that, bro. Yeah, but y'all ain't even cool no more. Nah, I can't do that. I'm still loyal to that person. Yeah, we don't talk, but I'm loyal to him. So I can't just, no, I'm not doing that. You understand? So people get a lot of these things confused as well. Oh, I love you. So why did you cheat on me then? You know what I mean? That makes no sense.
Because we have a messed up definition of what we all call love and what we all view as unconditional love. Because when you unconditionally love somebody, you don't have no conditions on them. You love them despite their faults.
Correct.
Despite the good parts and the bad parts about them. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to like them or condone what they do in their behavior, but you still love them unconditionally.
Correct.
I unconditionally love my grandmama. and my children. Because that's the
Right.
only lady that could build me up and break me down and build me back up again. And I had to sit there and take it.
Yeah.
And that's unconditional love.
Yep.
When we go and venture out into other groups of people, as I was saying, some of that is not being reciprocated back.
Correct.
We are all open arms for everybody and anybody, but it's not being reciprocated back to us.
Correct. There's a lot of that.
So if you think we're gonna go, the black women should go ahead then and marry a white man. Why she can't go ahead and marry a Puerto Rican man? Why is that not being promoted? Because y'all saw in high society that these two prominent women got white men. So what?
That's what I was saying.
Go ahead, Lotus.
That's what I was saying. Why it had to be a white man? Why couldn't it have been a Haitian, Puerto Rican, Mexican? They could have said any other race.
They still melanated. They still melanated. That's
the white man.
Correct.
It's just the white part that gets me. It's more races out here than white.
No,
Woof,
that's a fact, though.
boy, oh boy.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. You just gonna leave it like that?
I said I like me some Haitians is what I said.
Okay. Oh, I thought you was on the negative side because I done heard it.
No.
Oh, you Haitian? I can't date you. Why? You two y'all are aggressive. And I'm like,
That's
hold
what
on.
they say about Jamaicans. But listen,
Jamaicans are aggressive. Now,
go ahead.
that.
Well,
they are aggressive.
No, hold on.
I would rather
I'll say Africans.
I'll
say Africans is more aggressive, but go ahead, Foxy.
I never did that because I have preferences.
Yeah.
But for me, yes, I would take a Haitian over a Jamaican, and I might get blasted for that.
Well, I haven't dated.
That's because I've had experiences with the Haitians. I'm like, oh hey, how do you say it?
Sakpase. You said it right.
Love me some Haitians. Listen, one of my first boo things, we really thought we was in love somewhere. Haitian. And I'm talking about dark skin, like yes, oof. Taurus.
She's reminiscing. She's reminiscing right now.
She got the fan.
Yep, she's reminiscing.
Excuse me. Having a moment. And I think there was another one too. Yeah, he was a little cuckoo, but I liked him too.
Listen, we all crazy. We all a little crazy.
No, but he wasn't like crazy. He was like bugged out though. Like he wasn't crazy towards me, but his like my train of thinking was a little bugged out. And I was like, all right, we know what it is. It's really just on the surface thing. But the first one, let me tell you, we like I said, thought we was gonna be something. And that didn't work because my parents, my aunt and my uncle was like, listen, she got to go back to New York because we can't deal with her. We can't take her on anymore.
Yeah.
And we were separated, and we were Romeo and Juliet, and I was just like, why you can't get a house so we can move it together, blah, 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 blah. But I love me. His name was I don't want to even say it, put his name on blast, but yeah, he definitely had a Haitian name too.
Oh yeah. It wasn't Jean, right? It wasn't Jean.
No,
huh?
it was the it had like a fancy name, but it wasn't no Jean. Sean. No, it was like
wasn't Wyclef? It wasn't Wyclef.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. It wasn't Wyclef, huh?
Nah, the Wyclef is.
Hold on, where was you at when you met him?
I was in Virginia.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. There's some running around in certain other states, but New York.
Yeah, but they were like his family was definitely working class. They were like really cool,
Correct.
They had their family, their kids. So their family was like equivalent to my family. And then like his mom was like, who is this? And why is she over here? And who she got this baby? And she was having a fit because this boy was so in love.
Yeah.
Until she met my parent, my aunt and uncle, and she was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
She's black, but she looked like this, so she thought that I was like
Yeah.
little.
No, I got you. I know exactly what you're saying. Yep.
But she definitely was like, no, you're not with my son, and why you like my son? And I'm like, oh, because look at him. And he
Yep.
wasn't like the cutest thing, but I don't know. We just had this. He was mad because his friends were all like, I was the new kid on the block, so he was coming from Oklahoma, and he was hearing like, hearing my name coming out of people's mouths, and he's like, who is this? Who's she? Who's this?
Yeah.
So he comes on the basketball court and he sees me, and he's like, so I have my Jordans on because I had Jordans. I bought my own pair of Jordans, and my grandmother sent me the Bugs Bunny Jordans. So I'm stunting on the basketball court. So him and his brother were playing, and they had like a little game going on. So he's like, oh, can you excuse me? I'm like, man, y'all got half of the court. Let us be and let me play over here and stuff. So, I was challenging him. And that was it. He was like, oh, I could see why everybody was up in your grill. Because you bringing that whole New York down here like, Yeah, but I didn't have any problems. I like them. Jamaicans are, they're a little more bougie in a sense where they kind of think everybody's beneath them and gonna front.
And they think they're super gangster and super tough in the whole wide world. They act immortal, and it's just like, yo, bro, like, simmer down, like take a seat and sit down, please. Like,
right.
But that's a lot of, like I was gonna say too. A lot of West Indians, a lot of Caribbeans were very prideful,
yes.
Big egos, big time judgmental. You know what I mean? We just critique every damn thing. Like, it's just funny. You know what I'm saying? It's mad funny.
What did Voodoo say? He said it's been a long time since I heard a woman talking like this. These chicks.
When you first was saying his name, I thought you was talking about the culture of voodoo. I'm like, hold on, man. Here goes somebody else shitting on the Haitians with the voodoo again. No. Until I realized it was his name. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's Emperor Voodoo.
They try to stamp that with us, like we created it, and it's like, no, it comes from West Africa. We just took it and master it. That's all we did. And just like with everything else, it was all used positively at first, at the beginning. It was used for healing.
That's the same thing with the Cubans and the Puerto Ricans with Santeria.
Exactly.
And it came from the voodoo. It's a derivative of the voodoo religion, if you want to call it religion, but it's all about healing. And again, when you start knowing who you are,
you don't need none of that. You could tap into your own natural what you call it?
Tap into yourself, your own
exactly. Our own natural powers. Because there was something I seen too, where in China, this dude made his hand like glow. And he just stood still and just like closed his eyes. And basically, when I watch some of these X-Men stuff, that's basically about us. With these superpowers and stuff like that. That's us. You know what I'm saying? Just like back in the days when the slave masters got sick and their regular doctors couldn't do nothing. Who do you think crack some herbs and put some herbs together and healed them real quick? You know what I'm saying? So.
Well, that's where all the distractions come in at, because if we're focusing on distractions, then we'll never know our full potential.
Correct.
And what we're truly capable of.
Correct. And going back to what we said earlier, it all starts with your mind frame. If you're putting in your mind that, oh, I can't, that's another thing I'm teaching my kids. My daughter always be like, Daddy, I can't do this. No, yes, you can. Don't even say it. Because the minute you start thinking negative and negative mind, you're not going to empower yourself. And I was saying that, earlier, like if I want to become a doctor and I actually put my mind to it and I don't think negatively and I just keep thinking positive and I write like little notes to myself to say, okay, I'm going to be done in such and such time. Like a perfect example, like when we always say manifesting thing. I watched something on Jim Carrey where he said he wrote himself a check for $1 million and put it on his refrigerator. And that was his motivation every single day. Before he left the house, he looked at that blank check and said, one day I'm going to be able to sign a check like that, or I'm going to get a check like that. This is what I'm saying. If you think positive, if you think positive and put the positive energy, positive things is gonna come back to you.
Exactly.
If you think negative and you put negativity out there, that's what's gonna come to you. You know,
we draw to us what we focus on the most. If you
Correct.
focus on negativity the most, that's what you're going to draw to you.
Correct. So if I'm
And
sitting
when
here
you set the
complaining that
intentions out, that's what it is. It's the intention. So while voodoo could seem bad, it's the intention behind it. So yeah, could you do a spell and put some harm to somebody? Sure.
correct.
But you can also do good and positive things behind using these type of tools and
Correct.
Healing powers and stuff.
That's a fact.
So while some people are like, ooh, that's bad, that's wicked, that's this, that, and the other. Yeah, because some people who are using it can be wicked, that they're using it to harm others.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do spells in that sense. I don't do any love spells or no, I don't do spells, period, unless it's for me and it's for protection in my house. That's it. Because I haven't gone up in the ranks of learning different things of how to, manipulate this, that, and the third. That's not my lane. My lane is just right here, doing the little cards, passing the message along, and that's that. Because that's what my great grandmother, my mother's mother was from Grenada and came here, and her little side thing was reading the tea leaves. So, that was her little, people came, they knew by word of mouth that she did this. That's where they went to. Mm-hmm. That was it. But, culturally, that's what our families did. Even down south in Louisiana, you have hoodoo.
Correct.
It's connecting with nature and knowing that we are one with nature. Mm-hmm. And that sounds a little cliche, but it's true. When you take your shoes off and you ground yourself on that grass or in the dirt, you're connecting with nature now. You're connecting with Gaia.
Correct.
And we noticed that there's not a lot of grass in our communities anymore.
Shoot, trees is a living being, and people wouldn't even think trees is a living being.
Hello.
Plants. They said a guy used to talk to his plants. Go ahead. Say that again.
Avatar. Remember in Avatar when they took their hair that was like locks and they connected it to the tree stump? They all got their power and their knowledge.
Exactly. But see what you're saying? But you know what the negative mind will say? Oh, that's a movie though, Foxy Moon. That's only in a movie. And they don't realize they put a lot of truth in the movies.
Yeah. And they have other movies that cloud our judgment, so we won't be able to discern which ones are the real information and which ones are not.
Correct. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Just like we were talking earlier about stocking our homes up for things to come. But just think about the shows that used to come on years ago about the bunkers. Everybody thought the people who was
doomsday
storing
preppers
food and stuff.
Doomsday preppers.
Everybody was talking about them, thought they was crazy. No.
Exactly.
They was telling us what was to come.
Correct. And that's
prepared for.
Yeah. Exactly. Like they say, if you're prepared, then you already ready. You won't have to get ready. Because when stuff hit the fan, it's going to be too late for you. Oh, now you're going to try to go to the grocery store? How? There's no electricity. How you going to go buy anything? Same thing with money. A few years ago, I heard like people in California couldn't use their Bank of America for like 72 hours. I think they be purposely doing stuff. And the response was, oh, our system was hacked. I think they're doing that so people can start getting used to some of these things. And people don't really, like we said, people are so being distracted by different things. They don't really pay attention to that. Right. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't believe in banks. I don't have a bank account.
Wells Fargo started doing that too. Remember, you heard Wendy Williams having problems. They froze her account, and then somebody else had an issue with Wells Fargo.
And that's the worst bank.
My mother had an issue with Wells Fargo.
Yes. If they do their research on that bank right there, you will see how many corrupted things they was opening bank accounts with people's real names.
Yeah. Wells
You know what I'm
Fargo.
saying? Yeah. So, and look at what they're doing. That people don't understand. She's being controlled. People won't really pay attention to the real things about that story. Once I seen it, from the time that she passed out on the live show, I already knew what was going on. You know, when these people stop malfunctioning, because they done showed a bunch of clips of Hillary malfunctioning, whatever. If people want to believe in cloning, people can do research about Egypt time. They've been cloning since back then. I don't know, hundreds, thousands of years ago. So this is nothing new. It might be new to our ears, but like they say, nothing new is under the sun. That's another quote that's in the Bible.
The Clone Wars.
Exactly.
The movie.
And why do they have that? You saw Star Wars made a cartoon out of that, Clone Wars.
Correct. Just like Star Wars, whatever the guy's name is, Ken Lucas, whoever the director, producer, you think he just sat in his New Hampshire patio in the back of his New Hampshire crib and just came up and wrote Star Wars? No, he's getting some of that from things that he read up on. All of that. Now they want to tell you, oh, yeah, the Pentagon just released that we do have UFOs. If you didn't believe before, then I don't know what to tell you. I got a big imagination. My imagination is so huge.
UFOs, mermaids.
Yes, all of that. It's in a lot of paintings. It's in the Mona Lisa painting. There's a bunch of paintings and stuff like that they've been. I mean, they even said Christopher Columbus, his ship crew was recording all of that stuff. Seeing them come from the ocean. Go ahead.
I'll even go into one, not better, but in the Bible, it says that Moses said that the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud by day, and by night it was a pillar of fire.
Correct.
First of all, what cloud shape looks like a pillar? Isn't pillar's cylinder in this kind of shape? Yep. And it's coming. He said that the Lord came down on a pillar of cloud. So that means it was coming down like this.
Correct.
Clouds don't come down unless it's a fog.
Exactly.
So in the Bible, they were writing this.
Correct. Oh, the Mayans too. The Mayans
have it all in there. Yes, they have it in their hieroglyphs.
Correct. And another thing I've been telling people, because I've actually witnessed this myself and I've seen it. And I always say, we can give our opinions, but when somebody's talking about facts and truth, that's a whole different thing. It's in the Bible. Hillary Clinton mentioned it. A few other people mention it here and there. They've been dropping little things. We live in the firmament. The firmament, when you read the meaning of that word, it just translates to a dome. It's like going to the Minnesota Dome where the Vikings play at. Okay, so if people really think they sending things out, I'm not going to call nobody a fool, but you can believe what you want to believe. You can think what you want to think. We live in a firmament. I used to live in Florida, been to the Space Kennedy multiple times. That's why the rockets go at an angle, because it's going away from your eyes and it's landing in the ocean the other side. I had a friend who hit me up. Oh, did you just see Jeff Bezos came back from space? I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. I'm hanging up, man. I'm out doing stuff. Yo, what do you mean? I said, bro, don't call my phone with this ignorant.
So the Earth is not this sphere, and it's not like an elliptical kind of thing. It doesn't move. So you're saying it's a dome?
Listen, all this gravity talk that we're spinning so fast that we don't fall over. Listen, like I tell people, go on a merry-go-round at your local park if they still have these, or you just spin yourself real fast and see what happens. You're gonna fall over. So that I don't know. I'm gonna just say this. I don't know if it's a round shape. I don't know if it's oval shape or none of that. But all I can confirm or say, I can't say I confirm, but all I can say is I don't subscribe to the BS of gravity and we're spinning so fast and all of this other. To me, once they start saying all of that, I'm like, I'm giving them the gas face. Remember third base, the little
gas.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, okay. You know what I mean? So. Yeah. They can still fool the people that's still walking around, zombied out, all of this other stuff. They can do that. That's I'll be the one.
Eventually, that's probably going to come out to make it public. Because if they just now telling us about UFOs, I'm sure they're going to tell us about how
Oh,
they didn't
let
say
me show you something. I'm gonna
that they
turn on my
didn't send it.
camera. I'm gonna turn my camera to show y'all something. Hold on. Right now, if this is fake, right? Can y'all see this? Or can you put it on a big screen? Can you make it?
Hold on, let me see if I can do that.
Should I push it
Hold
back?
on, no, hold on. Let me see. You know, I'm fancy. I'm trying to
See, I got my light on too. It might be a little
fancy. Hold on.
It might be too bright. Can you see what that is?
Okay.
You
Yeah, it
don't know
looks
what
like the square stationary Earth. Oh,
you see what that is?
Tilt it forward, so because there's a glare. No.
All right, hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Is that too dark? That might be too dark. Can you see it?
No, we can see. Yeah.
Okay. Now this is the UN sign, right? And they said early is 1958 or whatever. They used to teach this in school. This is the flat Earth. I got it framed, right? I got it framed. You see that? It's framed in there and stuff like that. Now they used to teach this in school.
Maybach, bring it closer, but tilt it so that the glare.
Yeah. Hold on. I got you. That's my TV. I'm gonna shut my TV.
That's a definite interesting.
You still got a little glare, but that's from the
Yeah.
phone. That's from the phone. Hold on. Let me see if I can angle.
Interesting. And then look at how America is right there on top of that. So that would bring us to conclusion then that America was the first civilization?
Debatable.
That's debatable.
Definitely debatable. But I just showed
what's on
this.
the outside? What's that? Because it looks like it's like an eye. But what's the perimeter outside, way out?
What? This right here? That's the ice wall.
Oh.
This is the ice wall, basically. That's all around right here.
Okay.
That's the ice wall. So basically, I said it wrong. Encyclopedias before 1958, every encyclopedia that was published talked about the flat Earth and mentioned that we live on a flat Earth. And then after their little, propaganda with Admiral Byrd going to explore the Antarctica and stuff like that, and find out that we have natural resources out there and all this other stuff. After 1958, that's when came the peace treaty. And then once the peace treaty came, there's actually footages where they send in missiles up, and the missiles never leave. They actually hit the firmament and just dismantle and come right back down. Like I said, never take my word from it. Everybody can do their own research and look it up, and
that's interesting though. Yeah.
Make their own conclusions about that. But yeah, all of this stuff, that's what I'm saying. So if we don't live on one, so why before that they was teaching this in public schools, and it was published in encyclopedias. I believe it's like up to like 1942 or 1948. Don't quote me on that too much, but around that time it was published in a lot of encyclopedias. And then the new encyclopedias came, and it was no mention about it at all. That's when, the round ball and all of these other theories, was pushed out there and whatever. Once again, this to keep us away from the truth. And once again, they said this is the only peace treaty that's never been violated, and it's about to expire soon. So I don't know if they're going to rewrite that peace treaty, but why is all of those politicians years ago, since when Obama was in the White House, that they all went down there? Almost every single last of them went down there. What is there? And why we can't go down there?
Exactly.
So people got, like I said, these are the most important things that we should be talking about in all this other stuff. When it comes to all that extra stuff, the drama, Foxy Moon is beefing with Lotus now. You know what I'm saying? Lotus got 5,000 in her chat right now. We're not getting nothing from that besides little entertainment. It's cool. We need a little entertainment. If I need entertainment, you know what I do? I watch a little stand-up comedy. Laughing is great for the soul. Once again, I'll show my face. I'll be 46, 1976. Look at that young man.
Age. I know, you look like you're 24.
Look at that young man. And now I'm not bald. I just like to wear a do-rag. You know what I mean? Got the waves and all that other stuff.
Look at him. That's a typical Libra and a typical Haitian. Because Libras get the one down. I know.
You know what I'm saying?
That because there's people who carry their stress around with them, and it shows.
Correct.
And there's people
That's
who
a
have
fact.
stress, and then you will never know what's going on with those people because they carry themselves well.
Correct. We're good actors. We know how to I don't want to say actors, but we know how to, like, you know what I mean? Like, if I get up around you and I'm feeling bad, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if your energy's up, I'm trying to match your energy.
Right.
Like, there's times where, you know, like my kids, they'll be here later. However I feel, I got to bring my energy back up.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? Just to they toddlers, you know, they full of energy.
Right.
And they analyze us, they read us. That's why they say when kids are young like that, they can tap in to what we can't really tap in. They can talk to spirits and all this other stuff.
Exactly.
You know, I don't want them looking, Daddy, what's wrong? Daddy, what's wrong? And my face is hanging. Nah. So I try to be happy. I play it off. That's what I said as far as acting. You know?
Yeah. We know how to pull it off. You know, and parents definitely have to they wear many hats. So
Correct.
there's not really a down there are down moments, but for the most part, if you feeling crappy, you still got to pull it together. And moms got it a little more harder because moms will get sick or they got their menstrual and they're not feeling good. They still gotta keep it moving.
Y'all deal with a lot. I'll give y'all that. I'll never say, oh, y'all got it easy, that's a lie. Any man that says that, he don't know what he's talking about. You know, y'all deal with a lot. And I'm not saying we don't either. We got it hard too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we got it hard as far as different aspects compared to you know, women. You know, y'all do have, like you said, the cycles and the changes of moods and all this other stuff. Your body's changing, you learning your body and stuff like that. Cause y'all born with the what do you say it again? The estrogen since since birth. Us, testosterone, we get it as we get older, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but then y'all got to deal with the beast and go out there with those type of pressures and stuff around you. So yeah, I mean, I get it. That's why I'm like, I can empathize with you know, my masculine takes over. So I understand and understand and overstand that there are men have different stressors. They got to be the provider. They got to be the one that brings home the bacon, so to say. You know, there's the pressure of them being the pillar of their family and, you know, in the community. So yeah, y'all have a different type of responsibility and weight on your shoulders than women. You everything is more exterior for you guys, and for us it's internal. But then we have to deal with the exterior as well. So, you know, and there shouldn't be this battle. There should be this uplifting. There should be this, if you're down, I understand. Let me let you have a moment. Or what can I do to lighten your load and not add more stress to you?
Why ain't there more women like y'all? This is what I'm talking about. Women that overstand, like you said, understand, overstand. Like, damn, my baby just had a hard day, 8 hours. Take your shoes off. Take them boots off. Let me rub your feet.
No, I'm not rubbing no man's feet. They're smelly.
Okay, fresh out the shower. What about fresh out the shower?
I have a thing
about fresh out the shower. Hold on.
No, you might get a back rub. I'm not touching.
Hold on. Nah. We got to talk about this. So hold on.
You're gonna get a back rub. I'm not gonna do the feet. I will put your feet inside the little bubbly thing.
Listen, I'm not a feet person as well. But guess what? If you're fresh out the shower, I'm touching it. I won't use the latex gloves. Okay. I won't put on the environmental gloves that I wear when I go to work. I will actually put my hands and rub your feet. So we can sacrifice, but you don't want to sacrifice? Come on now.
I can do it. I can touch them.
Come on. Listen, I'm not a feet person myself. I don't have a phobia, but I'm not a feet person. But like I said, fresh out the shower, yes, I will touch that all day long. You know, I don't know about putting my mouth on that now. It's a little, you know,
that's a bit much.
Yeah, exactly. All that, you know, I don't have feet fetish. That's not my fetish. You know what I'm saying?
But if she has cute feet, you know.
Oh, definitely.
Some things might happen.
Listen. No lie, Foxy Moon. She can have Jurassic Park dinosaur feet. It doesn't matter to me. If it's fresh out the shower, it's smelling right, I will lotion them bad boys up. You heard me? Them alligator skin. You know what I'm saying?
Crocodiles.
Yeah, I will lotion it up. I will massage it and all of that. Remember what they said, our head is connected to our shoulders connected to our nose, knees, and and feet.
Right.
So once you touch that feet and you touching it right, she's gonna feel it through her spine and all of that. Same thing for us, you know.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It goes both ways. That if somebody's having a hard time, or say you don't feel like cooking and she cooks. I think Ant Dog said he said in the comments, if she don't cook, it's not flying by him.
It's a deal breaker for him.
It looked like it. That's what it was looking like for him in the chats. I'm like,
But
oh,
see, what if she's a keeper, but she just don't know how to? She does everything else, but don't know how to cook. That's when you step in and teach her.
yeah. See, so therefore, that's where he has to know. But then there's some men that just don't know how to do that either.
Okay, that's just like with pleasing. If your man does everything, but he's horrible in the bed, what will y'all women do? Let's get honest opinions.
Lotus, you go first.
Well, I got to be first.
Yo, you turned your head real quick like Jada and rolled your eyes like Jada Pinkett. You go first.
Did you see that? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, yes, you did.
I did the Jada roll.
To be honest, it's not a deal breaker. It's not a deal breaker.
Okay. Well, remember, hold on. Let me set the table. Let me set the table. Let me set the mood, right?
We're doing a red talk table.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Let me set it up, right? He's working a good job. May not make the most money, but let's just say, I don't know. He's making good money. Y'all are straight, right? Y'all are straight. Y'all ain't struggling. Y'all driving decent cars. He's paying and doing what he needs to do. But the intimacy is not great. And you hearing your women friends, your other married couples, oh man, Tyrone gave it to me real good last night. What are you doing? What are you gonna do, Miss Lotus? What are you doing with your man? Are you sitting him down? Are you gonna have a conversation with him? Are you gonna show him what he needs to do to get you there? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm gonna show him how to get me there.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Because I've been hearing a lot of,
that's not a deal breaker.
Miss Foxy Moon.
Both sit down and have this conversation and show what it's all about.
Okay. There we go.
But it never was a deal breaker. Because I would say that when I was young, I mean, obviously, I had a child at 15. I definitely was doing my sexual stuff. So, it's not the deal breaker. It's not the breaker. It's not the end all be all. Because if there's other stuff that's bigger than that, like somebody's being a provider and taking care of the family.
Correct.
The sex is like, all right, that's a bonus then if it's all good and gravy.
You're damn right.
And that's why we have a lot of problems in relationships, because we don't sit down and have these conversations.
That's a fact. I was on a panel. I asked y'all because it made me wanted to ask y'all that, because I was on a panel and that came up, and some of the women was like, "Oh, I'm out the door," and I'm like, "What? You out the door for the one who can do that, but can't do the main important things as, add stability, take care of you, pay the bills and be the man that he's supposed to be the leader that he's supposed to be." Oh, well, I don't know, because that's big in my relationships. I need that. And I'm just like, wow.
So if they're not filling you up spiritually and emotionally, you want to take the big ding dong over this man building you up.
Yeah, but just think about it. What about 50, 60, 70 years when it ain't no getting up? What you gonna do get up?
Facts. Same likewise. I can only speak for me. It ain't a deal breaker for me, but definitely, I'm gonna sit her down. If she's doing what she needs to do, she's loyal and all of that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely teach her. But it goes back to learning your partner. Explore your partner like you up on some mountain, or you down in Africa somewhere. Oh, what's this? This is a new continent over here. Oh, let me see what's going on over here. So think about the men that discovered some of these cities and states. That's what you got to do with your woman. I didn't know you had this little birthmark over here, back here. Yeah, because you never took the time to look. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I was talking about that on another panel, and because I don't know how someone can say, how a female can say that when a woman, a lot of women don't even get an orgasm anyway. They don't even know what an orgasm is.
That's a fact.
So you have to learn and be experienced to know what it is. It don't just
Just join
happen
our
out
side. No,
up
go
out
ahead.
of
Sorry, I
nowhere.
apologize.
No,
Correct.
and
Just like us.
it takes a good it takes somebody who's skillful to get to that, to know how to get that woman to orgasm.
Yeah.
Facts. It's just like us. We lay down with some women and we going back high-fiving our homeboy. Oh, I gave it to her. And she's like, rolled over and just was like, what was that? I don't know what he thought he did. He didn't do nothing. But yet we're bragging like we did something. And like you said, there's a difference between, how can I say this? Getting a little moist down there compared to orgasm. That's a whole different thing. It's two different things.
Yeah.
Hitting that spot.
Mhm.
Hitting that spot, the G spot. A lot of men don't even know what's a
Where it
woman's G
is.
spot.
Mm-mm.
So again, before you say I want to go, maybe we should start dating outside. Listen, you better know who you are and who you dealing with first,
Mhm.
Facts.
because the
Facts.
grass isn't always greener on the other side. And they got this
Correct.
misnomer and misnotion that these, other looking people are, they so, about it in the sexual
Mhm.
thing. And that's what it is. It's a fetish. You looking at somebody else, on the outside, like, oh yeah,
Correct.
she's hot. I'm gonna get that. Da 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 da. But she
Correct.
can't fill you up emotionally, spiritually. She can't
Spiritually.
pick you up and make you feel like the God body that you are. You don't need to be with that.
That's a
Mm-mm.
fact. That is a fact.
And I'm
Well,
like that.
what's the saying? What's the saying I heard? Women fall in love with what they hear, men fall in love with what they see. Some women are being, soft spoken to in the ear, and it might be some new stuff that they ain't never heard before in their life. And it just sounds all good, you know. They a good painter by just whispering. Like me, I
Mhm.
know how to speak a little French, you know, little Spanish, very poquito, you know what I'm saying? Cape Verdean
I was
Creole.
asking you to say something in
What?
Creole.
What you want me to say?
I don't know. Say something. Look at me getting hot. This is reminiscent about.
Look at
Foxy
me.
having flashbacks.
Let me
Let me tell
see.
you something. I taught that boy how to work the middle,
All
and I
right.
created a monster.
See, there you go. And no, but see, this is what it's about. Once again, it's
Haitian.
about putting your pride in your pocket, put your ego behind you, and ask your woman, what is it that I'm not doing? Forget about what I am doing, but what am I not doing that you need me to do? And once again, we're in times where we're in a microwave era. No one is like, I'm not meeting Lotus and I meet Lotus in the first conversation we have. So what's your favorite position? I expected to say CEO. You heard what I'm saying? You see, don't let that go over your head. I'm gonna say that again to y'all that did not catch that. When I jump on the phone in our first conversation, I shouldn't be asking her what's her favorite position. And if I do ask that, she should say CEO or co-founder or founder. That's a
Okay.
metaphor for y'all that didn't catch that. Libras were very intelligent. We know how to word things. We're good on the wordplay. But y'all know what I mean. I shouldn't be
Mhm.
asking that. I should be asking you, what's your favorite color? I remember I dated a woman like 3 years ago and I asked her that and she laughed. I thought she was laughing at me. She said, the last time I was asked what's my favorite color, what I like and what I dislike was like elementary school. I said, well, that's the era I'm from, sweetheart. You heard? Because I
Okay.
remember writing those little notes and sending it
Exactly.
over. You
The
know what I'm
old
saying?
school.
Before I
Mhm.
got to the do you like me? Check yes or check no. You heard? For
Exactly.
real. You gotta know who you dealing with, like you said. Get to know the person, ins and out. What's important? I know if I buy her a red, anything red, that's her favorite color. She's
Right.
automatically You know what I mean? I'm getting some tonight. And that's another thing. No, men, no, it's the truth. Y'all laughing. It's the truth. A lot of men don't know about courting a woman.
Right.
When they get caught, they
We
think
don't
I'm
court
taking them
no
to court.
more.
Yeah, they think, oh, what is he talking about? Taking her to court? Nah, bro, you gotta court a woman. Some of us, we using slang, we're like, yeah, I bagged her. Like she's some groceries. Nah, I ain't bagged nothing. I
Right.
courted her. You know? That means you really got to know the woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yo, Lotus, we're gonna have to have another show for that. We're gonna have to have another show.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a whole nother show.
A whole nother show for that. I'm taking it somewhere else, man. I'm going off a little bit.
Well,
You know?
it kind of ties into the topic at, you know, with the women and going into other dating, marrying other people that's not of the melanated hue.
Facts.
But yeah, we've been here for 7 hours.
And it's been great.
It's been definitely a great
boring moment. I cannot say it was one boring moment at all.
Right, exactly. Thank you. So you know, I'm gonna cut this then short now. Because yeah, we can go in, but my little one's about to come home, so I need to hear about, you know, in depth about her situation.
Correct.
And but this is definitely I can't say that I will commit to doing it on Mondays and doing the mindful Monday, but you know, I felt that this was just necessary to just bring to the table and talk about these topics, because that's what also I'm about as well, not just doing the cards and reading them, and you know, that's my other mission.
Okay.
My other assignment, but the other assignment is to blow the trumpet and get the news out, get the word out.
Got
And you know, ping pong it on each one of us to, you know, see if it sticks. If it doesn't, why? If it does, why? You know, and
Correct.
have these type of dialogues, because you know, they may seem foolish, but they're still real topics. And I'm not talking about the Will and Jade. I'm talking about the other topic and conversation, because those are things that we're still having an issue with, and it's 2022 and we're talking as if it was 1950. That's a problem.
Correct.
So salute to everybody that came through. Salute to the panel. I'm gonna let you guys give lasting words, Lotus and Maybach, and then we're gonna just, you know,
go ahead, Lotus.
cut
Okay.
it down.
Excuse me. Everybody have a blessed day. I enjoyed the conversation. Love, light, healing, blessings, and protection to everybody and their families.
Same to you.
Thank you. And any lasting
Me,
words,
go ahead.
Lotus, that you want to leave with as far as the end of the topic and the conversation?
Correct.
I think we need to focus on healing ourselves before we can focus on any other race, and that's how I think the solution to this problem is.
All right, Maybach.
I appreciate you, Foxy Moon. I appreciate Lotus, both of y'all women. Appreciate y'all queens. It was great here. I appreciate you having me on here, letting me speak my piece. And I'm trying to build my platform as well, but I'm still learning how to be in front of the camera. Not really learning, but it's just not my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more like being behind the scenes or coming up on somebody else's platform. I've done it for a long time now. People's been saying, yo, you need your own, you need your own. You know, you're very well diverse in a lot of subjects and conversations. So now I'm doing that. I'm building my own. And Foxy Moon, you already subscribed. So, you know, we're always gonna be connected. I was asking if you said you did have an IG. The reason why I was saying that, if we are on there, if I'm following you or vice versa, is because, like you said, you have a lot of knowledge on stuff that I'm still learning about a lot of things. So we can always exchange information, stuff like that. You know what I mean? But to anybody that's in the chat, I do have a channel. It's basically what my name says on YouTube. If y'all can please subscribe, I'd appreciate that. Once again, I'm trying to build my platform, and you know, this is my type of content. It will never be no drama on mine. It's all about learning from each other and uplifting each other. And as far as what's going on in the world, that's what we need to do. is basically try to, uplift one another. Of course, we all ain't going to be kumbaya and get along. We already know that that's not reality. But the ones that do want to, we can find solutions and move forward. I do be active in my city as far as with the youth and stuff like that. I help a lot of kids try to get out of their gangs and stuff like that. So I do a little bit of work. I don't sit here and promote all of that because I once was a street person. I don't promote that at all. But if I do promote it, it's more like a learning tool. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I've been to prison my whole teenage life from 93, my first bid, to like the end of 1998, 99.
Wow.
I was in and out of prison. You know what I'm saying? And my calling, I felt, was a lot of men that wasn't connected to me, helped me out by giving me some words and wisdom. And that's what helped me change my life. You know what I'm saying? And they all said, yo, you a talkative person, but you don't talk too much. You should do something that has to do with talking. I done been said that I could have my own sports podcast and stuff like that. So I'm trying to find my niche and find my way. You know what I'm saying? With like-minded people. Cause like I said, my brain's always going and always fiends and crave information. So I like being around like-minded people where I feel good and, I can make somebody else feel good and we can empower and lift each other and link people up with businesses, promote this, promote that, and stuff like that. That's what I'm about. Peace, love, and blessings. That's what I'm about. I'm not about the drama and all of that. I've been there and done that. It didn't get me nowhere. You know what I mean? So like I said, I'm not a saint, not, perfect, but, I have little kids. So I'm trying to be the best dad, you know what I'm saying, that I possibly can be for them, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. So, I said too much. I don't want to keep talking. Like I said, I appreciate you, Foxy Moon. I appreciate you, Lotus, both of y'all queens. Enjoy the rest of your evening, your nights.
As well.
Definitely. And you already know, anytime you go live, I'm on here. Whether I come on the panel or not, I'm going to be in the chat.
I got you. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to bring you guys down. And I'm just going to leave my lasting words. Again, thank you, everybody who came through. We had the Titans and the heavy hitters that came through earlier, and new subscribers who have subscribed, based on the content that they heard. So I appreciate that. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe, hit the notification bell so you do get notified when I do come on. Wednesday, I will be doing all signs. So, be here, be square, because I will be doing all signs for the month of April. I'm doing Aries starting off because it's their birthday. So I will be doing Aries first. And again, if anybody wants any personal readings, they can reach me at in the link in my about section or in the my banner. There's a little button there that you can click, go into my website and book for personal readings. Prices are very reasonable, and you can go on there and see what dates available for you. My dates are pretty much open on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So if you want to have a personal reading there, that's where we can do it. What else? I think that's it. I'll probably talk a little bit more about the planet alignments come Wednesday, and what to look for, what to look out for. We're in this different, we're in the new year right now in April. In April, and it's the spring equinox. So I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that come Wednesday. So, it was a great segment. Everybody who, thank you. Everybody who came up on the panel, I appreciate them. I definitely appreciate my Lotus. She's the moderator extraordinaire, and my other moderators who came through. Salute to them. Maybach gave us his perspective, and I appreciate that because that is the male perspective that I look for, that we need to balance, right? We need to have that male, masculine, and feminine energy balancing out the scales and balancing out this, information that we get. So it's not one-sided. It doesn't sound too judgmental. We're here to be informative to one another, uplift one another where need be, without tearing anybody down, without coming in with the nonsense and the BS, because that's not what this platform is about. So I appreciate everybody who stayed in their lane and, was just cooling out and chilling out and enjoying this program. So with that being said, guys, salute to everybody coming through, who will be watching this later on. To my Miss Sharon, if she sticks around for the whole 7 hours, she's gonna be like, "What happened, Foxy? This is so long." I'm making up for lost time. So yeah, because last week we couldn't get on, and the week before that they cut down certain things. So hopefully this gets to stay up and not get, there's some pertinent information. Maybach showed us a map that I've never seen before. So yeah, there's a lot of gems in here. So you could fast forward and, screen through whatever you want to for anybody who's interested. And yeah, so with that being said, guys, catch me Wednesday. It's going to be about 10:30-ish, 10:45 for all signs. That's about it, y'all. All right. Lotus. No, I think we stayed in a good, safe spot this time around. We try to stick to the script. Okay. So let me do this real quick because I got messaged in the back. So Lotus had wanted to know about the book. So one book that I had presented was the FBI War on Tupac Shakur. I actually got this out off of Amazon by John Potesh. So, we don't want to shoot the messenger down, right? Because, they got a message to tell us. And we take what we need to take. Listen, because most of your scholars, they got their information from other backgrounds. No, we don't want to discredit everything, but you know what I'm saying. Listen, it'd be great if we had our own, resource and information, and it was coming from us by first-hand account. That'd be great, but it's not. It's not likely. Some, it's far and few. Okay, so I'm putting in this book, The Black Leaders. The FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Other Black Leaders by John Potesh. Potash. I might be saying it wrong. But I had to get this book. Talk about my husband. And then there was another book that Lotus had mentioned, or the Remedy series. Now, this you would have to go to his website. He's on IG as well. On his IG, this is the book that I was talking about as far as like with Sovereign. I mentioned this book a couple of times in the past year that I've been on. It's talking about natural born subjects and who we really are, so forth and so on. All right. So I will put that in the chat. And his YouTube, he even signed it. So sweet. This is what he looks like. There we go. That's Brother Kalani. Let's see. Does he have his IG on here? Okay, well, I'll put his website in, and if you want to go to his IG, you can. But I'll put in the website so you guys can go there and cop some of these books, or if you want to take classes to get your, change your status. Yeah. I haven't done it. I'm still, hold on. I am still learning, research. Okay. This is For the Truth on IG. Okay. It might have been Lotus. It might have been a different book, a different cover on there. But I saw this back in 2016, and I had gotten it in 2018, I think. So it was a while. It was sitting in my little Amazon list. Yeah, and it has pictures here with Pac and his mom's, and yeah, it's a great book. There's about how many pages? So there's 40 chapters in there, but there's like over, it's about 300 pages, but there's about 20 pages just dedicated to his references where he got, you know, the sites. Okay, I've never seen it. This is the one that I saw, this picture, but you know, the point is, you know, it goes down to Jam Master Jay, Biggie, Eldris Cleaver, Mumia Abu Jamal, Cinco Odinga, Afeni, Bob Marley, H. Rap Brown, Harry Belafonte, John Huggins, Bunchy Carter, Robert Kennedy. So it's all linked. They have like this bullseye here with the scope, because each one of them intertwined going back to the 60s, which led up to the modern time of when Tupac was born, and how, you know, that played a big role in his life. And so people have this, some people have this thing where they're like, oh, he was an agent, or he's this, that, and the other. And I'm like, listen, talk to me about what the Black Panthers did and what they were about. And then I might, but I'm not going to entertain you, because Black Panthers, listen, they did what they had to do for the people, by the people. So, but anyway, y'all, so that's the two books that I have out. The article that anybody was interested that I was referencing is from the New York Post. So I will put that in the chat as well if anybody's interested to look that up. And they can read more in depth about what the article was, you know, stating. Okay, so that's the article there, if anybody's interested in reading that as well. All right, so with that being said, you guys, peace, love, and light, and catch you on the flip side.